One championship, 8 races, legendary circuits, drivers from all over the world, one family, one passion, endurance racing. Welcome to the most professional endurance racing series for all drivers, amateurs, semi-professional and professional. Welcome to the 24-hour series powered by Hankook. Can you beat the challenge of 8 endurance races? Will you become the 24-hour series champion for 2021? This is endurance.
A warm welcome, everybody, to our annual coverage here on the Radio Show Limited network to the Dubai 24 hours, powered by Hankook. It's the 16th edition of this race, would you believe? We've been there for nearly all of them. And a warm welcome, therefore, to the Dubai Autodrome for this twice-around-the-clock event. It is set for a 3 o'clock local time start. We've just ticked by 2:30, so very much nearing the start of this event, which was held in dreadful conditions here last year. Much brighter in the sky 12 months on, I'm delighted to say. And obviously this event being run to strict protocols for obvious reasons as well, but delighted that so many people could make it to the grid, and such an amazing amount of cars as well. Yes, we're down on previous years, but we all understand the reasons for that. Nevertheless, the grid looks great as it stretches from the main straight all the way back to turn 16. It's the usual Radio Show Limited treatment then here on RS1. Myself, Johnny Palmer, joined at various intervals by Bruce Jones, Joe Bradley, John Hindhoff and others, and we'll try and get some guests along the way as well. And also joining the team for the first time, Ian Salvestrin, who's busy down there on the grid. We'll get to Ian in just a second, but a reminder as to what we expect every time we come to Dubai. Actually not that very far away from the coast either, and provides a brilliant opportunity for spectators, when permitted, to come and experience maybe their first portion of motorsport for a brand new year. And the usual runners and riders have made the trip to Dubai. So the 2 pole positions were competed and awarded yesterday. Remember, this is 2 races in one for the GT series and the TCE series, and then there are subdivisions within those as well. We will get to Ian Salvestrin in just a moment, but I'm delighted to say that I'm joined during this segment of the Countdown to Green, prior to a 3 o'clock race start, by Bruce Jones. But first of all, Joe Bradley, and conditions couldn't be more perfect today for us to get our motorsport year underway, Joe.
Very competitive racing.
54 cars entered into the 16th edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai. Still a very impressive turnout. Right, giving him all the build-up, we can now hand to Ian Salvestrin with all the stories from the grid prior to the race.
What a pleasure it is to be down here. Grid 2021, the championship season is go, finally. And first of all, I can say it is a glorious day. The chance of rain this afternoon, 0. Let's hope so. We have got the pole sitter down here. We'll get to Klaus Bachler in a moment. Of course, last year it was the Black Falcon team who took victory. The top Mercedes starting a little bit further back on the grid. We've got a German car and an Italian car on the front row of the grid. And we've got a German driver, Sven Müller, who took pole position. And starting the car will be his Austrian teammate, Klaus Bachler. And we'll just move in as I adjust this. We know why. Klaus, starting from pole position. Sven took pole yesterday in qualifying. Your approach down into turn 1, given that it is a very long race.
Yeah, Sven did a really good job, as the team also did. We have a really strong car here. We worked already since Monday on our race setup. So I'm looking forward to the start and looking forward that we are finally can go racing after a few days here. And for sure it's a long race, it's 24-hour race, so you cannot, you can lose a lot in the first corner, but this we all know, and we try to do our thing and try to keep the position where we are, and hopefully after 24 hours we're also there.
Klaus, we speak about the numbers this year. Traditionally, we've had near on 100 cars, and we say, oh, there's only 50, but it is still a world-class field. You've got Mirko alongside you in the Lamborghini. Who do you see as your biggest threat throughout the next day?
I think the field is still really competitive. There's so many good drivers and cars and teams here. I would say there's nearly 10 cars which can fight for the overall victory. So it's not just Mirko next to me, also the guys behind are really pro GT3 drivers, the best of the world. And so yeah, I'm looking forward to it, to have some fun out there. And as I say, we concentrate on our stuff and try to stay where we are.
So you start the race at 3 o'clock. How long will your first stint be, or will you do a double stint even?
From the regulation, we are allowed to do maximum 2 hours per driver. But it depends a bit on the situation. If there's a code 60, obviously, we will change our strategy. If there's no code 60, then it will be normally a single stint.
Klaus Bachler starting on pole position. Best of luck for the next 24 hours in the Porsche, starting out of grid 1. Dankeschön, Klaus. Let's move down the grid a little bit. Mirko Bortolotti, actually, sorry, if we can, Sebastian, if we can turn around. This is what they are racing for, these magnificent trophies. The 16th edition of this incredible race, which has become a classic almost up to 2 decades. It's around the clock here in the Emirates. Just a little bit of trivia for you. The driver, probably the most famous driver who has ever won this race, was the inaugural winner, who's famous not for being a driver, well, so much. 2006, would you believe Toto Wolff won the inaugural edition of the Dubai 24-hour race, of course, presented by Hankook. Of course, he's a little bit busy these days with his day job. This is Mirko Bortolotti in the 63 GT3 Lamborghini Huracan. Sat on pole position for much of qualifying yesterday. We have lost Mirko. Oh no, here he is. We'll just try and grab a quick word with Mirko Bortolotti, if we can. Was in P1 until he was just pipped by Sven. Stay down, it's okay. Buongiorno Mirko, come stai?
Buongiorno. Very good, thanks. Yourself?
Very well. Delighted to be here. There's a tremendous atmosphere, a lot of excitement as ever. Of course, the grandstand is empty, unfortunately. We all know why. But you're not going to be concentrating that. What is your approach for the next day and a half?
Full send, basically, as much as we can. Trying to definitely survive the race, first of all, because if you want to win it, you have to finish first. So I think we've worked really well from the beginning of the week. So the team has done a great job. All drivers, all my teammates as well. So we are ready for the race, but you're never ready enough for this kind of race because of a lot of traffic, different classes. So there's always something behind the corner. So you really need to be up on your toes and make it happen.
Mirko, I asked Klaus just a moment ago who he sees as the biggest threat. I'll ask you the same question. He's starting grid 1, you're on grid 2, but it is a world-class field. Who are you in particular looking out for?
Well, as we've seen yesterday in qualifying, the Porsche looked really, really strong. So was quite happy with my lap in quali. Managed to break the Porsche somehow. placing the car in the middle. So I think they will be really, really strong. But also Audi and Mercedes, of course. I think that the grid is really competitive, and everyone basically can have a shot at the win. So we need to focus on ourselves and try to do the right calls at the right time, and be at the right, push at the right moments, and try to focus on ourselves. Basically, the competition is strong. We know that, but there's always like this, and that's why we like GT racing.
Absolutely. One of the top racing drivers in the world, Mirko Bortolotti, Formula 2 champion, FIA F2 champion back a decade ago. He's about to start out of grid 2 in the 63 Lamborghini. We're about to clear the grid in a few moments. We'll try and catch up with the TCE pole position driver. That is Miklas Born, who's way back further down the grid. In the meantime, gentlemen, back to you in the commentary box.
Way down on the GT grid, yes, but the TCE series an entirely separate part of the race, which is scored independently, so they'll just be pleased to be top of the shop within that. A reminder of this great venue then that we come to year in, year out in January to kick off the motorsport year, separated into 3 sectors, and the long run where you reach 255 kilometres per hour in the big GT cars before downhill, tricky braking for turn 1. Turn 2 is not really a corner, although you do pitch the car left and over the curbs there, but no braking necessary. Then the sweepers at 4, 5 and 6. Tricky to get the car set up for 7. Very late apex, turning right. And then towards the natural bowl at 8 and 9. 115 kph on the approach. That's the end of sector 1. And then there's the long run down the back straight, which runs at 45 degrees to the main start finish. You're at 65 kilometers per hour once you've slowed the car at turn 10. 11 is tricky, climbing uphill into 12, where again you dip just below the 75 kilometer per hour speed limit. And into the final short sector, 13. Tricky corner again, but you're still pretty much full throttle there before slowing the car into 14, which is awkward on the exit. Got to get the car from one side of the road to the other to negotiate turn 15, and just brushing close to 200 kilometers per hour into the final corner, which is much tighter than 90 degrees and really determines your top speed down the start-finish straight. That is a single lap of the 5.3 kilometers, 16 turn Dubai Autodrome. And the scene is set, therefore, for the 16th edition of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. Ian Silvestrin, right at this very moment, is hot-footing it from one end of the grid to the other. He was, a short time ago, chatting to Mirko Bortolotti in the 63 Lamborghini, and there is a fair old distance to make to the 112 Volkswagen Golf for Autorama Motorsport. And driver selected, Ian can have a chat to the pole sitter and the sister car to the champions in 2020 at Autorama Motorsport.
Indeed, I'm down on the grid with mighty Miklas Born from Switzerland, who is on pole position for the TCE category in the GTI Golf 112. Miklas, pole position yesterday, but that's just the beginning of the weekend.
Yeah, it's great to start from pole, but I mean for the race it's not really a big advantage or something. It comes down to the first corner.
Miklas, a long way back on the grid. You've got a lot of GT cars in front of you. You are quicker than a lot of GT cars. How do you deal with the traffic? Given that the car's potentially in a straight line, they've got 600 odd horsepower, but then in the corners, you're all over the back of them.
Yeah, for sure it's a big problem for some cars to overtake each other, but I think that's part of the race. The traffic is a big part, and you can gain or lose a lot of time.
So the approach down into turn 1 in particular, you don't want to make a mistake, get caught up in someone else's incident?
Yeah, exactly. Just come through and finish the first few laps.
You had a minor issue with the car yesterday. It looked disastrous, but it wasn't too bad in the end.
Yeah, the other car had they broke the anti-roll bar. For sure, it's not good for a fast lap time, but they could fix it for the race, so their car is ready.
Miklas, not your first time in endurance racing, a big 24 hours coming up. Very best of luck. Hopefully we see you at the finish line tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you.
Mighty Miklas Born from Switzerland, who starts out of pole position in the TCE category. Forgive me, please, for doing this. You know why we have to wear them. In the background, unfortunately, the grandstand is empty this year. We also know why, without going back into what happened in the last 12 months. But there is a tremendous atmosphere down on the grid. Still quite a few people keeping their distance, of course. We are very excited. We are looking forward to the start of one of the world's great endurance races, the Hankook Dubai 24-hour race. The start, not too far away, Johnny.
Ian Silvestrin, our man on the grid, and will shortly be reporting from the pit lane as well, with words from both the pole sitters and also Mirko Bortolotti, who starts on the front row for the GT series part of the race. Full grid to come then. Should clear one little thing up. When I was mentioning the team that are bringing you the race for 2021, I might have either inadvertently or deliberately, you can guess, left out the name of Nick Damon, and he's already not too happy about that, of course, because Ian is basically filling in for Nick this year, not able to be on the grid. So Nick, we love you. He will be part of the show a little bit later on with John Hindhaugh for the second segment of the race. But you've got me, Joe Bradley and Bruce Jones looking after things until 5 o'clock local time. We're now only 15 minutes away from the start of the race. One man I did remember to mention, we already heard from Joe Bradley, Bruce Jones joins us now. And Bruce, you're regularly in the pit lane as well. Going to be missing that, but at least we do get to call the race for the 16th edition.
Looking forward to it immensely, Johnny. And actually, over the years, up and down that pit lane at the Dubai Autodrome, I have covered hundreds of kilometres. I mean, day in, day out, you just get to one end and suddenly go, oh no, I've got to go to the other end. The car's just come past me with a wheel hanging off. I can't believe you left out Nick Damon, the famous camel warrior, always there before the podium looking for the drivers who they survived 24 hours and they have to have the camel ride down the pit lane. It's the most frightening moment for some of them, and it's always a highlight at the end. You know that feeling at the end of a 24-hour race where you're feeling sort of emotional? You're definitely tired, you're running on adrenaline, and that's possibly getting towards the end of it at the race, adrenaline and caffeine, but certainly the emotions kick in at the end. And I think when people see the drivers trying to get up on those camels, it's always a laugh. But this is a great moment. I always love the lead in to a 24-hour race. It's when everything gets serious, and then the race will start, and hopefully in fact, Joe mentioned this, with around 54 starters. There should be a bit more space down at the first corner, and then the race will settle into its form, whatever that will be. But the front 10 cars, as Mirko Bortolotti pointed out, really strong quality at that front end, Johnny.
That's Bruce Jones. I'm Johnny Palmer, and Joe Bradley, the other voice that you will hear during the first 2 hours of the race. Qualifying was all done and dusted yesterday, Joe. 2 separate sessions as we normally have, 30 minutes for the TCEs and 30 minutes for the GT cars. And actually, well, certainly within the TCE category, it was the usual suspects. Maybe not the Golf that we expected, with the number 1 car missing out on pole position, but Autorama Motorsport, really in the space of, a couple of seasons, have shown themselves to be a big name in that particular category. And also, before you comment on that, great to see the 2 CWS Engineering Ginetta G55s that didn't feature in qualifying, tacking on to the very back of the grid. So we should, fingers crossed, have the 54 starters.
Yeah, it's got to be said, Johnny, Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing have become quite formidable in such a short space of time. They've won European Championships, they've won the Intercontinental Series Championship in the 24 Series. They are a team that are so well organised and go about their business in such a way that has rendered them to be the cream of the crop. And for me, it's not just about how a team wins, but how it reacts to adversity. And what we saw from the free practice the other day, with the number 1 in that team being completely written off, and the team not just packing the damaged shell of that car away in the truck and calling it a day. They sourced more parts, they sourced an actual shell, and sourced the local Volkswagen dealership in Dubai, and took the battered shell down to their workshop and basically reshelled the car. And the number 114 is out there on the grid. And it's that kind of reaction to adversity and not giving up that is all about what we see in this series. # this is endurance. And we've already seen that from that team. So that we know they're going to do very well.
We heard from Miklas Born. Yannick Mettler is his teammate, along with Jasmin Pressig, Gustavo Javier and Kari-Pekka Laaksonen. They start on pole position. But at the sharp end of GT, the first pole for Porsche for 6 seasons at the Dubai 24 Hours. So congratulations to Herbert Motorsport in the number 92 car, although not their usual lineup. Jürgen Hering, Wolfgang Triller, Vincent Kolb, Sven Muller joining the team who got the job done yesterday, and Klaus Bachler. And it's Muller and Bachler who represent the pro side of that 5-driver lineup. Vincent Kolb is the semi-pro, with Hering and Triller the gentlemen AM drivers. But the 91 car, which has the more familiar Herbert lineup in it, Daniel Alleman, Ralph Bone, Robert Renauer and Alfred Renauer, running in the AM category as opposed to the 92, which is a full GT3 Pro version, and therefore gunning for the overall victory in GT Series. 91 starts though from the 4th position, and the 93, the third of 3 Herbert Motorsport Porsches, will start on the inside of row 6. That's just to mention the Porsches, but Audi are here, Mercedes are here, BMW are here in the GT4 category as well. And then we've got the cars that we don't necessarily know what to expect from Team Zaxpeed with their Dodge SRT Viper. Been trying to do a little bit of digging, courtesy as well of Graham Goodwin, as to the history of that car. It's not one from the US, because in 2016, I think it was, Riley Motorsport had a couple of those Vipers, but the history of the 13 car seems to stem back more so to the Dutch Supercar Challenge. Brilliant to have that Zaxpeed all-red car, though, in the race. And the other one that was troubling the very good times in night practice yesterday evening, the McLaren 720S of Inception Racing by Optimum. So a prime time to give you the full grid just before the cars are released onto the formation lap. Herbert Motorsport getting a first pole for Porsche then in 6 years, a 156.553 the time for Bachler, Muller, Kolb, Triller and Hering. And if you are joining the radio coverage on RS1 with some pictures, the graphics have one driver underlined. That is the starting driver. So in the case of the number 92, it's Bachler. In the case of the 7 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, Matteo Cairoli, who is joined by Stefano Monaco, Mauro Calamia and Roberto Pampanini. Names more familiar, actually, latterly anyway, Calamia and Pampanini with Lamborghini Racing rather than Porsches. Be interesting to see how they get on. The second row, GRT Grasser Racing Teams, Huracan GT3 of Mirko Bortolotti, who starts with Rick Breukers, Adrian Amstutz and Rolfin Eichin, his co-drivers. GPX Racing's Porsche makes it 3 911s in the top 4 for starting driver Mathieu Jaminet. That's car 36. The third row, the second of 3 Herbert Motorsport Porsches for Robert Renauer, the opening stint. And he, very late on yesterday in night practice, pipped the McLaren to the fastest time. And the HRT Abu Dhabi Racing GT3 for Mercedes starts on the outside of row 3. That's car 5. Another HRT car, this time the Bilstein-backed Mercedes of Mauro Engel, who's joined by Hubert Haupt, Patrick Assenheimer, Ryan Ratcliffe and Khaled Al-Kubaisi, but it's Engel to start. Atepto Racing will be on the 8th position, number 99, which is the first of the Audis for starting driver Philippe Saga. Green flag is waved. Trophies right in the middle of the track as well to remind everybody what they are racing for this weekend. 3 o'clock start, so that's just 7 minutes away. And by just after 3 tomorrow afternoon, we will know who will be getting those trophies, both in the GT Series and the TCEs. 2 very brave members of the Creventic organisation team holding the yellow flags aloft then, just to protect the trophies, essentially, and get the 2 lines of cars either side of that plinth that is temporarily assembled in the middle of the track, but now will be de-rigged very quickly in time for the cars to come round to take the race start. Let's continue with the grid. 9th and 10th places, the Inception Racing by Optimum McLaren 720S for Joe Osborne to start, and it'll be Kelvin van der Linde in the number 31 WRT Belgian entered Audi R8. 11th and 12th, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche for Daniel Lloyd, who's joined by Antares Au, Stefan Gurig and Ian Logie, as I know him, Ian Logie to give him his full name, but it'll be Daniel Lloyd to start the 93 car. Race Tivity have a Mercedes GT3 car that will start from 12th place for Mathieu Vaxivière. The MP Motorsport Merc of Jaap van Lagen in the 13 car And it's Elmer Grimm in the Car Collection Motorsports R8 LMS, car 34 from 14th position. Then the Zach Speed Dodge Viper for Hendrik Still, 15th place. Alongside him will be Charles Espenlaub in the CP Racing Mercedes, car 85. Still with the GT Series part of the field, the 991 pole sitter will be Duvo Racing, car 909 for Dylan Pereira. The 708 GT3 Poland entry, which is a GTX class car, it being a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, which automatically puts it out of GT3 and into the GTX category, and it's Rafael Meerkut to start that. Fabio Chitik-Nola will be at the wheel of the 928 HRT Performance Porsche, also in the 991 class. Another GTX car and another Super Trofeo Lamborghini. The Leipert Motorsport entered 710 for Fidel Leib. Then we got Ilya Melnikov for the Profile Doors by Uber Racing car. The MRS GT Racing 989 Porsche 22nd. Vortex V8 23rd, car 701. And the HRT Performance Porsche will start from 24th position. The ARC Bratislava Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo is 25th, alongside the NKPP Racing by Bascoot and Porsche. Two more 991 Porsche cars for Speed Lover, both from the Belgian outfit. 979 on the inside of 978. ST Racing's BMW M4 is next, alongside the Dragon Racing Mercedes in the GT4 category, and two further GT4 cars from Pro Sport Racing. That's an Aston Martin Vantage and the Team Avia Zorgren Sport BMW. Finally, in the GT Series, there's a Car Collection Audi, which runs in GT3. They did not have a good qualifying, and Tim Muller will have some work to do. Gilles Vanelay starts the 3Y Technology M4 as the cars come round to complete their first of a couple of formation laps. And we can turn our attention to the TCE Series part of the race, with another pole position to add to a growing list for Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing. So the Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR, which was to be started by Miklas Born. We heard from him on the grid for the Swiss team, and 4/5 of that lineup is also Swiss, with the exception being Kari-Pekka Laaksonen of Finland. CWS have 3 Ginettas here this weekend. 2 of them didn't feature in qualifying, sadly, but Michael Stevens did. Now, there was a drama for that car late on yesterday. Hopefully that's all been sorted out, and the 279 car will start from 2nd position. AC Motorsports Audi RS3 LMS, another Belgian outfit, running the 188 car for Mathieu Detry et al., but it's Detry to start. The 101 Red Camel Jordan's Cupra TCR will be 4th, with Willem Meyer, just 21 years old, of the Netherlands. Sascha Kakard for, again, Audi, and this time Simpson Motorsport starts 5th, alongside Kantanti Kusuri for the 107 BBR team. They have a Cupra TCR, and it's a Cupra and a VW on the 4th row. Top Car Sport, car 131, with Benjamin Leuchter, followed, as I say, by the BMW. Zhengo Motorsport come next with the Cupra for Gabor Kismati Lechner. It's Mark Wallenwein in an Audi to start 10th. PK Car Sport have a BMW M2 CS Racing car number 208 to start 11th, alongside the QSR Racing Audi. Another Autorama Motorsport VW comes in 13th position, alongside the RKC and ZRT Audi RS3. That will start 14th place, car treble 1. And finally, a reminder that we've got the 2 CWS Engineering G55s starting at the back, one for Colin White, car 278, and the other for Paul Hill in 280, and just delighted really to have those 2 cars being able to take the start on row 9 of the TCE series. Now, one car has got well out of the running, with possibly a visit to the pit lane after the first formation lap, and has rejoined a long way back. I didn't spot which Cupra that was, but some catching up to be done to catch the tail enders in the TCE series. The runners in the GT part of the race, though, are already heading through turn 12 and now towards this tricky end to the lap. Very technical indeed, and always creates atmosphere, particularly during sunset around turn 14. with cars making very different sounds that echo off the camber that can be found at 14. Not quite as steep as it is earlier on in the lap at turn 8 and 9, but nevertheless very important to get a good run out of 14 through 15 and only just shave a little bit of speed off through 16, the final corner of the lap. So 12 months on from certainly an unforgettable race in 2020, and for all the wrong reasons. That only just didn't even make a third distance because of the poor weather. I'm delighted to say that all of these cars are perfectly turned out with their various paint schemes, and those schemes glinting in sunshine, something that was very much absent 12 months ago. We are set for the twice around the clock 16th edition of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. The slower TCR, which surely had a visit to the pit lane, is still trying to catch up with the two CWS Engineering Ginettas. The positional lights are flashing, and we're about to go racing here on RS1 Radio Show Limited Network, bringing you yet another Dubai 24 Hours with a good getaway then from the pole sitter, who is Klaus Bachler, but he has Mirko Bortolotti all over the back of him. Everybody else streaming across the line to start this intense race, and we just wish really for a clean start, which so far we are getting. The cars head out of turn number 1 then for the first time, and Klaus Bachler is not quite clear, but he is in front, which is the crucial thing, with a clear road in front of him at the very least. Mirko Bortolotti shadowing his every move, with Mathieu Jaminet for GPX Racing in third, then Robert Renard, Matteo Cairoli and Mauro Engel. The 4 of the top 5 cars being the Porsche 911 GT3R, with the best of the Mercedes in the hands of Mauro Engel, 6th ahead of Patrick Assenheimer, who starts the HRT Abu Dhabi Racing AMG GT3. The McLaren runs 8th for Joe Osborne, and in 9th place is Philippe Saga in the best of the Audis in the early exchanges. That's the Attempto racing car for the Austrian driver, but very close indeed as they get to turn 10. The nose of the Lamborghini, the mid-engine Lamborghini versus the rear engine Porsche, and slightly better drive off turn 11 for that 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. But under brakes, the Lamborghini seems to be lighting up the brakes far more readily than the Porsche, and really does close the gap. Just a little hint of a gap emerging between Bortolotti and Mathieu Jaminet, but he'll be just easing himself into this race. No need to do any fireworks on the opening lap, when the lap count by the end of this should be well into the hundreds. Matteo Cairoli back in the traffic, running 6th then and 4th within class, because remember, we've got GT Pro and GT Am to think about. The top 3 cars all running Pro, and the leader early doors in GTE Am is Robert Renauer for Herbert Motorsport. But the good news, Bruce Jones, is that everybody got away cleanly in both the GT and the TCE series.
Didn't they just, Johnny? And all I can think about on this opening lap, as we now go on to the second lap, is the fact that the conversation that Mirko Bortolotti is having with himself, it's attack, no, hold on, it's a 24-hour race. He got very, very close indeed to taking the lead, had a serious look up to turn 12, but he's keeping himself in check in second place in that Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini. Really good start from Klaus Bachler, heard from both of these drivers on the grid, and going with him in the GPX Racing car is Mathieu Jaminet. So the first 3 break away. The number 7 dynamic, oh dear, we had a spinner. Elmer Grimm has gone around. That will have lost him a lot of ground. No damage done apart from positional. And in fact, he's lost out to some GT4 runners. So the 34 car collection Audi has plenty to do to fight its way back. A little slip up early on, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and some of the middle order runners in the GT series able to get past Elmer Grimm, who has been getting faster and faster, certainly through 2020, able to track the progress of Elmer Grimm, who again is being run by Car Collection Motorsport. I think it was ever thus within the 24H series. Mathieu Jaminet, though, showing signs on the opening lap of just drifting very slightly away from the top 2. Is starting to turn up the wick and pose a distraction for Mirko Bortolotti, with Robert Renauer running in 4th place. Mauro Engel still the best of the Mercedes in 5th, and in 6th position Matteo Cairoli for the Dynamic Motorsport Italian team. Cairoli, originally from Como in the north of Italy and still only 24 years old, even though it seems like he's been around the block for far longer than that. And it's his flat six you can hear in the background, incidentally, with the instantly recognisable paint scheme for the Mercedes ahead, which is the Bilstein-backed HRT car of Mauro Engel. But once again, Joe, the surroundings at Dubai Autodrome echoing to the sound of various GT cars that sound wonderful as they head along the main straight between the pit lane building and the main grandstand.
Doesn't seem that long ago, Johnny. The first race held here, the first Dubai 24 hours, held in 2006. This Dubai Autodrome was out in the desert. There was nothing around it, and the urban conurbation has just kind of spread. The urban sprawl has spread, and now it lies right in the middle of an area of where there is quite a heavy population. And from that, word from the track is that we've got a very clean racetrack and have had from the very off. Now, usually this track has a layer of dust, quite understandably, being in the desert. You can see, if you look on the live stream, you'll see that it's quite sort of barren. There's no grass, it's just sand and rock. And so the track gets a sheen of dust and sand on it that has to be blown off over the first. That hasn't occurred this year, and we've had very, very fast lap times. We've got a clean track from the very off, and we're going to see that track evolve. We might see some lap records go this weekend, Johnny, and I've got to say, my eyes are all over Mathieu Jaminet, who just seems to be keeping a watching brief in that third place. And I'm sure what went through his head there as he watched Mirko Bortolotti in the Lamborghini. Bortolotti, how fierce a racer he is, and round of applause for his self-discipline. But Jaminet, he's just keeping a watching brief, and he's just waiting, just easing himself in. Jaminet for me, and of course Robert Renauer just behind them in fourth place. They're in contention just because they're not running exactly at the front of this field. They are very much in contention. And Jaminet moving on to the back of the Lamborghini as the Lamborghini just beginning to drop away from that leader. Things beginning to settle in though, JP, and tyres coming up to optimum temperature now. Everything's settling in. Drivers as well. The adrenaline from that early start, from the start of the race, the early laps, beginning to fade and beginning to regain control.
A moment for the Vortex V8. Car 701 has run wide at turn 14 and found a lot of dust on the, I won't say the outside of the track, but it was well beyond the white line, and doing well actually to delicately rejoin the race. Mathieu Jaminet, you mentioned, mightily experienced, registered as a gold with the FIA, 26 years old, from France, but he's a former ADAC GT winner with Herbert Motorsport, as the Vortex showing some signs of possible damage on the rear as well, and one of the polystyrene blocks, the marker boards, has gone for a burn already. Oh no, it's steering damage on the Vortex V8. That's the reason why it's so slow. The front left pointing in nothing like the direction as the front right, so real drama already for the Vortex V8 car 701, which has finally made its way back to the pits. I'm not sure when that problem hit actually and how much of the lap it's been limping home, but thankfully it's now reached the pit lane. And news coming in from the TCE series that car 279 that was due to start from the front row, CWS Engineering's only car to feature in qualifying, has not taken the start. And you'll remember that to the back end of night practice yesterday evening, that car ground to a halt with Michael Stephen at the wheel and Ian Salvestri, our pit lane reporter, telling us that it would probably need an engine change in that Ginetta. Obviously the work has not been done in time, and therefore it wasn't on the grid to take the start of the race. We did have better news elsewhere in the CWS stable, with the two cars that didn't feature at all in qualifying on the back of the grid. So I mentioned that being good news, but not at all echoed by the 279 that was due to be second on the TCE grid. We've got 278 and 280, but 279 yet to join the race. I suppose it could do a little bit later on, but these laps are so crucial in the early running. Herbert Motorsport leading the way then from the all-green GRT Grasser Racing Lamborghini Huracan of Mirko Bortolotti. Then two Porsches still, the much-lauded Mathieu Jaminet with Robert Renauer, who runs in AM, but is only 0.7 of a second away from the Frenchman who's in the Pro category. Mauro Engel in the HRT Bilstein Mercedes still there in 5th place ahead of Matteo Cairoli. But onto the back straight, the scrap is really all about Maro Engel potentially being caught by Matteo Cairoli. Lap times last time around were near enough identical. It was 0.003 of a second that favoured just about Cairoli, who's doing the chasing, and the much larger silhouette of the Mercedes probably helping that Porsche along once they get to the long straights here at Dubai. So Bruce, not good news for 1/3 of the CWS team. We have at least got 2 of their cars, but the one that they really wanted to do well, that was well positioned on the grid, not yet in the race.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. And also unfortunate, Alban Veruti, we saw him limping in with that front left wheel. I understand Joe has got information about what happened to the unfortunate Vortex driver.
Yeah, big thanks to Sammy Moutron, who happens to be out there on turns 5 and 6, and he's reported that that car had it coming together with a Porsche. Sammy, a resident of Dubai, and is at the track, and coming together very early on for Alban Veruti there, causing the Vortex. Not usually what we see from the Vortex, it's usually a mechanical issue. No disrespect to them there, but getting into problems very early on.
Yeah, really unfortunate there. And Joe, over the years, we've had many a steaming, smoking Vortex come into the pit lane. I still like them. You take the bodywork off and they do look brilliant racing cars. But certainly the Dubai 24-hour gives them a real workout, as it does all the teams. Up front, though, I'm quite intrigued by the battle over 5th place, Johnny, between Maro Engel in the Bilstein livery, that fabulous yellow and blue Mercedes in 5th place, and the Hout Racing team, and Matteo Cairoli. Cairoli, I think, in the first couple of laps was quicker. He's bottled up, but Engel, who is just such an ace in the GT3 car, has got the balance right, the tyres up to temperature in the number 4 Mercedes that's running in 5th place. He, I think, can now start to see if he can do anything about Robert Renauer, who just got a little bit away to close in on Mathieu Jaminet in 2nd place. But I really thought Cairoli was going to go past in the first couple of laps. Maybe caution was exerted and he didn't make a move, but Engel now has got it sorted, and someone has gone into a tyre wall. A lot of dust up there. Looks, well, I can't see it. There's a lot of lime green thrown through the dust. Was it bright yellow? Let's have a look. Down to turn 1. Well, in fact, straight on to turn 1. One of the 991 class cars. Is that car number 928? It could well be. We'll find out in a second for you, but just didn't get the braking done in time and glissaded across the tarmac runoff area into the tyre wall. Not hitting it heavily, but enough to certainly kick up the dust, and it's sitting in there now.
And we go code 60 as a result, with the MSG backing on the rear of that car at turn 1. And so I think you'll shout to Bruce that it is a 991 class car, certainly a Porsche, and not a GT3 machine. So it's the one with the less aero on it. Code 60 out within the opening 15 minutes, though, which is not something we wanted. Marshall's very quickly to the scene and making sure that the driver is okay, and just trying to work out whether that was a thumbs up or not. The fire extinguisher is there, although fire not an issue right now. Thankfully, the tyre wall very deep indeed. 928 is the car involved, and therefore, if it's 928, then it'll be Fabio Citignola who started the HRT Performance Porsche that was running 4th in class before that moment. This is a chance then for the runners at the sharp end to take a pit stop. New tyres going on the 63 Lamborghini, which gives up its 2nd place on the grid, but also in, but just for fuel, Klaus Bachler and Mathieu Jaminet. They've decided not to take tyres. You are permitted to fuel your car in the remote quadrant, but it being under a code 60, you can only take 50% of your allocated fuel. Remember also this year, we haven't actually delved into the detail about the far more accurate refueling that is on offer for 2021, because at each of the fueling points, which are, I mean, you look at the pumps here in Dubai and the fueling area, they look very much like your average supermarket pump with the trigger mechanism, and tended to find that certain pumps were eager to pump more fuel in more quickly than others. So in an effort to try and equalise the performance of the fuel pumps, Creventic have introduced a thing called a fuel flow rate restrictor, and they basically hang off each pump by a cable tie. Great news, by the way, that Citignola is out of the car, doesn't really know what happened there, and can look forlornly at the car, which is rather heavily damaged at having made contact with, what's that, 5 deep tyres, and has buried itself underneath the belt that protects the outer edge of that tyre wall and dislodged an awful lot of tyres within it as well. He's going to go to the rescue unit and quite obviously go to the medical centre as well for a check for anything sinister like a concussion. But that would appear to be race over already for the HRT Performance Porsche, having barely made 15 minutes of the race. So yes, the fuel flow rate restrictor, 3 of them depending on your tank size. The blue one allows 100% fuel through, the yellow one 95%, so very slightly restricted, and the red one is 92.5%, so even more restricted. But even so, the flow is pretty good, and whether you use blue, yellow or red corresponds to the sticker that you were given by the scrutineer at the start of the event. So a 105 litre fuel tank means that you're on the blue sticker, and therefore under code 60 you get 53 litres that you can use. 105 is your maximum refuel under green flag conditions. It's quite complicated, but basically to take from that, you shouldn't necessarily have had to measure each individual fuel tank. They should all be exactly the same now, courtesy of a brand new restrictor that it is your job to insert into the pipe, into the fuel fill mechanism, and that is all closely observed by the officials that are based down there at the fueling area, just after pit lane, by the way. So you do your stop, you can do your driver change and change of tyres. Then if you want to take fuel, and why wouldn't you, turn 90 degrees right and into the fueling area. Very heavily damaged Porsche Cup car is towed out of the tyre wall. The radiator's easily gone on that, which sits right at the front of a Cup car. They have addressed that problem in the GT3 machine. I understand that the radiator sits slightly more deeply in the car in a GT3 version of the 911, but that radiator spilling fluid now and coolant all over the road, which is going to have to be cleared up. And Joe, sadly, a very early retirement for the 928.
That was a bit of an odd one for me, Johnny. Just looking at the trajectory of the car, it didn't look like he'd sort of lost it on the brakes or anything. The car was pointing straight at the barrier and went into that barrier at kind of an unabated speed. Maybe a stuck throttle, it looked like. Not sure if I saw any tyre marks there, but heavy damage on the front of that Porsche. And of course, the very front end of that, just behind the bumper, is where all the cooling radiators and the oil cooler and the engine coolant radiator sits. So that car will be returned to the pits. The team will get a chance to look at it, just because we've seen the driver being taken off with the recovery truck and the car being put onto a flatbed and returned. The 24-8 series allows the cars to be returned back to the paddock, and the team will have a chance to repair that car with 23 hours and 42 minutes left in this race. Why not? That car just being recovered now.
It's smacked a fair portion of the windscreen as well, I noticed. So deeply did it go into the tyres, and we're all speculating as to what the problem may have been. Now, hopefully we'll get a chance to catch up with Chitiknola for an update, but maybe a hint of the power being stuck on as the car descended towards turn 1, because there were definite tram lines where the Hankook rubber has tried to grab the road surface. It is very, very dusty offline. It always is here in Dubai, and one or two of the FIA F4 UAE cars running wide towards the end of the lap rather than the start of it just gave John Hindhoff and I an indication of how much sand there is away from the racing line. The marshal's doing a splendid job in trying to address the problem with all the coolant on the road. You might think that's not an immediate problem because it's not the racetrack, but all it needs is for somebody else to have a slight moment down at turn 1 and the coolant will just increase the speed. Oh dear, a CWS Engineering G55 returning to the pits, and that's not the car that didn't make the start. It's the 280 machine that was at the back of the grid, but it too is being wheeled into the CWS garage. So a very broken Porsche is being put onto the flatbed, and we'll have to head back to the pits courtesy of some outside assistance. Fabio Chitignola has already left the scene from his HRT performance car, and one of 8 991 class cars, could well be out of the race. But as Joe makes the point, there is still some time left in the race for it to be repaired. And in a second or two, Ian Silvestrin will be down in for HRT Performance just to get a word from the team manager. So before we hear from Ian, here's a little bit from Bruce Jones.
Well, I just noticed as soon as the code 60 was thrown, the first 3 runners in the field came in from the head of the race. The 92 Porsche that has Klaus Bachler at the wheel, the GRT Lamborghini and the GPX Racing Porsche. And a few laps later, it was then the turn of the best of the rest, the 91 Herberth Porsche with Robert Renard at the wheel. And the team's being quite cautious, but all the clever teams bring their cars in as soon as they can, every single time. We've talked about this with 24-hour series races, and the guys at the front of the field doing it exactly right at this early stage. Get some fuel when you can.
So the first car not to have stopped will be the Maro Engel-driven HRT Bilstein Mercedes that was down in 5th place. But because of the 4 cars ahead of that machine having pitted, Maro Engel should lead the race. But interesting strategy from Herbert. They just fueled. They didn't do tyres or driver changes. That's very typical, actually, of Precoat Herbert Motorsport. Whereas the Lamborghini number 63 did change Hankook tyres and gets fuel as well. Right. So, high time we caught up with HRT Performance, maybe to shed a bit of light on Fabio Citignola's moment down at turn 1. The team manager is chatting with Ian Silvestrin.
Indeed, Kim Housechild down here, team manager for the 928 car, also driving the 929 car. Kim, quite simply, do you know what happened?
No, we don't know at the moment. We just saw the pictures that we saw on the TV that our car 928 had a quite big impact in the first turn. So we're not sure exactly what the problem was. We try to figure it out when the car is back. But most important is that the driver is okay, so it looks that he's okay. He's going for some medical checks, but at this moment we don't know exactly what was going on.
Will you try and get it on the track?
Yes, for sure. If there's any kind of chance that we can get it out of track, I mean, this is endurance. We try to fix it and get it back out of the track, back on track, but we first have to check the car when it's here. So to me on the TV it looks like it was quite a big impact, but yeah, if it's possible, we try to fix it, of course.
Thank you, Kim. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
The popular hashtag for Creventic and 24H Series racing is "This is endurance," and well, embracing that, all those at HRT Performance, because they have got a job and a half on their hands to try and get that car turned around. It possibly looks worse than it is. When they get the body panels off, they'll really know how much damage has been done underneath. Much of that will be superficial. It'll certainly need a new radiator and new screen as well, windscreen. But the question is, has anything significantly been done to the tub itself beneath? It was a big hit, even though the tyres did an incredibly good job in arresting the speed of the car. And a strange moment. Maybe only Fabio Cittignola will have the answers. And obviously he's in the right place right now, which is the medical centre. Hopefully we'll get a chance to have a chat to him later on. AC Motorsport Audi rejoining. Careful not to cross the white line, which indicates the pit lane exit from the main racetrack. That's effectively a brick wall for those rejoining, but for those on the racetrack, invisible. Got to be cautious not to cross the line too early, otherwise you will be pinged and assessed a penalty. And we remain under code 60 then, as the temper of this race is for the moment cooled. We did have an incident very early on in last year's race, I remember. That was also down at turn 1. Although that, from memory, was contact when a car, one of the key runners in the GT3 category, had a huge accident at turn 1. This was HRT, though, going off all on their own. And Fabio Cittignola, a scary old moment. Let's head back to Ian Silvestrin in the pits.
Start to the race, to say the least. Sorry? An interesting start to the race, to say the least. A little bit chaotic, but you're still in the front.
Yeah, it is interesting, but it's just the beginning from the race, and I don't know which strategy the other team have. Yeah, we want to see.
Robert's driving the car at the moment. Have you heard from him? What's he saying behind the wheel?
Yeah, everything is fine, and the car is working very well.
Daniel, it is a long race. Best of luck for the remaining 23 hours.
Yeah, I don't know. We hope we have luck and if no accident and everything is good. Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. Best of luck.
Well, whether it's his decision or more like the team's, they have decided to get their cars in at the earliest opportunity to get some fuel in. That's, as I mentioned, very typical of Herbert Motorsport. Now, though, the two Mercedes that were out front have decided to do exactly the same. So Maro Engel pits in the HRT Bilstein AMG GT3, and the Abu Dhabi racing car of Patrick Assenheimer does exactly the same. So cars 4 and 5 out of the race lead and into the fueling area. That will leave Joe Osborne now at the sharp end in the McLaren 720S GT3. Wonder how long they give it before they decide to take on half a tank of allocated fuel. Racetivity's Mathieu Vaxivière will be promoted to second place because of the two AMGs pitting ahead of him. He's also in a Mercedes. And then the Herbert Motorsport car of Klaus Bachler, who is almost back to where he started this Code 60, i.e. the lead of the race, car 92, being hunted down at the time by Mirko Bortolotti, who again is on an outlap, I notice. So it might be just that we are circulating at such a slow speed compared to race pace that Bortolotti is still on his outlap from the first time around. I can answer that question. No, that's actually his third stop for Mirko Bortolotti. Are they just topping it off with fuel every time, or was there a concern about a loose wheel maybe? Because they're the only team that changed tyres. The Porsche blanket, if you like, car cover is being put over the 928 just to prevent anybody from seeing a very damaged Porsche Cup car. I don't think that's indicative of it being a retirement. It will just be positioned so that it can be backed into their garage at HRT with the MSG backing on the rear wing, and then the team can really start to assess how much work is going to be necessary. If they work their way halfway through that assessment and get to a point where they say there really is just too much work to be done here, it might be that will be a day called. And there are other cars from that team in this race, including the 929 car, very similar paint scheme for that machine, and it is being driven by JM Littmann now down at turn 1. But Fabio Citignola for the moment out of the race, and we'll keep a close eye on how things unfold there. Jimmy De Broca was an early stopper in the QSR Racing Audi RS3, by the way. That 154 got a noseful, a mouthful, from the car's perspective, of polystyrene from one of the many marker boards that tell you how many metres there are to the next corner. And I mentioned quite a lot of shards of polystyrene being littered across the track towards the end of the lap when we were noting that the Vortex was having a drama as well. But that was Jimmy De Broca in the Audi RS3 from the TCR class. An update on the Vortex. It is still in the pits for Alban Varuti. So the Vortex V8, which has had its trials and tribulations through the years from a reliability point of view. That car not making it beyond the 3-lap mark and is now in the pits for some work. But fingers crossed we will see that reappearing as well. So this is still the first Code 60, initiated because of a crash for Fabio Citignola down at turn number 1. And with thanks to timeservice.nl, the clock continues to count on the cautions for this year's race. We can keep tabs on those very easily indeed. And the Code 60 came out at 12 minutes past the hour. So we're very nearly 18 minutes into this, and therefore a longer Code 60 than we've actually had green flag running. But the concern, quite clearly, has been recovering the car and then making sure that the track is safe down at turn 1 should anybody else have a wide moment and hit that coolant. We need to make sure that it is all mopped up sufficiently. Joe, as far as strategy is concerned, sometimes, for certain teams, it's a bit of a no-brainer as to whether you pit or not for fuel. Certain teams, namely Herbert, never pass up the opportunity.
Well, Johnny, so far this race has proved that I haven't a clue what I'm talking about. I mentioned earlier about the only 50 cars here, which is out of character for the Dubai 24 Hours, and we should have a clean race. And already we're seeing cars off. Already we've seen contact. That Porsche, the 928, the HRT Performance Porsche, we saw the flatbed there in the pits. We saw the mechanics checking and assessing the initial damage. For me, it looked quite superficial, but it's had a heavy impact, and I can really see that. But the fact that the windscreen of the car has been completely... I did see a gesticulation from one of the mechanics where he kind of crossed his arms, and then they put the cover back onto the car without taking it off the flatbed. I fear that their assessment has found, maybe as well as what the drivers reported with regards to whether it was a stuck throttle or a complete brake failure or whatever the causation of that car going off. But I fear it's going to be our first retirement, Johnny. And then, for me, I'm thinking, you know what, we've just had half an hour of racing and already we're seeing attrition kick in. Surely we're not going to run out of cars. Bruce?
Well, let's hope not. Tyre barrier repairs underway at turn 1. The point I want to make is that the 3 pit stops for Mirko Bortolotti. Don't forget he was running in second place in the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini, and I don't think he was taking a little bit of fuel each time. They, as Johnny pointed out, were the only team of the early stoppers to put a fresh set of tyres on. I think it's something to do with that. Certainly there's an issue we've still got Joe Osborne not having made a pit stop in his McLaren. The teams don't want all to come in together because there aren't enough fuel pumps at all. So certainly you better off doing another lap. They've got plenty of fuel on board before coming in for a bit of a splash than coming in and having to queue. I think that's why there's been a stagger. The first few came in, then literally the next 3 came in, and so on down the order. But for Mirko Bortolotti, it'd be really interesting if Ian could make his way up to the Grasser Racing Team to find out why the 3 pit stops. I think it's 1 for fuel and tyres, and the other 2, that's what we need to know about.
Well, it's now 4, because that car came in again with Mirko Bortolotti recorded as being on an out lap, and I saw it briefly. The screen flips to the letter F from the letter P indicating pit lane, F for fueling, but when the F appears for only 2 seconds, it is literally going through timing loop to timing loop without turning right into the fueling quadrant. Is there another drama for the car collection Audi? No, it's adhering to the speed limit and heading into turn 16 now. But that was the car that was earlier spinning for Elmer Grimm, the number 34 car. Bruce, what have you got on that machine, in fact?
Well, the 34 car incident under investigation when Elmer Grimm went for that spin at turn 6, and Charles Espinal with the 85 CP Racing Mercedes is linked with that. We know no more details, but that is under investigation. So maybe Elmer wasn't just going too hard too soon on tyres that needed to get up to temperature. But we'll keep an eye on the penalty board and see if anything goes towards, not that we're wishing it on them at all, the CP Racing 85 Mercedes, but it does take 2 to tango sometimes.
That pause was to allow Joe Bradley a question to the collective.
Sorry, JP. Yeah, Corey Marvin asks quite a poignant question brought out by probably what I've just been saying about that number 928. He asks, so for the cars that are damaged, do they classify them as a retirement if the damage is extensive? Well, hopefully what I said previously, but I'll just reiterate, it's all down to whether the team can fix the car. It's the team that decides whether the car is fixable. Of course, it has to be fixed to the extent that it will be a safe car, and the series scrutineers will inspect the car to see what sort of repair job is being done. So really, a car is never retired until the team says so. So that's kind of what I was saying about that initial assessment on that Porsche. It looked to me as though they may have retired that just on inspecting the damage and whether or not they've got the right spares, whether or not they've got the capabilities of repairing that what was an extensively damaged car. But it's purely down to a team decision informing the organisers that we've retired the car or we're going to repair it.
Yeah, well, the signs down in the pit lane did not look good, I have to say, with the Porsche car cover very quickly coming out, and because it's gone in on the left front, clearly more damage has been done than if it had gone in very squarely. Now that's partly because of the angle of the tyre wall as well, with it being not at a full 90 degrees to the main straight. And also the car was, the driver, Fabio Citignola, was trying to arrest the speed as best he could. Maybe he felt the brakes locking, so then got off the brakes as quick as he could and back onto them again. But we still think there's a hint of the car accelerating rather than slowing down. So maybe a fault early doors with the Porsche. Better news, by the way, for the Vortex V8, which has rejoined the motor race with Alban Veruti at the wheel, down in 51st position. And we're going to head back to Ian in the pits.
Rolf Ineiken is one of the 4 drivers of the 63 Grasser Lamborghini. Rolf, an interesting start to the race. We were not expecting the big crash from the Porsche Cup car, which brought out the code 60. But the question is, why has Mirko come into the pits?
It's part of the strategy we're doing. We're trying something, but it's all good. We're in the game and it's all fine.
Regardless of the fact that you've dropped down from the front down to 15th, 16th position, you're still happy with this?
Yeah, we're still happy with it. We did a change of tires on the rear to be sure that we don't have a puncture. So that's why we lost a bit compared to the others, but it's all part of the strategy. It's quite hot now at the time, and we want to avoid to have any problems. So we took the secure way.
Has Mirko said anything about how the car is handling?
Car is handling very good. We are pushing a lot. It will be a tough race when you look at the pace of the Porsche. I think it's going to be hard. It's going to be a hard race, but that's what we are here for. And it's 24 hours to go, and we are for sure in the game. We will be there when we need to be, and we fight.
Thank you, Rolf. We are watching you. Indeed, the whole world is watching the 63 Lamborghini.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, guys. Have fun.
Rolf Ineiken chatting to Ian, who didn't want to give too much away at first, but one or two interesting comments there. Joe, I'm thinking back to not last year, but I think the year before, when one and more of the Lamborghinis had problems with rear tyres going bang far earlier than we'd expected, and we put that down, I think, to camber settings. Is there a concern this early on for the Lamborghini and towards its tyre wear, I wonder?
Always, Johnny. I think on that particular car, it's a pure race car, almost a prototype. That car. I know it's based on the production road car Lamborghini Huracan, but that car is set up to such an extent that it's pretty much like driving a firework. And we've had that situation where the team's just trying to eke out that balance of performance and durability, where it kind of just ebbs the way of the car, the performance of the car outdoing the durability of the tyre. And hopefully the teams have learnt. And we mentioned earlier, for some reason, we don't know what, something to do with the weather, less dust on the track this year, hopefully less stones and less potential of picking up debris on the track at this early stage. So it remains to be seen, but I'm sure it's a concern for the Lamborghini teams.
Yeah, Lamborghini have had strong years in qualifying, 2018 and 2019, when the GRT entries took pole position, but I'm pretty sure it was 2018 when their pole-sitting car with Mirko Bortolotti at the wheel had to come in after just a handful of laps with a rear tyre gone, and they couldn't really rectify that camber problem until the car was put into the garage, and they could really set to on it. So they want to try and avoid that. Strategy is an interesting way of phrasing it from Rolf Ineiken, more about belt and braces attitude, and when you are in code 60, which we no longer are, by the way, I suppose that the caution period does allow you that flexibility to check literally every lap. But the Huracan will get more and more into its stride now. It is running, by the way, in 8th position, but that is in stark contrast to 2nd place where it started the race. So Joe Osborne is the new race leader. This is lap 12, and he's still taking the opportunity to heat the tyres up, weaving from left to right down the back straight is Joe in car 72, having to deal with traffic even at this early stage, despite the fact that the whole field, regardless of whether you're in TCE or GT, were limited to 60 kilometres per hour for just over 20 minutes in the end. Osborne leads by nearly 18 seconds, courtesy of the fact that the Inception Racing by Optimum McLaren hasn't yet made a pit stop. Klaus Bachler is the best of the stoppers then, number 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, trailing the race leader by nearly 18 seconds, but he has Mathieu Jaminet very much for company, just over a second separate the Porsches. Best of the Mercedes running fourth with Maro Engel in the HRT Bilstein AMG, and then it's the Robert Renau Herbert Motorsport Porsche in fifth position. So Bruce Jones, you choose not to pit, that gives you a firm advantage at the sharp end. The downside of that, though, is that you're likely going to have to pit during green flag conditions. Yes, you get a full tank because of that, but surely the loss is more severe.
You'd have to think so, but I always think of Joe Osborne as a bit of a player, a bit of a gambler. Maybe he's banking on another code 60 period just when he needs to come in. I think it's a big risk, but he's ahead of the field. But the thing that really intrigued me, Johnny, you picked up on it, was how much he was weaving around a good, almost a lap after the flag. It went green again, back up to full speed. But it was that long period, of course, half an hour, where they were running around at totally reduced speed. Code 60, there's a clue in the name. So tyre temperatures really dropped, and Joe Osborne knows the feel of this McLaren 720S very well indeed. Wasn't prepared to go too hard too soon, wanted to heat up in those tyres, had a couple of cars in the GT4 class to pass. He's done that very tidily, now gone past the Duo 991 class Porsche, and he's doing a very good job indeed. And I think this is a car we really want to make sure gets through to the end of the race, just because it's the one and only McLaren in the race. And I think it's great to have that car in the field, taking the race to the Porsches, the Audis, the Mercedes, the Lamborghinis, and it's always good to have another player at the top table, Johnny.
And we should also remember that it's actually entered into the GT3 AM part of the field, the 720S, so great for it to be out front of everybody within GT series, but its nearest competitors are the 91 Herbert Porsche, which at the moment is 4 cars back, and the HRT Abu Dhabi Racing Mercedes for Patrick Assenheimer in car number 5. So going very nicely. I just fear for the amount of time that it's going to drop if it pits under green flag conditions compared to those that have pitted during the Code 60. But Creventic's attitude to that, or attempt to try and equalise the deficit, is to only provide half a fuel tank for those that pit during the caution. If you time it perfectly well, i.e. you sniff a Code 60 before it actually hits, you might arrive in the pits before the Code 60 is issued, and therefore even if you are running down pit road when the purple flags come out, as long as you hit the timing loop before they emerged, you will get full tanks and the benefit of pitting under a caution as well. So double bubble. That only happens fairly rarely though. The only Aston Martin in the field is car 401 for Nico Verdonk. Let's just check that to be sure. Yes, it is the only Vantage AMR GT4 entered for Pro Sport Performance. That car is second in the GT4 category, which in turn fits into the GT Series. So the class is led, and by a significant margin, by the Dragon Racing Mercedes of Denis Remignacco, taking the opening stint in the 488. 488, a number synonymous with Dragon Racing, and kind of comes out of their history of running Ferraris, I suppose, but making the jump to a GT4, and there is no GT4 Ferrari available, so they take on board instead the Mercedes AMG for the local team. So GT4 with 5 entries, I make it. Yeah, with a couple of BMWs included in the mixture, the Aston Martin and that Mercedes AMG. The race leader heads down the back straight towards turn 10. In fact, Joe's a little bit further on than that, but the 92 car, which is second, has Klaus Bachler at the wheel, and he is just about eating into that gap. It was the better part of 18 seconds the last time I checked. It's now 17, so Klaus Bachler able to lap marginally quicker than Joe Osborne, who streams across the line as I speak. And what Klaus has been able to do, Joe Bradley, is just stretch out a little bit of a gap from Mathieu Jaminet. We mentioned Jam is definitely in the mix, but the GPX racing car They're now just 2 seconds away from the back of Herbert's machine.
I'm pretty confident, Johnny, that at this stage of any endurance race, we're in the realms of tyre management, and we're not really interested in what other cars are doing. At least you shouldn't be, and you should keep your discipline and not be dragged into any kind of on-track actual racing where you overcook the tyres. It's all about getting those tyres to stretch through the fuel window, and we're going to see that, and we're already seeing that ebb and flow with the different pit strategies brought out by the Code 60, and we'll continue now to see that right to the very end. And it will not be until towards the end of this race where you may have to up your pace and you may have to really take it out of the tyre. But right now at this stage, we've got drivers just settling in and just managing those tyres, but in so doing, try to go as fast as you possibly can.
Yeah, and we can very easily focus too much on gaps this early on in the race, but you don't want it to be too distant. And obviously the gap at the field, the head of the field, is a little bit deceptive because Joe Osborne hasn't yet made his first pit stop, but that gap is coming down, so an indication of Klaus Bachler's greater experience perhaps around this track and the various secrets that only are unlocked after many, many years of running. But Joe's, I'm sure, done this race a few times too. OK, we don't often get a McLaren in the entry, but nevertheless, the Brit is no stranger to the Dubai 24. Mathieu Jaminet heading into turn 14 as across the line comes 978, another entry in the Porsche 991 division. There's some damage to the front of that car, I noticed as well. Front splitter not quite sitting squarely on the Speed Lover machine. A massive revision in terms of livery for the Belgian outfit, but that certainly works, and during sunset could even sparkle yet further with the day-glow orange detailing on it. A livery that really stands out, Bruce.
Yeah, it really does, and it's interesting. You hit on a point there. Some cars look one way during daylight and quite another as you go into dark or out of dark. They really come alive, and I think that Speed Lover car is going to be one of those. Let's hope it's still out there playing and picks up no further damage. Just a chance to sort of look at the other classes. A 991 class being led by Dylan Pereira in 11th place overall for Duvo Racing. GTX, it's the GT3 Poland car. Rafael Mikrut at the wheel of that. That's the yellow Lamborghini with the multicoloured flashes over its lid. And in the TCE class, or TCR, it's BBR leading the way, and that's the Thai team with Kantadi Kusiri, and he's racing here with his brother Kantasak Kusiri, a commentator's delight in that all-Thai lineup. So early stages there in class, but they're at the top of that pile. Top in TCX, you mentioned it earlier, the 278 Colin White-driven CWS Engineering Ginetta. So that's the overall TCE leader. That's the TCX class car. A lot of acronyms in there, but bear with us. You'll get them through the course of the race.
I've had a chance to look through Joe Osborne's history at the Dubai 24, and although he has run the race before, it's been a bit of a gap actually. 4 years ago, his last appearance in an Audi, again for Optimum Motorsport, and on that occasion in 2017, Joe and the rest of his team, Flick Haig, Ryan Ratcliffe and Christopher Harzer, they finished 4th for the Optimum Motorsport crew, but they're with a very different manufacturer this year, and certainly looking to repeat that result, maybe going one better to get onto the podium. Well, they're going the right way about it right now, leading the way. Meanwhile, if you are enjoying our radio coverage together with pictures that should be perfectly synced, then the scoring tower on the left of the picture, when you see it blue, or the backing of the numbers blue, that's the TCE series order, and orange is the GT cars, echoed by the backing on the race numbers of the cars themselves as well. So 278 leading the way in the TCE series, which is the CWS engineering car from the back of the grid with no other than Colin White. He is the CWS, by the way, of the CWS engineering, and even though he started 53rd and virtually stone last, the sister car within his team was 54th on the grid. He's already worked his way to the sharp end in TCE, as Bruce has just mentioned, and he's also the TCX race leader. But TCX should really be outpacing cars in the TCR category. which include that Cupra for BBR, the Volkswagen, and the Top Car Sport Cupra TCR. Vortex V8, having rejoined the race, is laps down, but Alban Veruti looks like he's got that problem ironed out now and is currently working lap 11. So that car is entered into GTX, and the class leader in that is the GT3 Poland Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo of Rafał Merkut. So it's lap 17 for Rafał and lap 11 for the Vortex, to give you an idea of how much time has been lost, sadly, for that team, Vortex V8. Elmer Grimm, a spin very early on in the race, but the Car Collection Motorsport Audi has now found its rhythm. 2 Car Collection Audis then in the entry. The other one is the 88 car of Tim Muller. And was it not that car that took victory a couple of years ago, 2019? Yes, it was the 88 numbered Car Collection Audi for Dimitri Parhofer, Christopher Haase, Frederick Vervisch and Rick Breukers. A stellar lineup which got Rick's season, I remember, in 2019 off to a real flyer, and he was winning at Daytona just a couple of weekends after that as well, as part of the Rolex 24. So the usual names, Joe, can be found in the 24/8 Series entry, together with a few extras, and really good to see that we've got some new blood as well, like the McLaren, but also that Dodge Viper from Zack Speed, another huge name in endurance racing.
Another team that's kind of new blood and old blood, a team called Racetivity. They're running a Mercedes AMG GT3. They're in the GT3 Pro class. Francois Perrodo currently at the wheel of the number 83, but he's sharing the car with Charles-Henri Samanai, Emmanuel Collard. No, would you fathom? Emmanuel Collard, an absolute endurance world sports car legend, and Mathieu Vaxivière. I mean, the lineup there in that number 83 is kind of mind-blowing. I'm just trying to find out where they are in the field, Johnny. And number 83 making his way up. He's 13th overall, currently 13th in class. But yes, getting back to what you said about the Viper, the Dodge Viper. Great to see that car, and cars that we are not familiar with this series. I'd put that car certainly in that category, and also the McLaren. And it's fantastic to see that McLaren running at the front. It's fantastic to see that Dodge Viper running here at this race. And if you're sat out there with a Dodge Viper or a McLaren 720S GT3 in the garage, then this is the series you can come and race. And I'm really, fingers crossed, I know it's early days, we're not even into the first hour completed yet, but I'm really hoping for a strong finish for both of these cars, because I'd love to see teams bringing out their McLarens and their Vipers and everything else. Look, don't get me wrong, it's great to see a grid full of Porsches and Mercedes, AMG GTs and the Audi R8s, but it's lovely to see an eclectic mix, isn't it, in the car, in the field, and it's certainly what we're seeing here.
So Hendrik still at the wheel of the Zack Speed Dodge Viper, is just exiting turn 12 now. 17th position for Hendrik, puts him 7th in the GT3 AM category. And I believe AM is then split down into 2 further divisions as well. We've had AM Advantage in the past. One gives you a slight advantage, as the name would suggest, in the fueling. But meantime, just a great thing really to have a car in the race. That cannot be said currently for the Porsche, which had a big accident in the early stages, in the opening 15 minutes no less, for HRT Performance, Fabio Citignola, and also work taking place on Paul Hill's CWS Engineering Ginetta G55, the 280 car that was wheeled into the garage. We haven't even seen the 279 machine of Colin White's outfit, another Ginetta G55 that qualified so well yesterday but did not, for whatever reason, take the start. down the back straight. The Vortex V8 is overtaken by one of a number of Porsche Cup cars that are all entered into the 991 division, and you can tell those apart from all other runners by the race number, which is 3 digits and starts with the number 9. And that car just ahead of Alban Veruti's bright orange this year, or orange nose and black rear for the Vortex 1.0. So just 6 minutes away from the first hour being completed, and if Joe Osborne is to pit, Bruce, you have to think it will be in the next, well, 6 or 7 minutes, because in a GT3 car you're doing well to go beyond the hour mark.
Yeah, it's quite clear he's just decided to go for as standard a first stint run as he can. Of course, he'll have saved a bit of fuel running under code 60. And right now, the real racing on the track, I've just had a little look at what's happening in the TCR class, the TCE category. And we've had to just change for third position in that. Benjamin Leuchter picked off Miklas Born, and Miklas immediately trying to fight back again. So you look at all of that, the class is still being led, of course, overall by a car, CWS Engineering, Ginetta, but the Cupras and the VW Golfs having a really, really good scrap, and always worth keeping an eye out. And if ever you're trackside here, there are so many battles to look at with all the different classes in the Dubai 24. But to finish my point, Benjamin Leuchter, very handy in a TCR class car. He gains 1 over Miklas Born, and I'm sure they'll battle the whole way until they get to their pit stops.
An answer actually has been provided now about the missing Ginetta. Apparently the plan was only ever to run with 2 cars, so the 280 is the one that features in, or did feature in the race. That's the one now in the pits, of course, but the idea was to qualify the 279, and then regardless of where they got on the grid in that, they would start the 280. That's the reason why it's the same driver lineup named for both, in Bradley Scorer, Mikael Petamba, Paul Hill and Michael Stephen. So then an engine change to do in 279 makes it sensible, therefore, just to scrap the 279, don't bother with the work, and start the 280 instead. But now the problem is with the 280. So it seems like the bad luck is following those 4 drivers, irrespective of what chassis they're in. And all the drivers from 279 migrated to the new entry, one of which were air freighted now very close to the start of the race, air freighted whilst the stopgap was filled by the 279 car. So those are 2 brand new cars, and it's always a concern when you basically get a car straight out of the box, in having faith that it is going to work from the start. Well, the 280 hasn't done, it would seem. However, the class leader, which is the 278, is going strongly. So Fabian Chitignola, who was involved in the accident down at turn 1, just getting the message through from Ian Salvestrin in the pits, should be able to chat to us in the next 10 to 15 minutes. He'll be released from the medical centre very, very shortly, and great if Fabio can make a beeline for Ian, or vice versa, so we can get maybe an answer as to that peculiar incident down at turn 1 very early on. Joe Osborne continues to lead in the 16th edition of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. New car, certainly for recent years, in the form of the McLaren 720S. It's not been in GT3 racing for that long anyway, but remembering back to whether we ever had any 520s in the past of McLarens, none ever necessarily leap forward in my mind. But great to have a 720 GT3 in the entry this year, the Inception Racing by Optimum car of Joe Osborne. Due, you would have to think, for a pit stop. 14 seconds is the gap between Joe Osborne and Klaus Bachler. The Racetivity car continues to circulate as well, which is the Francois Perraudot Mercedes, as one of a couple of AC Motorsport Audis are now in the pits, and this is possibly unscheduled work for Mark Vallenvine, because this, Joe, is fairly early for a TCR car to be making a stop. They can normally make 2 hours, the little touring car front-wheel drive machines.
Yeah, much too early, Johnny, and also bonnet up on the car, and team members looking very, very concerned looks on the face of the mechanics as they look into the engine bay underneath the bonnet of that car. So not a good sign, and we know how these Audi RS3s can be. They either run, I think, they either run a bulletproof race, or they've got a piece of elastic attached to themselves in the pit lane. We've seen this many times, so we'll wait and see just what exactly is wrong with the number 199 AC Motorsports. One of two Audis that AC have brought out to Dubai, but hopefully it's not too much of an issue, and we'll see that car back on track.
Yeah, the other one is for Stéphane Perrin, Philippe Thirion, Sébastien Morales and Mathieu Detry. Detry's driving the 188, and they were pretty much together on track, actually, separated by just 0.4 of a second prior to Mark Vallenwijn's pit stop, which put them 6th and 7th in the TCR category. Klaus Bachler still chiseling away at the gap to the race leader, which was 18 seconds as he started. It's now down to 15 seconds. Now, Joe Osborne is no slouch, but maybe being away for 4 years away from this particular event is taking its toll. Maybe just working out when the McLaren is strongest on this 5.8 kilometre lap. But Klaus Bachler, joined by Mathieu Jaminet, I should say. Vaxivière just a little bit further down the order, but Jaminet and Bachler lapping at a similar speed. They're 1.6 seconds apart, but are able to deliver quicker laps than Joe Osborne and more readily at this stage. Maro Engel in the Mercedes AMG running in 4th position, and then 3 Porsches in the top 6, the third of which is Robert Renauer. No stranger to leading this race in the early stages in previous years, but he's only good enough for 5th place as we go. Lamborghini Huracan has stopped with its relentless pit stops. Mirko Bortolotti stayed at the wheel throughout all of that. 4 stops already to its name, though, and we'll probably should be writing that down for future reference when we try and compare pit stops for the leading runners. So very nearly, just over, in fact, an hour now completed, and it is Colin White who leads the TCE Series part of the race in his Ginetta G55. Co-drivers being Jean-Francois Bruneau, Adam Hayes and Michael Tischner. But it's the man from Glastonbury who was installed for the opening stint, and Colin leads from the best of the TCRs, which is the Cupra TCR of Team BBR of Thailand, car 107, then 3 Swiss outfits, Top Car Sport, Autorama Motorsport in the number 1 and the 112, 4th and 5th. Hearing possible news for the 191, which we will get to as well in a second. Zhengo Motorsports, 6th place. That's the 133 car that is in 6th position. AC Motorsport 188 is 7th, and the Simpson Motorsport car for Gunnar Jeanette, amongst others, running in 8th. The Red Camel Jordans NL car 101 is 9th, ahead of the PK Car Sport car in 10th. That's the BMW M2 car 208. Treble 1 for RKC and ZRT. Audi RS3 LMS is in 11th. Then of Denmark, Sally Racing, the 218 car with the all-Dane lineup, the Cupra DSG. Autorama Motorsports, Swiss car, 3 of those machines therefore in the field. That's the Volkswagen Golf running 13th. AC Motorsport having just made a stop, hopefully that car returning to the race. It is now, in fact, because the letter P is no longer displayed alongside Mark Vallenwijn's name, so 199 back in the race. Fun M Motorsport 302 is in 15th, ahead of the QRS racing Audi RS3 in 16th position. QSR, get that right in a second. The 280 machine is in the garage, and the 279 didn't start. Bad luck for all 4 of those drivers. They'd intended to qualify one whilst they waited for the sister car 280 to be air freighted to the Dubai Autodrome. They started the 280, but it hasn't got any further than 6 laps. Surely it'll return to the race, but frantic work taking place on Paul Hill's car as we move to the order in the GT Series part of this year's Dubai 24 Hours, powered by Hankook. And it is the Inception Racing by Optimum McLaren, driven by Joe Osborne, that leads the opening exchanges by just under 15 seconds now from Klaus Bachler in the chasing Herbert Motorsport car. GPX Racing's Porsche is third. That's the one driven by Mathieu Jaminet. And then HRT Bilstein's entered Mercedes. GT3 car number 4 has driving it Maro Engel, and he is fourth. Then the Herbert Motorsport Porsche fifth. The GRT Racing machine is sixth. That's the Lamborghini. Seventh position for the Audi of WRT car 31, and eighth place is Patrick Assenheimer in his HRT Abu Dhabi Mercedes. Ninth position for Matteo Cairoli. The Porsche has struggled a little bit. It's only pitted once, but is in ninth, which is lower down than I'd expected to see Cairoli. Jaap van Lagen for MP Motorsport and his Mercedes 10th. Another Merc AMG, the CP Racing entry for Charles Espenlaub is 11th, ahead of Dylan Pereira's Porsche for Duvo. Francois Perraudot's Racetivity Mercedes is 13th. The car collection car of Tim Muller, that's an Audi, is 14th. And Ian Logie in his Herbert Motorsport car, currently 15th. Rafa Merkert in the GT3 Poland car is the GTX race leader. Then it is Elmar Grimm in the car collection Audi number 34. Hendrik Still is 18th for Zach Speed in the mighty Dodge Viper with the V10 engine. A second place in the 991 class is where we find Jeroen Blekemolen in the MRS GT Racing Porsche. Fidel Leib for ARC Bratislava and the Lamborghini Super Trofeo next, ahead of Miro Konopka's ARC Bratislava car. So Leipert lead ARC there. Harry Hilders for NKPP, that's a Baz Kooten prepared Porsche, runs 22nd, and that car third in its class, ahead of their Temto Racing's Audi in the GT Pro category. HRT's JM Lippmann in a Porsche is 25th, and it's Pierre-Yves Pack, also for Speed Lover, 24th. 26th rather. Profile doors by Uber Racing number 924 is 27th. Dennis Remignaco driving the Dragon Racing Mercedes is 28th, and the 29th position is the Pro Sport car for Nico Verdonk. That's the Aston Martin Vantage AMR, ahead of 3 BMWs in the GT4 category for 3-wide technology, Timar via Zorgren Sport and ST Racing, which is the entry from Canada. 2 more runners in the GT series. The Vortex, which has had a troubled run to this point. Alban Varuti still doing the driving there. Fabio Chitignola is out of the race, sadly. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. That's hour 1 done for the Dubai 24. Fabian Chitignola had a huge accident at the start of the race within the first 15 minutes in his number 928 Porsche, and we have a chance now to hear from Fabio himself chatting with Ian Silvestrin.
Fabio is down here with us in front of the HRT garage. One of the biggest moments possibly that we're going to see in the entire race happened in the first few moments. Fabio, quite simply, what happened?
Yeah, I had a quite good start at the beginning, but from one to the other moment, I think it was in the third lap, I lost my brakes completely and crashed straight into the barrier, into the tires.
Was there a mechanical problem with the car?
I don't know yet. I'm just here straight out of the medicine center, and I have to check whether it was a problem from the car, or maybe I lost something from the brake cooling system. I don't know yet.
The team is working on the car. Are you hopeful you can get back out?
Yeah, hopefully we can continue the race. We had a lot of preparing work to be here. Every driver, every team member had a lot of work here, and hopefully we can continue the race.
Fabio, that was a monster crash into the wall. Are you okay?
Yeah, I have only a little headache and problems on my stomach, but for that speed, if I crashed into the wall, I'm very happy to stand here.
We're very happy to see you're okay as well, Fabio. We hope you can get back out there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, echo those thoughts from Ian Silvestrin, sounding a little shaken, and as he said, he's complaining of a slight headache, but that will have all been checked by the medics on site, and not something we like to see. down at turn 1. Big crash into the tyre wall. But thankfully, we can repair cars. We can't easily repair drivers, and he is compos mentis, which is great to see, and able to give us a really insightful interview as well. And keen to say thanks to all the team for preparing that car. Sadly, the other drivers in 928 will not get to race at the Dubai 24 Hours. It's Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley, and this is the voice of Bruce Jones with some news about penalties.
We had a penalty before the start of the race for the car that should have been starting second on the grid. That's the dynamic Porsche. That got a 3-place penalty before the race to start, and it's had another penalty since then, a 10-second time penalty as Matteo Caroli tried to make up ground from 5th, 6th position, ran off the side of the circuit, unfair advantage. But the big penalty is a 20-second penalty for CP Racing, the 85 Mercedes. Remember, that was seen to be in contact with the 34 car collection Audi, and unfortunately for Charles Espenaude, that earned them a 20-second penalty. A few more penalties and warnings coming for exceeding track limits, and certainly I think a host of penalties, maybe just warnings for teams for getting things slightly wrong in the pits during the Code 60 period. But the big loser at the moment is the 85 Mercedes, and the second worst loser is a 10-second time penalty for the number 7 dynamic Porsche. So little problems for both.
That footage that it's readily available on social media, the 928 crash, looked to me as though a complete brake failure. Now, if you haven't raced on a track, it's not like when you go for the brake pedal, it's not like when you're approaching a red light on the road, for all of our viewers and listeners that have never raced on a track. It's not like, well, at least it shouldn't be like you're going for the brake pedal at the very last moment. But on a racetrack, you really do not go anywhere near that brake pedal until you really have to, until you hit your braking point. And it is only at that point that when you hit that brake pedal, that brake is going to slow you up enough to go through the corner. If that brake isn't there when you do that, then you are going to go off in a way that we saw from the 928, and it's quite a frightening thing for the driver. He's got his foot flat on the accelerator, he hits his braking point, and in that very instant he goes for the brake pedal, and if it's not there, the pedal goes to the floor, you're still doing 140, 150 miles an hour when you should be bringing that speed down. So a scary moment for that young man, and I'm just glad to see that he's in one piece. All right, he's a bit shook up, but fundamentally he's fine after that, and still a chance of that car reappearing, because the team are hard at work, aren't they?
Definitely, and I don't think they're going to give up too readily either. 5 laps had been completed by Fabio Citignola. Now, one of those might be awarded to the car purely because it was towed back to the garage, and that's been inserted manually. But it was early on in the race, Joe. Not a time when you're going to get brake fade, but could it have been simply a matter that the brakes weren't up to temperature? I mean, bear in mind, it's already done 4 laps, so they're going to be pretty much in the right area. Very unusual for something to fail this early on, particularly when it's been prepped for a 24-hour race. We'll continue to discuss that, because, I mean, Fabio Citignola, great of him to provide us a little bit of insight to Ian, but it might be that he didn't know a great deal about what happened either, and whether the team can A, work it out, and B, are then willing to tell us, remains to be seen. But an unusual problem this early on, and surely some concern will surround that car, even when it is fixed. If they can get it back out again, surely they'll be thinking in the back of their mind, will that problem strike again? Bruce Jones.
I need to watch that replay again and again. I thought there was some initial braking, and then clearly there was none whatsoever. But the thing that really struck me is when you look at circuits built in the past 20 years, they do provide a runoff area on the outside. Tarmac runoff areas, there's plenty of it, but the fact he was going at nigh on unabated speed, he gobbled that up in no time at all. But anywhere you look at the Dubai Autodrome, in fact the camera angles show an awful lot of tarmac area on the outside of the track. But as Joe pointed out, you come over that crest just where the pit exit lane brings the cars back onto the track. You don't want to touch the brakes, you don't want to touch the brakes, and then as late as you dare, and turn 1 at the Dubai Autodrome, it goes through about 105 degrees, so it's an appreciable corner, dropping on the way through. But if you're just going straight on with no braking, suddenly the tyre walls in the background, the big buildings behind on the edge of Motor City, they loom large in your face. But scary moment, and I'm sure the team will be doing absolutely everything, HRT Performance, to find out what exactly went on. But there was very little steering going on there because the car was just heaving in straight away. And don't forget, we saw the mechanics in that old symbol of waving their hands around, crossing their arms, almost so he couldn't steer. Was there a steering failure? That's the question I'm thought of initially, but the more I look at it, it does look like brake failure. But anyway, big moment, and thankfully Fabio Citignola is okay. But it's going to take a fair bit of analysis.
Yeah, and then some. Fabio Citignola is a very Italian-sounding name. He's actually from Germany, though, 22 years old. I don't think he's ever raced, well, a Porsche. I was going to say a Porsche Cup car, but I don't think he's raced a Porsche full stop. His racing pedigree has come from the Audi Jan Seifert R8 Cup, which has more recently followed the DTM calendar around Europe. He's also done some Renault Clio Central Europe racing as well, but this has been a significant step up to a 991 class car, so we should factor that in as well, driver getting used to car. Now, a change of fortunes within CWS Engineering, because finally the 280 rejoins the race from the garage after a lot of work being done to that, but I think the 278 is now in, so that's been problems for all 3 of the CWS Engineering Ginetta G55s that have been on site. Meanwhile, a very ordinary looking Porsche, a boring white Porsche no less, is in the pits. This is the speed lover entry for Jürgen van Hove, and it needs some outside assistance to get the car into the garage. Going to head to Joe Bradley for this update as well. Possible rear
John, I'm not sure you can hear me,
Oh, yeah,
Johnny.
we've got you now, Joe. Got you now.
Just some speculation from, a question actually from the collective. Is this event open to spectators, people listening who are in the UAE and perhaps thinking about coming out? As far as I'm aware, Johnny, you may know differently, but this is a closed event to spectators. I'm just trying to confirm that.
Okay, so we'll leave Joe to that, but we're hearing the problem for Colin White's Ginetta is a failed steering belt. Ian Salvestrin is trying to get the story on that, but it has brought the TCE Series race leader into the pits just over the hour mark, and these Ginettas, whether they're brand new or whether they've been bedded in a little bit, are having some problems this weekend at the Dubai 24, and this is one place that you don't want your steering to go, because there's some awkward corners around here, and also corners that are approached at very high speed with either tyre or concrete wall ready to collect you. So understandably, Colin is in and trying to sort that out now. I don't know how complex it is to refit a steering belt on a Ginetta G55, but predictably that car's going to be in the pits for a fairly long time, I would think, whilst they sort that little lot out. So into turns 6 and 7 go scrapping GT cars, one of which is an Audi R8 with the chasing Mercedes AMG behind, but the race leader remains Joe Osborne. Now, we were talking about, or I was talking about the fact that he may have to pit around about the hour mark. I hadn't quite factored in the amount of code 60 that we have had to this point, of course, so that will have been giving him a little bit more fuel. And the code 60 in the end was out for just short of 30 minutes. It came out at 12 minutes past 3 and was withdrawn at 3:36. As the all-red Mercedes continues to hunt down the Audi R8 that is troubling the top 10. And a hint of a nose at the inside there into turn 10 for Abu Dhabi Racing Mercedes, with Kelvin van der Linde just ahead. We will be able to grab a word with Colin White in just a moment to get his take on the problems then for the G55, but this is surely the opportunity that Patrick Assenheimer needs. He's four-wheel drifting the car out of turn 14 as he tries to get ahead of the 31 WRT car of Kelvin van der Linde. Again, more than a solid look up the inside into turn 16, but van der Linde can always prove stout defence. Amazing that this is the best placed Audi, all the way down in 7th position, and Kelvin van der Linde driving the wheels off it to keep behind him Patrick Assenheimer. They are absolutely side by side now, neck and neck into turn 1, but Assenheimer only has the outside line to play with, and he's going to have to wait potentially a whole another lap now for an opportunity as good as he had half a lap ago. They have to be single file as they negotiate the slower traffic. That was a GT4 BMW that they were able to bounce past through turns 4, 5 and 6. As we head to the pits again, Ian's managed to grab Colin White.
Colin is down here with us in pit lane, and his car is behind us in the garage. Colin, high hopes coming into the weekend, but it's been an eventful, far from trouble-free start. What is the problem now?
We got out in the lead, and then power steering started locking up in the corners. There was somebody hitting the Tetris cell pack at the back, and the particles gone in the engine compartment up onto the power steering belt, and it causing it to slip. The more it slipped, the more it burnt, then eventually it broke. So no power steering for 2 laps, and it's just too hot to drive like it. Come in. Enough was enough.
The sister car had an engine failure yesterday as well, so it's not working out so well thus far at this early stage of the race.
Yeah, the diff punt broke. It's high temperatures here, and the cars only arrived at 4 o'clock this morning, so we had no testing time at all.
How long until they can get the car back out? A power steering belt, it's not exactly the easiest part to replace.
Yeah, we carry them spares, so 10-15 minutes we're back on the track.
Adam's getting in the car now?
Yeah, he'll be out in 15 minutes.
We'll watch out for him when he returns to the track. Thanks very much, Colin.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So an indication of how long it takes to change a power steering belt on a Ginetta G55. 15 minutes or so still to go, and the Adam that they mentioned will be on the right page of my entry sheet. Adam Hayes, who joins Colin White, along with Francois Bruno, Michael Tischner and Simon Orange, although Orange I noticed wasn't on the latest graphics for that car, although is cleared as a driver allowed to start the race and indeed join the race whenever he wishes. So we'll see whether that is a quintet or just the quartet of drivers for White, Bruno, Hayes and Tischner. The other car then with the diff problem has finally rejoined and is being run again by with Paul Hill at the wheel. He brought the car into the pits when that problem struck a little earlier on. Round the outside of Mauro Engel is potentially Mirko Bortolotti. He did get the overlap out of turn 10 and tried desperately to get to the inside line in time for turn 11. But the very experienced and oh so rapid German was able to fend off Bertolotti then in the all-green GRT Grasser Racing Lambo. The Bilstein colours resplendent in the Dubai sunshine for car number 4. But still, just mentioning Joe Osborne, I'm about to say he was still out, but he's not. He's just pitted on this lap, so that is a 33-lap stint. Remember, more fuel perhaps than that car will have for the rest of the race, depending on whether they can get to their full allocation again. Your normal fuel allocation under green flag conditions doesn't quite give you a full tank. But I know from experience that a GT3 car can generally make the hour mark, and sometimes, rarely on those less fuel-hungry tracks, just beyond the 60-minute marker. But finally that car stops after an hour and 23 minutes, and that will leave Klaus Bachler into the lead of the race. Not the first time he will have led the race. He did it early on, of course. He's been working incredibly hard in what was second place, now to be the race lead, to build the gap on Mathieu Jaminet, and it's been built to 6 and a bit seconds. A moment or two ago, did we avoid contact between Assenheimer and the rear of the Audi? There might have been the slightest of touches between Kelvin van der Linde's rear left quarter and the nose of the big Mercedes that was desperate to try and get through. It is still van der Linde ahead of Assenheimer. His big opportunity came a couple of laps ago, but he's still only 0.4 of a second away from the Audi, which runs in 7th place. Bruce, maybe a really good opportunity passed up by Patrick Assenheimer. He'll get another stab at it, I think, before the end of his stint, though.
Yes, a half a lap before that, he put his nose down the outside. Well, he got alongside the Audi, but Kelvin van der Linde said at the end of that infield straight, you're only having the outside to look at, mate. And it was 4 corners later, going uphill into turn 4, where the nose of that bright red HRT Mercedes got a little too close. Then it washed away, and that effectively cost him everything for the next lap. The Mercedes in a straight line, when it gets a bit of a toe off the Audi, is very handy indeed. But Kelvin van der Linde hasn't been a works Audi driver for about 7 years now without that sort of ability to just block off a potentially faster car. You comment on the Audis not being very high in the order. That one started, the number 31 car started down in 10th. The best placed Audi on the grid was only 8th, but again, these are cars that are nice on their tyres, the Audis, and in a 24-hour race they very much are strong tools. Well, we've got a car smoking his 978 coming into the pit lane. There's that left rear corner problem, could be bodywork rubbing on a tyre, but that battle between Kelvin van der Linde and Assenheimer will rage on for some while. But anyhow, we'll see what's happening down in the pit lane. But great battle to watch, as is the one for now 4th place. Maro Engel still being pushed by Mirko Bortolotti, top drivers in top cars in Dubai.
That was Pierre-Yves Pack for Speed Lover coming down pit road in the 978. I struggled to tell whether that was tyre smoke, as you said, from rubbing bodywork, or maybe some fluid trailing from the rear left. But sensibly, he's come in, because if it is the latter and fluid being lost from the car, can't guarantee that it's going to go much further. And engine bay being looked at as well. There is a lot of fluid on the ground there. That looks worrying for the Porsche 978, Bruce.
Yeah, indeed. If that much has fallen that quickly, it means the hole through which the fluid is leaking, unless it's bubbling out of the top, is quite a large one. So in on its own, racing continues on the track. So Klaus Bachler leading, just to point it out. The gap for Joe Osborne came down from that around 20 seconds to 5 seconds before he finally brought the Optimum McLaren in for a pit stop. And Bachler now leading it's a Porsche 1-2-3. Herbert Motorsport leading by 9 seconds, and then just over 2/3 of a second back to the second of their cars in 3rd place. So it's Bachler, Mathieu Jaminet, the GPX Racing meet in their sandwich, and Herbert Motorsport in 3rd place as well with Robert Renauer.
Very good fighting indeed between Maro Engel and Mirko Bortolotti. Kelvin van der Linde got his hands full with Patrick Assenheimer. Matteo Cairoli would love to be involved in either of those two scraps, but his 4.2 seconds adrift in the dynamic motorsport Porsche that performed so well in qualifying, and also in night practice. Dynamic starting 5th for this year's race. Mirko Bortolotti, just about the best run he's had so far on Maro Engel, who may not have an answer this time to the Lamborghini Huracan. It's got the overlap. It will have the inside line into turn 1. As long as he doesn't go headlong into the tyre barrier, that should be overtake done. But Engel, ever wise to the situation, uses some of the back-marking traffic to leave Bortolotti in the sand and in the dust there. There was a Porsche Cup car right in the middle of the road, and they had to assess whether they were going to go high or down low to get past that car. Engel was kind of forced out on the exit of turn 1 to the higher line, but that proved to be the better place to be through turn 2, and Maro Engel does not get overtaken when that all unwinds. Mirko Bortolotti with a lot more work to do now. He's been spending the last half an hour reeling in the Mercedes, and we're now back to a position where there are about 7 or 8 car lengths between them. Great racing, but Bortolotti will be grimacing inside that GRT Grasser car. So up the inside he went at turn 1. Then the road, his face was full of a Porsche Cup car, no way through. And Joe Bradley, through no fault really of the driver of 924, he was trying to stay out of the way of these leading cars, had to go one side of the track, and it was to the deficit of Mirko Bortolotti.
He was kind of damned if he did and damned if he didn't, wasn't he? He moved to the right, out of the way of the bright yellow Mercedes of Engel, but into the path of the bright green Lamborghini of Bertolotti. That was great use of the back markers by Engel, who saw that immediately after turn one, we go into a left-hander. That put him onto the better racing line. And here we are, Johnny, they're side by side again. I think they've been around this lap almost side by side the whole time.
Well, I didn't expect the Lambo to be able to catch the Mercedes quite as quickly as it has done on this lap. So Engel on the inside, Mirko Bortolotti on the outside, looking for a good exit, possible contact. I don't think so. That was just a wiggle for the Lamborghini on its own. And again, trying to get a good run down the main straight. So what is it about the Lamborghini where it gets much, much better drive off some of the middle speed corners? Not quite sure. But this time there won't be the opportunity for Mirko Bortolotti to get through and past Maro Engel through turn one. But he is there trying to force a mistake from the vastly experienced German. More traffic up ahead as well that they'll need to read as delicately as possible. And whilst I keep a close eye on that, we can hear from Joe Osborne in the pits now joining Ian.
Being driven by Joe Osborne, who has just jumped out a few minutes ago. Joe, a good start to the race thus far, all going well.
Yeah, exactly. Starting P9, I think we're up to 7th after the first lap, so always nice to go forward. And then obviously the code 60 came at a slightly interesting time strategy-wise, and it wasn't in a window we wanted to take, so we remained out for the whole stint. So it's going to be a bit of shuffling. Those sort of early code 60s, you don't know how they pan out really until the end of the race, if they're going to miss a stop because of that. So yeah, difficult. I love Dubai 24 Hours. It honestly is one of my favourite races with all the mix of classes. It's absolutely mental. The only thing I can liken it to is when you're driving at night in the snow and you just get all that sort of time warp stuff hitting you. It's like that, but TCR cars and GT4s. So it's a clean hour and a half, no damage on the car. So 22 and a half to go.
Joe, 3 Englishmen and an American driving the sole British McLaren. Many have picked you as the dark horse for the race. Adam's got in the car. How's it going?
Yeah, good. We've all raced together this year in GT Open, so it's 2 teams coming together, which is cool. And yeah, the McLaren might not be the obvious choice compared to some of the German marks, but we know at McLaren we've made a really fast car, and we know it can make 24 hours. So we're here to prove that and hopefully upset the big boys.
No problems with the car?
No, running absolutely dream all week. The only slight oddity is actually the car we were meant to use was delayed in shipping, so it only arrived last night. So we're actually using a different car that was doing the Golf 12-hour last week. So it's a short turnaround, but the Optimum guys have prepped such a good car so many years here in Dubai. I've got all the confidence in the world.
Well, Joe, you started on the 5th row of the grid out of grid 9. You worked your way up into 3rd place outright in the race. It's looking good for the remaining 23 hours. Best of luck for the remainder of the race.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello, everyone at home. Cheers.
Right, penalties are factors in all forms of motor racing. In a 24-hour race, a 10-second penalty may not seem much, but you can start to accrue them. Now, drivers and teams get warnings, and the 83 Racetivity Mercedes has just collected its 6th track excess, exceeding track limits warning. That is now landed them a 10-second penalty. The car was started by Mathieu Vassivière, made good progress. Now it's in the hands of Francois Perrodo. Maybe one driver is taking the penalty for offences by one of their teammates, but these things can add up. So suddenly 83, instead of being just outside the top 10, is now tumbling down the order with that penalty just served down to 15th place. So these things really matter. Pure racing, though, however, is still going on. That Bilstein Mercedes in 4th place overall. Maro Engel still being attacked by Mirko Bortolotti. And what we saw 2 or 3 laps ago was traffic can give and it can immediately take away. Just as Bortolotti found himself with a clear run onto the start-finish straight and Engel got slightly interrupted by traffic, the move was made, then it was taken away down at turn 1. Side by side appears to be the order of the day for these two. And I don't think any spectator in the world can complain about that, Johnny. Cracking GT3 racing.
Yeah, and Engel is not going to give this up easily at all, because, well, every time Bertolotti goes through turn 14, he has the inside line, and Engel this time a bit naughty that, forcing the Lamborghini towards the pit wall, and there was no space given there by the Mercedes, the number 4 car, but finally does now get the position. Mirko Bortolotti getting much better drive off turn 16. He chose a side from Maro Engel, who then just edged the car very slightly to the right, and although there was a gap between the side of the Mercedes and the concrete wall, it got very tight indeed. There's an indication of how seriously Maro Engel is taking this year's race. Just grip-wise, that Mercedes doesn't look too happy, with Maro Engel having to take 2 bites of the cherry into 16, having to arrest a little bit of oversteer, and the same goes at turn 7 as well. Well, you could argue that Maro Engel had chosen his line down the main straight. He's looking, though, over to the right all the time. It should really be a drag race out of 16. You set your steering wheel straight, and if you get done into turn 1, then you just have to shrug your shoulders and say, well, that's an overtake I'm going to miss out on in this phase of the race, and hope to get it back again. Joe, what was your view on that? Engel taking the regulations to the very extreme there, I would say.
Yeah, a little bit. I heard you say a little bit naughty, and I was thinking that he committed to defending the line to the right, but unfortunately for Maro Engel, the Lamborghini had already committed to going down that side of the track as well, and it wasn't until the very last where we saw the pit lane coming onto the pit out, becoming part of the track, that Engel moved across to the left and made the Lamborghini some room. I've got to say, Johnny, great GT3 racing. That would be great Formula Ford 1600 racing from the 80s. Fantastic battle, and clear for me that Bertolotti's car is quicker than the Engel Mercedes. We saw him lose out through the traffic, and the way the Lamborghini was able to then close the gap, and now what we're seeing is Bertolotti moving away from Engel. So that was the urgency we were seeing in Bertolotti. He knew he was being held up, he knew his performance was being stifled, so he really had to go for it, and he's made the job stick now.
And that duo were losing time hand over fist, as you say. So, yeah, Mirko Bortolotti talking about not necessarily worrying about gaps this early on in the race, but we are now over 90 minutes into this 24-hour affair. And if you lose the best part of 10 seconds to those that are leading the race, that is starting to be a concern. And I just wonder what HRT are thinking about the performance of their Mercedes. Far more used to being out front, particularly when Maro Engel is at the wheel. Drivers still to come in that GT3 Pro entry for Hubert Haupt, Patrick Assenheimer, who's sharing cars this weekend, along with the Abu Dhabi Racing number 5, Ryan Ratcliffe and Khalid Al-Khabaizi. So they want to be at the sharp end and in the right sort of area this far into the race, and losing a place there, dropping the Maro Engel driven Mercedes to 5th, surely cannot have been part of the game plan as they got going at 3 o'clock this afternoon. TCE Series is led by the Top Car Sport Cupra, by the way. That's being driven by Ben Lauchter, and Yannick Mettler in the chasing Volkswagen Golf from Autorama Motorsport. 6.8 seconds is the gap between the two TCEs, with the BBR entry, that's also a Cupra, for Tandy Kasiri, car 107, having just lost a place on the last lap, in fact, to Yannick Mettler. But it's very close in TCE for second and third, with a bigger gap then back to 4th place, and the AC Motorsport Audi driven by Mathieu Detry. Colin White's cars have been in the wars so far. It was only ever meant that 2 of them would start of a possible 3, although the third one was qualified yesterday, and with a diff problem on one and a power steering belt failing on the other, this is far from being the ideal start to their race either. But Adam Hayes is now back out again in 278, on his outlap, in fact, on the car that is positioned 49th and 16th within the TCE category. The TCR cars always deliver great racing, Bruce Jones, whether that be at world TCR level or in endurance racing, which is not really what they've been designed to do, but always produce a close race pretty much for all 24 hours.
Yeah, they do, and I watch a lot of TCR class cars compete in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, and for the TV directorate, it's all getting a bit quiet up front. The standard is, let's have a look at what's happening in TCR, and you normally have 6 cars running nose to tail, deep into a 4-hour race or a 6-hour race. They're great, but you've absolutely hit on the point. As Top Car Sport lead that class with their Cupra, Benjamin Leuchter at the wheel. It's the fact these cars are just pretty much bulletproof, and they go on and on and on, and they weren't designed to be endurance racing cars, but you can see why so many teams over the past decade or so have just thought, well, hold on, these work rather well. They're not too fearsome to drive, but they've got great cornering potential, plenty of wings on them to give them downforce, and they've been... I think they're better as endurance racing cars than they are as little sprint cars. That's just perverse, but that just seems to be how it's rolled out, Johnny.
That sounds like a man who's commentated on a sprint race, an hour-long race with, 9 starters and 6 finishes last year?
Oh, pull the scab off, Johnny. That was very tricky at Misano. Yes, it was. And then 3 of them, they had 2 groups of 3. There was a scramble period where one of the cars had crashed. 3 came to the pits, but it took me a while to find out the standard pit stop in that particular championship was so long indeed you could serve your driver a cup of tea. Now, we had problems very early on for the Vortex. Back on the track it is. It looks so one of the doors has started to open. Can't see it's on the left-hand side of the car as it goes down the long straight to turn 10. But for Albon Veruti and the gang, oh dear, another problem for them with a great-looking but frequently troublesome car. Looks so, yes, that left... No, the door isn't up. Sorry, it was an optical illusion. It was the air vent on the roof that looks like the far door was popping. Anyhow, the real racing is up closer to the front, and Kelvin van der Linde and Patrick Assenheimer still hard at it. They might be fighting only over 7th place, but don't forget van der Linde is a tough customer, and Assenheimer, no change for him.
I think you were bang on the money as far as Lionel Amrouche was concerned. He is sitting that side of the car in the Vortex, so whether he was able to reach up, grab the strap and pull the rather unusual door on the Vortex V8, they're sort of like scissor doors attached on the top of the lower portion of the A-frame, and they swivel and head outwards as well, so scissor doors or butterfly doors, possibly more accurately, and he may have been able to temporarily solve that issue, but if the catch is broken, they will have to bring that car in and maybe resort to taping the door rather into position on a Vortex V8, which has proven itself to have a variety of problems in the opening couple of hours of the Dubai 24. The 16th edition of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. You're tuned to RS1 and the Radio Show Limited network of channels with Joe Bradley, Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer for the opening couple of hours. In about 20 minutes time, be handing over to John Hindhoff and to Nick Damon to take you through the next 2.5 hours or so. So, side by side between Patrick Assenheimer and Kelvin van der Linde. Assenheimer in the all-red Abu Dhabi Racing Mercedes, trying to force Kelvin van der Linde into a slight error. Maybe he can do the overtake all the way around the outside. The high line does work at turn 14 by virtue of the camber. He's going to have to slot up the inside of the AC Motorsport Audi from the TCE series, and that slowed him down. So Kelvin van der Linde darts up the inside and gets the place back again. Brilliant racing, sometimes not even with cars in your race, in the form of a TCE series runner, the AC Motorsport Audi, and Kelvin van der Linde, as wily as Mauro Engel can be in traffic, picked off Patrick Assenheimer again, and the young German will have to start once more from square one. He'll start by trying around the outside of turn 1. This is great to watch, Bruce Jones.
It really is, and they're staying between the white lines, and unfortunately for the Racetivity Mercedes team, we mentioned they picked up a 10-second penalty for their sixth offence of exceeding track limits. They've got another 10-second penalty for adding 3 more moments where they've gone out and beyond. So Francois Perrodo has been having his moments and more. Joe, what have you got for us?
I'm just wanting to make a comment on the absolute heads-up driving. Not sure which of the AC Motorsport RS3 Audis it was that got clear out of the way.
199, I think, Joe. 199. That's the one that's been in the pits.
Yeah. I don't know who's at the wheel of that car, but a round of applause. He saw the Mercedes. Remember, very poor peripheral vision from any of these cars. You've got your hands device, you've got the high-sided race seats. So it's not until that bright red Mercedes came into his peripheral, all over the inside curb, let's not forget, car bouncing around. And what he did was he just got the car as far off the left off the track and out of the way of that Mercedes and Audi while they scrapped like two schoolboys in a playground. Fabulous racing though.
Yeah, Mark Vallenvine playing the same role as Ilya Melnikov did in the profile doors by Uber Racing Porsche not so long ago, when he was sort of forced into reacting to two fighting GT3 cars around him as well. That happened down at turn 1 and on the exit to turn 2, and both Melnikov and Mark Vallenvine not flinching, doing entirely the right thing, being aware of their surroundings and just trying to keep the wheels straight. You allow the faster car to make their arrangements to try and overtake you. It's not your duty to dart out of the way, much like if you're pursued by an emergency vehicle on the road in your street car. You have to just do your own thing and allow the faster car to go past them, and that's exactly what happened. And what it does for us is provide a fascinating battle again with Patrick Assenheimer, the wrong side of Kelvin van der Linde, and with it all to do. A slightly more scheduled pit stop this time for GRT Grasser Racing Team. The 63 Lamborghini in its traditional all-green colours has come in, and a full-on stint there for Mirko Bortolotti, Joe. I make it 4 stops within it. Some of those not planned, although Rolfing Eiking would have it that it was all part of their strategy, and Mirko is finally out to hand over to the next driver.
And also, Johnny, what we saw earlier with that scrap with Bertolotti in that car was that that set of tyres, end of life, right towards the end of the stint. So we know how good the Hankook tyre is, we know how durable it is, and we know also how the performance of the tyre doesn't kind of go off a cliff, as we've heard so many times. The performance in the tyre remaining consistent, and consistent enough to see Bertolotti fighting to get past, and indeed doing so right at the end of the stint of those tyres. So that bodes very well with regards to how that Lamborghini's using its tyres, and at this stage of the race we're looking very, very competitive. Pick a winner, not a chance at this stage.
Very tricky to do this far out. It may not be the 708 car though, which is another Lamborghini, this time from the GTX category, so runs in the GT series. It's the GT3 Poland Huracan Super Trofeo for Grzegorz Moczulski, and Moczulski is being wheeled back into the garage, unfortunately, with the hazard lights flashing. Striking paint scheme on that, with the gnashing teeth on the front splitter. But 708 with a drama still fairly early on. A number of Super Trofeo Lamborghinis, though, entered into the GTX category, which is good to see. And there's now a drama for Patrick Assenheimer, very recently battling with Kelvin van der Linde. Well, Mirko Bortolotti has got ahead of him, and the stranded Assenheimer car, I think, has come to a halt at turn 10 at the end of the back straight. Is that an indication that there's been some contact between Kelvin van der Linde's Audi and the all-red Mercedes? We'll try and find that out. But Bruce, Patrick Assenheimer's race is run for the moment, and he's stranded a long, long way from home.
That is a weird one, Johnny. The fact he's not able to get it going again. Casino damage on the car, end of the back straight. Well, anybody's guess. Kelvin van der Linde in the pits at the moment, just seen flash of that. They've been the ones enjoying that battle, nice and standard for the Audi, but want to see the far side of that Mercedes or a replay to understand why it's facing the wrong way. It'd be really intriguing when he gets it back, if he gets it back to the Hout Racing Team pit, to find out why it isn't going again. As I say that, it's just trickling at almost 0 miles an hour. Looks like it's about to be driven off the edge of the circuit. So code 60 being thrown, and that car needs to be recovered. The gradient is against it, slightly uphill on the exit of turn 10. And so for a car that has such a strong driver lineup, running in the GT AM class, the number 5 car, but Khalid Al-Kubaisi, Valentin Pierberg, Florian Scholz and Nico Bastian will all be biting their fingernails as that car needs to be recovered.
Joe's got an idea as to what may have happened for Patrick.
Just purely, well, it could be fuel, Johnny. I'm not sure where in the window. I haven't had a chance to go to my mini screens. But the way that car moved ever so slightly, very, very slowly, that looked to me as though he was trying to get that car moving on the starter motor. What you do is you get the starter motor driving the engine and driving the transmission, and it takes a lot out of the battery, and you certainly can't go very far. But just the way that car moved, I know we've we saw the car's lights go on, and then the position lights go off and then come back on. So he's probably just recycling through some of the systems on the car. But that's such a tragedy for the number 5. That number 5 was being very competitive. Gaggle of cars in the pits,
including Mathieu Jaminet from second position, the GPX Racing Porsche with the revised sort of semi-Golf livery. It's certainly got the Golf backing on the nose of the car and the Golf blue as well, but that dramatic orange triangle on the front pointing right to the front of the number 36 car. GPX, a local team, and it was GPX who took victory in a Spa 24 hours in 2019, so have experience of taking some of the big ones. It's been a wait since 2017 for Porsche to take victory here in Dubai, though, and that was when Herbert Motorsport were part of were on top of the podium, rather. Brendan Hartley was part of the lineup. Car meaning to stop in the penalty box, but has missed it entirely. I hope you don't get a further penalty for missing your parking spot, but it's car 7, the Dynamic Racing Porsche with Matteo Cairoli. The penalty points have been accumulating steadily. The number 3 illuminated on the rear portion of that car to tell us it was running in third prior to coming into the pits. Hewitt Haupt has done his stop and is back out again. So that was Maro Engel handing over to Haupt. And HRT, incidentally, if you didn't know, stands for Haupt Racing Team. One car backed by Bilstein, and the other one, which is the Abu Dhabi Racing entry, has brought out this second Code 60, the first of which lasted nearly 30 minutes. Let's hope this one is a little shorter. Car 7, the penalty was for overtaking by going off the track, so effectively a track limits infringement there, and got 10 seconds for Matteo Cairoli's troubles. The Assenheimer Mercedes has now been picked up by the towing vehicle, and off the track, where it is still very, very dusty, that car will be stretchered back to the pit lane with Patrick Assenheimer nearing the end of his stint anyway. Whether it was fuel or not that meant that car ground to a halt, I reckon Assenheimer will be clambering out to hand over to either Khaled Al-Kubaisi, Valentin Pierberg, Florian Scholzer or Nico Bastian. And Bastian is the pro within that. Semi-pro for Patrick Assenheimer. The other 3 are AM drivers, so it's entered as a GT3 AM car. The 199, which did such a good job not so long ago in avoiding the scrap between Assenheimer and Kelvin van der Linde, is also pitting as well, this time for a more scheduled stop. The 199 is the AC Motorsport Audi RS3, of which there are 2. So, chaps, again, Bruce, I mentioned this to you. How dusty is it off the racing line? And you can understand from the perspective of Fabio Chitignola, who had the huge crash at turn 1. Once the gripper's gone, you are never going to get that back once you're out in the scenery and the dirt there.
Yes, when you get a look at a replay of Ciccignola's moment, as much as anything, were those locked brakes? Were they, a lot of it where you thought they were skid marks, it was actually just clearing the dust. It was where the dust had been cleared by the wheels as he went at nigh on unabated pace. Now, one thing I just want to pick up on, Johnny, is the fact that Robert Renauer, yet again, put in a really, really good first stint in the race. He just came in the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. It's fallen down the order, but he made a pit stop just before Code 60. Of course, at that point, he could take on a full tank of fuel. Then a lot of the drivers running in the top 6, like him, came in, but they've only been able to take half a tank under Code 60. So I think it was a really good stint from Robert Renauer. But again, sometimes taking a half a tank now and half in a couple of laps' time, if it's a long Code 60, and this one isn't going to be a long Code 60, can be beneficial. But Robert Renauer doing it according to the book.
Back to racing we go. Green flag is out, and one of the cars to return from the fueling area is the CP Racing Mercedes, number 85. And that 85 car may well have had a driver change. It is now Charlie Putman taking over that car. I think Charles Espenlaub started it, so Charlie Putman is the CP of CP Racing, and the Mercedes back out on track in 6th place. But the order's going to be slightly out now on the current timing screen, and until we see the leaders and those behind crossing the line. Not until then will we get a true reflection of how the race sits. And that's the beauty of the Dubai 24 Hours. Already very many different strategies being utilised by certain runners. So just under 8 minutes to go before another hour is completed. A chance to head to the pits and Ian Salvestrin for this update.
Mathieu Chamadé has just jumped out of the GPX Racing Porsche in position to Mathieu. Fantastic start to the race. In second place, you're looking good.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic, I wouldn't say so, but yeah, I mean, we had a decent start, let's say. We have been struggling a bit on pace compared to 2 Airbert cars. This is clear, somehow they find something better on the car, at least at this stage in these hot conditions. Let's see in the night when it's getting cooler, but yeah, I mean, we're in the game. It's still a very long way to go, and yeah, everything is running fine.
A little bit of a messy start to the race. We've had 2 code 60 sessions. Did that upset your rhythm at all?
Sorry, I didn't get the...
Did the code 60s interrupt your rhythm, your style, your driving?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Especially at the start when there was a lot of fights. We got the first code 60 and then the field started to split, so you had to get back to the rhythm. I think for tire life was actually quite nice to get a code 60 to cool down the tires because it was quite a long stint on one set. But yeah, in the end we are used to it as pro drivers, and we like when it's green and hard racing.
You hand it over to your teammate Axel Jeffries from Zimbabwe in the very south of Africa. Any instructions for Axel?
Yeah, I told him that we were mainly struggling with the rear axle of the car. We have quite some deck, yeah, on the rear axle and rear left. So yeah, I just gave the advice to the team and to Axel to take care and try to manage the tires through the stint.
Merci Mathieu. Bonne chance pour le course.
Thank you very much.
Jeffries, they mentioned there a double Pro-Am champion, actually first time Pro, then a Pro-Am champion in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Middle East Championship, so knows his Lambos, this time though out in a Porsche. An interesting comment there from Mathieu Chamadé about the rear axle. They're suffering from pretty poor degradation, so high tyre degradation from that initial set of Hankooks, and something to keep an eye on for the team, definitely. Maybe that gives us an eye as to what GRT were trying to get on the top of as well with their many pit stops. Not only do you need to keep your tyres in good life, but you need your wheels pointing in the right direction as well, and that cannot be said for Porsche 991 class entry 989, 22nd in the GT series running. So Tim Pappas in the MRS GT racing car with what looks like a major steering failure. The front wheels very cross-eyed indeed. And is that as a result of just a failure or contact with the circuit scenery? Maybe we'll get an answer in just a second. Little bit of polystyrene marker board again dropping out from that car. Tim Pappas is going to get the car back to the pit lane. Now, a moment or two ago, the 19 car, which is the Henk de Jong MP Motorsport machine, having some contact with the Tim Pappas Porsche. And it looked like Henk de Jong maybe was minding his own business there. I'm not sure whether 0221, our TV crew, can give me another chance to see that, and whether it will give us an indication as to exactly what happened. But we may maybe be able to describe that to you again in just a tick. But the 989, the end result is that it makes its way back to the pits, controlled brilliantly well by Tim Pappas, considering he had next to no steering on the front of the Porsche Cup car. And also being wheeled the wrong way up the pit lane is a GT4 BMW car that its race number ends in 08, so that could well be, actually it's the BMW M2 CS racing car for PK Car Sport and Peter Guelinks, who needs to be helped. He'd made it to the fueling area, interestingly, and PK Car Sport are now pushing the car wrong way towards pit lane entry. Joe Bradley's got an update.
Yeah, the number 5 Mercedes out of the pits very quickly. There was no indication of any problems outwardly on the car, i.e. the bodywork and all the wheels were pointing in the right direction. The car was towed back. We saw the car coming to a stop out on the circuit. That, to me, Johnny, indicates that that car had run out of fuel. So the number 5 back in the race, and just coming up to the 2-hour mark in this 24-hour race, I just want to say, isn't it great to be back racing?
We maybe be able to get a little bit of news on the I think number 5 car, HRT Abu Dhabi Racing Mercedes. It was fuel, according to Ian Salvestrian, so it had run out of fuel. Patrick Assenheimer went on to one more lap than the fuel tank would allow. He got halfway around it and then couldn't get up the hill out of turn 10. So a great shout from Joe Bradley. Apparently the sensor on board for Patrick Assenheimer was telling him that he would have enough fuel, so maybe a sense of failure which has ultimately caused that problem. But the car was stretched back to the pit lane. They have refueled it and it is going along very nicely once again, but has some TCR cars to get safely past into turn 14, one of which is an Audi, the white and green car, which is, didn't quite grab the number there, but the 101 Red Camels .NL car is tucked in behind. So can we work out which of the Audis that was up ahead of it? No, not easily, but it might actually be the Stefan Perrin car, 188. No, Stefan Perrin's a bit further up the road and chasing down Ronnie Joost in the 131 Top Car Cupra that leads the class. So that was some lappery taking place for Stephen Licorice, back with Red Camel Jordans.nl for a third appearance with that team at the Dubai 24. Meanwhile, heading towards turns 5 and 6, car 72, driven now by Nick Moss, which is the Inception Racing McLaren 720S. That car a later stop than many others, but Joe Osborne making the point that any earlier opportunity to pit didn't necessarily fall into their window, and that's the reason they stayed out, and as the race leader by a decent margin, 15 odd seconds. We're nearing 2 hours of this year's Hankook Dubai 24, and a chance therefore to catch up on the standings for the GT series. Having an hour ago thrown the spotlight on the TCE part of the race. So GT is led by the GPX Racing Porsche for Axel Jeffries. He has just crossed the line and is scored, therefore, officially as the race leader. And the gap is 13.0 seconds. Back to the Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Klaus Bachler initially. That car's now been taken over by Jürgen Hering. Dynamic Motorsport, fresh from serving a penalty in the pit lane. Matteo Cairoli has handed the car over to Roberto Pampanini, who is third in another Porsche. So Porsche's first, second and third. And the next car is a Mercedes GT3. This is the HRT Bilstein car of Hubert Haupt, who's taken over from Mauro Engel. Then it is the 31 Audi of WRT, fifth. The Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini is sixth, car 63. Who's driving that now? Rolf Ineichen took it over from Mirko Bortolotti. Seventh position for Elmar Grimm in the car collection car, and Charlie Putman is currently in eighth place for CP Racing. Another Herbert Motorsport Porsche is ninth, the 93 car. Then the McLaren from Inception Racing by Optimum. And as I said, Nick Moss has taken that over from Joe Osborne. 11th position for Herbert's 91 Porsche. The car collection Audi number 88 is 12th, ahead of Attempto Racing's Porsche. The Racetivity Mercedes GT3, the French entry. Duvo Racing leads the 991 Porsche class. 909 is being driven by... seeing for with bated breath. Sergei Peregudov currently driving the Luxembourgish entered car, and Greg Gorski for Lippert Motorsport is the leader of the GPX category. On to 17th position, that's where we find the profile doors by Uber Racing Porsche number 924. Abu Dhabi Racing's recovering number 5 Mercedes, now with a full tank of fuel, runs in 18th position. The ARC Bratislava Lamborghini Super Trofeo is doing nicely in the GTX category. Then it's the NKPP Racing 991 class Porsche. MP Racing's Mercedes number 19 is 21st, ahead of the Pro Sport Aston Martin in GT4, an HRT Porsche, and the Team Avia's Rennsport BMW also entered into the GT4 category. ST Racing from Canada, number 438, is another BMW, 25th. The MRS GT Racing Porsche is 26th, followed by the 3Y Technology Beamer. Now, Mercedes running in GT4 from Dragon Racing is 28th, ahead of the GT3 Poland Huracan Super Trofeo. The Zakspeed Viper is 30th, ahead of a troubled run for the Vortex V8. Car 701 has been in and out with a variety of problems, but continues to roll. And the Speed Lover Porsche is 32nd, ahead of the sister car in 33rd. And another 991 class Porsche is an HRT Performance 928. But that no longer runs, of course, because that was Chitignola's car and has officially been retired, car 928. Let's turn our attention to the order in the TCE series, topped by Top Car Sport. The Cupra TCR going very nicely indeed, with Ronnie Joost at the wheel. Second is the 188 AC Motorsport car of Stefan Perrin, and then a reasonable gap of 40-odd seconds back to the Cupra TCR of Stephen Licorice for Red Camel Jordans.nl. Last year's champions are fourth in TCE, with Konstantin Kletzer doing the driving there for Autorama Motorsport. Fifth is the Thai entry from BBR, car 107. That's another Cupra. VW is sixth, also for Autorama. And two Cupras complete the eight. Sally Racing of Denmark and Zhengo Racing, car 133. In ninth place in the TCE series, it's the QSR Racing Audi. That's an RS3, as are the next three cars for Simpson Motorsport of the UK, the AC Motorsport Belgian entry, number 199, and treble one of the United Arab Emirates, the RKC and ZRT entry for the two Jonathans, Mullen and Simmons, Umar Khan and Ricky Kumba. Another Autorama Motorsport Golf is 13th, car 114. The Fun M Motorsport BMW M240i Racing Cup car 14th, ahead of PK Car Sports Beamer, and the first of two Ginettas, 278, had come in for a power steering fix. That car's 16th. 17th was a diff failure, and that car is circulating once again, with now Mikael Patamba, the South African, doing the driving there. So that's the order for the GT and the TCE series races, and a chance now to catch up on the first 2 hours of action.
The top 10 aren't the top 10 in stagger unwinding, so we're going to have to wait a couple of hours to see where we get to.
Yeah. Latest penalty just been issued for car 989, causing a collision. And there was a pit stop infringement as well for the 280. 989, another one of the Porsche Cup entries. That's the Tim Pappas car, so he's been given the burden of blame then for that contact in the MRS GT car that in fact caused him, I think, more problems than anyone else, although he did get the car back to the pit lane. Patrick Assenheimer, the most recent of the cars that has had a problem. Nico Bastian in the HRT Abu Dhabi racing car now. That's the bright red number 5 AMG GT3. And
Assenheimer was out of fuel, wasn't he? So
yeah, that's a bad miscalculation, isn't it? Because they've dropped laps there.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously already trying to stretch it as much as they can. He said that the team said that they got the indication of the dash, it was fine. He was that difficult 4 corners from the end, which is, Bruce has pointed out, is very unfair because it's all uphill. But yeah, I mean, after you fought tooth and nail with so many cars not to lose a position, then to sit out and lose a couple of laps because of a simple over-experimentation. And what would you really save by stretching an extra lap? Not a lot, because you can't actually fill the tank back up again anyway.
No.
You're not brimming it each time.
Explain what you mean by that, Nick, because the cars will have gone longer in the first stint than we'll probably see them go in any single stint, certainly any single trip to the fuel station for the rest of the race.
Yeah, effectively, you're allowed to have a 120-litre endurance tank in the car, and you're allowed to have that 120 litres absolutely full when you start the race. However, you're not allowed to put, no team is allowed to put 120 litres back in at a stop. So you may, depending on your balance performance, you maybe have 100, 105 or 110, and that's the most you can put in. So it'll never be brimmed again unless you do the little thing they do with Code 6 when they come in two or 3 times. So if you are doing a full stint, as Amar was, the fact was, if he had an extra lap in the tank, which is what, 2 litres, 2.5 litres, he was still putting the full amount in, wouldn't have brimmed it. So it's pointless. It's really just not worth an endurance race doing that.
There is a slightly different way of filling the cars this year because they've got fuel flow on each pump, a coloured end to throw on, yes, depending on where you are and what category and which car it is. So that's something a bit different. We've not seen that yet because we haven't had an opportunity to see the fuel pumps. But that's much different.
Yeah, I mean, it's taken away that whole thing where you'd have people just standing by the pumps timing them all on the first day, wouldn't it, to find out which was the fast one?
And that was part of the reason. Yes, that was part of the reason. And you know, I've been part of that. I knew which was the best pump to go to when we were racing 3 years ago now, can you believe it? Back in Kota for the 24 hours. At RSL_studio, hello everybody. It is Nick and John for the next couple of hours or thereabouts. Thanks to Bruce, Joe, Johnny, and of course our executive producer in London, Tim Gray, for keeping things going. And a big thank you to our colleagues on TV as ever. 0221 or 221 with Fabian and the rest of the team. Seb down in the pits with Ian and Natasha, making sure we've got all the right bits and pieces of information. It's been particularly difficult for logistics, as you can imagine, this year, and yet we are still being able to see, hang on for a minute, we have 4 wide coming down the hill from turn 12 through turn 13.
3 classes and a scrap, that's an issue when you're going forward.
Yeah, that was a battle for position there. The HRT Bilstein number 4 car sits at the moment in the hands of Hubert Haupt and in 4th position, and it's got the dynamic Porsche right up its not inconsiderable rear aerofoil, and ahead of it had the Audi R8 of WRT as they were scrapping for position. So that was a change of 3rd place there in that traffic for Hubert Haupt, who took over that spot from Roberto Pampanini in that schmozzle that was going on. Yeah, congrats to Creventic and everybody, all the teams. Let's celebrate 50 plus cars down there in the paddock, and it's looked absolutely great all week as Hubert Haupt immediately sets off and tries to close down the minute or so gap between himself and Herbert's Jürgen Hering, the 2nd place car. Axel Jeffries has just gone past the start finish line in the GPX Racing Porsche, leading the race and its class. It is the Car Collection Motorsport number 34 that leads the AM part of GT3. 991 category, Duo Racing 909 for Duo, and GTX Lippert Motorsport Greg Gorski in the Super Trofeo Lamborghini, of which in that class there are 3.
Pretty good comeback
Sorry, go ahead.
pretty good comeback for the 34 because he was facing the wrong way on lap 2.
Absolutely right.
They've got Gustav Elderhoff back in the car. And that's the confusing fact is that the 91 car, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche for Dan Alleman, was sort of leading that group till he went through his phase of pit stops. And I really would like to know which of the cars ahead of him in the AM class specifically got a full tank and which came in on the Code 60 and only got a half a tank, because the Code 60 wasn't long enough to do the 2 runs to the pits, was it, John? So they've only got half a tank.
Exactly so. Not the required line for the Cupra number 107 that was off track briefly down through 13, and that's Shiraya Nair for BBR, and that actually is 4th in class in TCE at the moment, or TCR at the moment. But in fairness, the top 4 cars in TCE are all TCRs after the issues with the Ginettas early on. If you were with Johnny and the team earlier on, bizarre situation for Colin White and his Ginettas. He's expecting to have, and it happened to a couple of teams, the Optimum Inception guys have had an issue as well. The 2 containers that were coming out from the UK with the 2 race cars for CWS were delayed, and so Colin air freighted out a 3rd car so that they could get some track time. That was what was effectively the 279 car, and then that car did start the race. It had an engine problem anyway, but it wasn't meant to start the race. It was it's the best way to use it, a stopgap or a placeholder maybe, and so they've reverted to the 2 brand new cars, but it hasn't been plain sailing for them, as power steering belt and a diff. I'm not sure if the power steering belt is actually not driven off the diff on those cars. I should know that, having raced it.
No, it's a rear transaxle.
It's a rear.
So the diff and the gearbox at the back, and you've got the engine with all the ancillaries at the front for power steering.
Hearing from Ian down in the pit lane that we are about to get another car back on the track, that being the MP Motorsport Mercedes AMG GT3. That's the Henk and Daniel de Jong, Bert de Gies and Jaap van Lagen car. Been in the pit for a wee while. Hello to everybody, and it's a huge audience that's been tuned in. And look at that, on cue, the black, oh look at that, pound in the jar for Hindhoff, that works well on radio. Red, white and black Mercedes, MP Motorsport, and it's heading out to the end of the pit lane. I'll tell you, didn't quite see who was behind the wheel there. Thank you to everybody who's been tuning in, both in sound and vision and just in audio. I know many of you are doing various things on this Friday, and so therefore I expect we'll be Bluetoothed in many cars at the moment. But there's obviously quite a lot of you maybe working from home who have also got the sound and vision on as well. Huge numbers at the start of the race.
No, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Are you working from home at the moment?
No, I've booked the day off. I'm not even in this country.
Well done. Well done. Very well done. Yes, that's right. That's right. Aston Martin going across the line, the 401.
Whilst we've been chatting just then, Daniel Alleman has moved the Herbert Motorsport 91 car to the top of AM. He's got past both Charles Putnam and Gustav Elgerhoff, who, in fairness, they appeared to recognise that he was the faster car, and didn't make it too difficult. But he's gained 2 or 3 positions, so now we do have the Herbert team leading in AM and, of course, second overall in Pro.
Car 19 was the exhaust on that AMG that's just rejoined for MP.
It's interesting. We get a lot of repetitious sort of problems. You think after all these years they'd have fixed them, and the side X exhaust on the Mercedes often catching fire, or the diff going on a Ginetta, but more action on track. The 7 car that's had a spin. Yeah, Pampani's had a spin from 4th place, and there's been a coming together.
Turn 11.
Looks like that's the Herbert car, isn't it? Is that the 92, the professional Herbert car?
Sitting
black and white, might not be.
They're just recycling at the moment, so can't see the positional number on that car. They were close together on the track. They were fighting for third and fourth position, and the Porsche pointing in the wrong direction out at turn number 11.
I'm not sure. It's got a kind of an animal motif from the side, and not enough crossword puzzle pieces for it to be the 92. But of course, there are so many Porsches, there are so many different vintages. It's hard to pick them out individually at the moment. Water leak.
Do you think, is that your professional opinion?
Yes, and I hadn't even got to be there and taste it. That was a water leak, and it's from the back of another Porsche. It's a Porsche in the walls here. That's the 989.
The 989's been in a couple of times. That also looks like, if they haven't unfastened the left rear wheel, that it might have some suspension damage there as well. There's a code 60 out again. And
so who is the stopped car? Do we know?
Yeah, hang on, sorry, I was in the process of doing that.
No, it's the 91, it says here. That's the person, Daniel Alleman, the Herber Motorsport car. The amateur car is overdue. It's one of only one car, the only car overdue on the timing.
He was down
screen.
in 11th position. Car collection, Gustav Edelhoff and the 34 came into the pit lane, and he's in fuel now, so the code 60 rules don't apply to him. Also, Jürgen Hering from second place in the sister car. Now, what I didn't see was what happened there, and whether
there's been a coming together with the 7 and the 91.
So he was getting lapped then. Again,
yeah,
that car.
But in fairness, Daniel was in eyes forward mode. He's just gone past 3 cars in 2 laps, so there may have been a misunderstanding. Apparently, it's quite common to misunderstand that element, I've heard. Just so you know, stopping in the pits, Jürgen Hering did come in under code 60. But who else is in the pits at the moment? He's the only person who's dropped in. Gustav Edelhoff, as you pointed out, and Finley Hutchinson and Tempto both got through the system and into fuel. I'm going to take a full tank full.
Right, super dupes. Hello to Kevin Poole, to Jerry Sisk, to Dave Alcock, Stephen Raab, all dropping us notes on at RSL_studio. So just as we were about to get into, I was about to say we're going to get into a nice long run. We haven't been able to do that. The code 60s have rather broken things down. The official number of code 60s here is 3, but there's been more than that, so that's those on timeservice.nl, those aren't right. There has been more than 3, hasn't there?
I would say this is 4.
Right.
But I've been dropping in and out the first couple of hours, listening to it but not watching it. Well, sometimes if you're not watching, you don't see the code. That makes sense. You don't see the code 60 because you just listen to the commentary.
88 is in the pit lane. This is the red, white and black Audi, and soaking up a penalty. You still double the time for standing still if the code 60 is out. So a 10-second penalty becomes a 20-second penalty. It was 7 and 91. Nick was absolutely correct. I'm just having a look to see. That was a 24-second penalty for exceeding the speed limit in the refueling area, and the 924 got a 22-second penalty. There's a huge amount of track infringements as well. I mean, we've had people up to 9 offences, which is that is then their second issue. 83 Lamborghini, I think, has had at least a couple.
My feeling is that this year there's some sort of auto. The Times of the NL or someone's put in a transponder which automatically is pinging these cars, because these aren't Marshall's reports. These are coming up way more regularly we've had here in the previous years. 91 looks undamaged on the right hand side. It's tracking straight if they pull it. It's just whether it's on the left hand side.
Yes, I just wonder. Right, I've got some good news for me. Just need to do a little bit of work. It won't be very long, this, Nick, because they'll take the shortcuts, won't they? That's the beauty of this Dubai Autodrome.
Yeah, they'll cut across, and he should be in the pits any moment now. And then we'll be interested to see whether, because it looked relatively undamaged, but there's no reason he'd stop if it was undamaged. So there must be a problem on the other side. 710 serving a penalty. That's one of the Super Trofeo Lamborghinis.
Would you like me to tell you what that was for? That was causing that was causing a collision. Issued 6 minutes ago. So 710 causing a collision. That was a 10-second penalty for the 710.
Pampanini rolls down the pit lane. Now, he was the other car involved in the accident with the 91, but he also appears to be undamaged from the left-hand side, we can see. But currently scored in 4th, and obviously he's come in under code 60. In fact, the top 4 all came in under code 60. So they've all got half a tank. I think most of them got half a tank last time round as well. So they should be over, getting close to being up to their full allowance again.
Yeah, my old man would be impressed with your detective skills there, Nick. Very good. Very good indeed. The Zach Speed Viper, which has been missing for a little while. I saw a couple of tweets about that early on. Is back on the pit lane in full Dodge SRT red with the white racing stripes. This is one of the second-gen Vipers. Always. I
always thought, John, that it was blue with the white stripes, which was the Dodge colours.
They had both. They had both, but they also had white with blue stripes. The original Viper that I drove with the truck gearbox literally had a 6-speed H-pattern box that I drove to ridiculous speeds at Ricard many years ago. That was an Orica car, CISA. The shoe manufacturer sponsored Orica car. That was white with blue racing stripes. You had blue with white, but raced in the States in the American Le Mans series for quite a while with the red cars with the white stripes. Chrysler or Dodge, depending on which market they were around the world, essentially the same car. SRT, the tuning arm of Chrysler Dodge. And meantime, the Herberth car is into the pit lane. Herberth, by the way, now I'm indebted to René de Boer, our good friend René de Boer. Happy New Year, René. I know you'll be listening somewhere in the world. Certainly, I know he's watching this at the moment. Has managed to find out that Herberth have just joined the Twitter sphere. And yes. So, as of a couple of days ago, they only had about 25 followers. So we're embarking on a Twitter campaign to get people to follow Herberth. And they are at Herberth Motors 1, number 1. So Herberth, Herberth Motors, Motors, all one word, and then the number 1, no gaps. So at Herberth Motors 1, if you want to communicate with the team, and also good to follow them because we may find out what has happened to that number 91 car. We know that there was damage. We know that there was contact, at least, should I say?
Yeah, the contact. But Seb's just done a really good run round the car. For those of you lucky enough to be able to see pictures, and from going all around the angles, it doesn't seem to be even like a dive plane that's not in position. No. But it's been put on the dolly jacks, wheeled back into the garage. So my only thought is if they had like a wheel-to-wheel or a nose of the Pampanini car to wheel, and it's taken out a drive shaft or a gearbox in some way, because it's really weird because he's facing the wrong way. There appears to be no damage, but now he's got no drive.
My Porsche's got no drive. How does it smell? No, that's not the right joke, is it?
If you answer that question.
Yes, that's very good. Porsche and fixing stuff, always expensive. They pushed it well back into their garage, having actually to move some of their normally immaculate garage equipment and walling out of the way. Alleman is out of the car, and by his gesticulation, he's blaming the other driver quite clearly there. It'll be looked at, I'm sure, by race control. No, the 91 has been given the 10-second penalty for causing collisions, which is pursuant to Article 1, 27.2. So Regulation 1, Article 27.2. So Daniel Alleman adjudged the aggressor there, or at least making a mistake. Nobody is suggesting that it was done on purpose, but if
Slightly weird, John. They're more interested in fixing the awning around the side of the garage than the car.
Yes, I had noticed that. I didn't want to mention it. Yes, very good, Nick. You would have been pointing that out, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's Nick Damon and John Hindhaugh in the booth. We are well into this race now. Right rear suspension is bent, possibly broken.
Right, so it was a car to tyre. The other car was Roberto Pampanini. We know that. So, but interestingly, he's been judged
Pampanini?
Yeah, it was the 7 car. We saw it scurrying away.
Oh yes, it was. Yes, because yes, I'm just hearing from Ian. Thank you, Ian, for passing this through. Our interesting communications with the pit lane are going through TV, through our global control room in South London, and then to us here in the commentary box. Tim, Ian, Fabi, everybody, thank you. He did say it was another Porsche, and I'm now hearing it's a broken wishbone. Well, Pampanini has just got back on the power, and that's the flat 6 engine you can hear behind my voice at the moment. Down the back straight, nice place to go back to Green Flag Racing, and he's right with an Audi there at the moment ahead of him, which will be, if I just let the tracker catch up to me, catch up to it. Is that the 63 car? Yes. That would be a Huracan, a Nation. Okay, but they are back going again. So broken wishbone on the Herbert car.
Question about that, John, though.
Yes.
He's had his right rear wishbone is broken.
Yes.
So therefore he was hit at the back.
Not necessarily. Could have turned into somebody.
Yeah, he could have done, but from where they were, if you're going to turn in, and it's a Porsche, so he wasn't over. So the following car was going quicker than him. You don't really turn into a car that's going faster. Yes, you turn into a car you're overtaking, but not a car you're being overtaken by. Just wondering that 10 seconds might be for a different accident earlier. Because in my mind, I find it hard to see how in that combination you can be at fault for that outcome. Where you've been turned around by a faster car, the faster car has hit you. Do you follow my logic? Or it's a wheel to wheel.
Yes.
Putting it out there.
Yeah, no. I'm hearing from Ian, by the way, that he was very angry. Daniel Alleman, very angry, doesn't want to speak on camera. Exceeding track limits, 15th offence.
Whoa!
For the 989 Porsche. I think you're right, by the way. That is going to be a 42-second time penalty. Speed limit by the 111 in the refuelling area, 22 seconds time penalty. They're coming in.
They put a gun in the. They've obviously noticed a problem in the past, and my guess is people accelerating out of the.
Correct. Too early.
Too early. So they put a gun there, which may be a manual gun. But certainly there is somewhere off track with a sensor.
I need to scroll back a bit. Yes, there it is. The 989 Porsche, that 42-second penalty added to a 10-second penalty it's already had and not come in for yet for causing a collision. Now I did mention that a little while ago. Those who be saying, well, hang on a minute, that must have been 3 laps ago. Doesn't work like that in Hankook 24-hour racing. You do it the next time you come into your pits for your regular stop, so you can serve your penalty. So that's now 52 seconds the 989 Porsche has got to do. That's going to be really annoying for them. If you do that under code 60, you double it. So you can still serve it under code 60. So quite easy for the MRS. That was the Tim Patler's car. Tim's back out in that car. In fact, actually he's in the fuel area at the moment. Stephen Lickerish behind the wheel of the red Camel Jordan.NL Cupra, just heading up the hill towards the Park Inn Hotel at turn 12. Just goes light at the top of the hill as you come across the second apex there, then dives down through 13. Oh, no, excuse me, he's a bit earlier on in the lap. That was 4, 5 and 6, my apologies. Some very interesting stickers on the inside of that car, which I'm not sure how many of them are real or not. He's into turn 9. You know the one I'm talking about, don't you?
Yep.
Into turn 9 now. He favours getting in high, going down in the middle of the corner and then popping out. Down the back straight. He's got, unusually, a clear road ahead of him. But behind, there are a couple of cars. Any second now, we should see Roberto Pampinini come zipping through in the Porsche, because he's in the mirror of that car, the very distinctive Dynamic Motorsport, the gold and black car. This is 4th, by the way, we're talking about at the moment in the TCE and TCR category. Stephen Licorice, well, I'm very surprised we haven't seen the 7 go through quite yet. Looked a little closer than that on the tracker. Tracker's lagging a bit, I think. Let me do a quick refresh. See if I can get it to catch up a bit. Also catching him up at the moment is a 63, which is likely to be there perhaps a little bit quicker, but they're laps down at the moment. Go ahead, Nick, sorry.
We've been on board for a lap now, and the 989 car, which has exceeded the track limits 15 times, it's only done 44 laps, John, so it's doing it once. Yeah, you've driven this track quite a lot. Where is the point where you're going to get an advantage, exceeding the limits? Where is this point where they're going? I can't see where on the track there's anywhere there's a massive advantage, a clever little hop you used to be able to do on those early PlayStation 1 games instead of going 4 seconds by not doing a chicane. Where is your gain anywhere by going off limits?
It's a good question. I would say that depending on what, there goes the dynamic car past the 101, by the way, down into turn 1 is where they are now, just starting to lose the sunlight and getting a bit of shade at the far end of the circuit down to turn 1. You can probably take a little bit too much curb through turn 2. If you straight line that there, there's quite a lot of Hankook rubber off the circuit there. Down through the S's, which is where actually the car collection is at the moment, you don't gain that much if you go off on the right hand side, so it wouldn't be there. So sun just going down behind the grandstands in your eyes as you come up to turn 9. No advantage at all to going off at turn 9. Gustav Edelhoff, by the way, driving the car collection Audi R8 LMS. He's on the back straight now, and we'll get the opportunity to examine the lap with him. Where else might be assistant? I think coming out of 15 and coming out of 16 are the only other 2 places, because at turn 10 it's heavy braking and it's more than 90 degrees, as he was just letting the Herberth car go through, and that would be the 92 car of Wolfgang Triller behind the wheel. Through the King at 11, no advantage there. You actually try and stay off the curbs there. Round 12, you can come very wide out of turn 12, and I noticed there was a couple of the F4 cars doing that earlier on, but I'm not sure that really helps you. Although again, you can see the darker areas if you look carefully where the Hankook rubber has been laid down, Nick. 14, you can make it a double apex, many people do. But on the exit of 15 and the exit of 16, I think that's the area. There's an awful lot of rubber on the outside there, and it just means you don't have to slow down as much. You're taking more momentum through, and that obviously helps you, and particularly in the case of 16, onto the front straight. So I wonder if that is where they were going to put any sensors and have an automatic run through to race
John,
control.
Interestingly, none of those reports say which corner you've exceeded track limits.
I looked at that earlier on, and
so they're trying. I think they are trying to keep it secret where these sensors are. Because it doesn't say, because you always get it, F1 exceeding track limits at turn 4, or WC, all the FIA series, they tell you which corner you've gone over the edge at.
Tells you that in the cab in the WEC, because they've got the flag in the cab system from Manetti Marelli.
So I think that this is part of the secret screw, and somebody in Tim Pappas' team needs to sit down and work out what they're doing wrong before they end up with a stop and go for 11.3 hours.
Okay. Ginetta 279 running. No, it can't be 279 because that car didn't take the start. 278, my apologies. 15th in its category. It's the TCE class. Now, of course, they're running in TCX. And what a week it's been for those guys already. Third in the TCX class, behind Fun M Motorsport, who've had a quiet race so far, and I'm very sorry, George King and the rest of the team, in their M240 Racing Cup car. And leading that, and just having rejoined actually after their pit stop, is Nils Ulrich Nybo in the Cupra DSC of Sally Racing. What I don't know, and I've had it sent a couple of texts but not heard anything back, is why that Cupra is actually in TCX rather than TCR.
Yeah.
99 Audi going very, very wide. It might be stealthy in its colour scheme, but it went very right through 15 and 16.
Let's see if it gets pinged, because it was super wide at 15, and 16 I think was just that average wide, but 15, if you're going to get pinged, it will not pinged there, that's for sure. That's what you need.
Another refuelling area infringement, Nick. This time, and this is significant because it's for Gustav Edelhoff in the 34 car collection car. 32 seconds. Wow.
Yeah.
And also the leader in GT4, ST Racing, Chandler Hull. He's got a 24-second time penalty for speed limit infraction in the refueling area. I was always told, I remember the driver's briefing, it's walking pace in the area itself.
Yeah, and there needs to be some team management messaging getting through the teams as quickly as possible. Also, it's really useful if you've got a two-car team. You send your slowest car team out, and you deliberately exceed a track limit at a different corner every lap. You find out which one pings.
Yeah. Two Porsches side by side, but in different categories. The GT3 car doing better on the brakes, unsurprisingly, into turn 10. Although top speed, there wasn't a lot in it there between the Herberth car and the all-white Cup car. I think that was the HRT Performance 929 car that was going by. In the pits for Chiraya Neuer, who we were mentioning earlier on, the BBR Cupra. It's the 107 car. That's been in the pits for a little while there. They've got the bonnet, the hood up, and they're looking at the engine. Cycle through a few other cars that we haven't mentioned for a little while. Nick?
Well, yeah, just at the bottom, actually, just to point out who's not currently running. Obviously, we still don't have the HRT Performance car, which went off so strangely and luckily with zero damage to driver, but quite a lot of damage to car. About 5 laps. Jürgen van Hove in the Speed Lover Porsche, that car's also been in after accident damage. He's been in for the last hour and 25. Lionel Amarouche has had a couple of visits in the Vortex V8, luckily none of them involving conflagration, so that car may come back out again. That's been in for 53 minutes. We saw the BBR, that Cupra, the Thai Cupra, that's only been in for about 2.5 minutes. And of course, Daniel Alleman is in the 91 car, one of the favourites, and that has now spent, how long has it spent not going anywhere? 16.5 minutes already, so that's already really out of contention for amateur honours after that coming together with the 7 Roberto Pampanini. Leading overall, still the 36 car, the GPX Racing of Axel Jeffries from the 92, and the gap is over a minute, but we still don't know the relative fueling of either of those ones, John.
Hello to Steve Grievner, tweeted at RSL_studio, as has Rich Bernard, has repurposed his home office today. Good. And has us on sound and vision. And René de Boer is not at Dubai for the first time since 2008. So, wow. René, at home in the Netherlands. Thank you for tuning in. Zach Spade Viper heading back into the pit lane. That didn't look like a happy Viper, even as it was coming in. And it was down.
What does a happy Viper look like then?
Well, a lot quicker than that before you hit the pit lane speed limiter, I would have said.
Yeah, it looks clean, so at least it's obviously a mechanical issue. He's not had any impact with anything solid. Still don't know how old that car is. When did it leave the factory? On board with the 19th, Henk de Jong of MP Motorsport.
Are you on board?
Yeah, I always like to be on board. Yeah, I am. You've not heard that?
Very good. You're a fast runner, aren't you?
Well, I've been training the last couple of years, John. So it's fine. It's just I'm only in training to get down from the pole of the GT to the pole of the TCE here. That's why I run. That's the only reason for it. MP Motorsport obviously rejoining after a lengthy pit stop.
Yeah, Henk de Jong back out again, and gearbox change for the Viper SRT.
Oof.
Yeah, it won't have been the same gearboxes in the early cars. I say the H-pattern boxes. Still incredibly quick in a straight line. Kicking the you-know-what away from 200 miles an hour on the short version of the back straight. So coming out of L'École and then straight down the back straight. Unbelievable. Unbelievable piece of kit. And we're hearing from the pit lane. Now, I think this might be the marker pen of doom.
What?
For the 91 car. Retirement for the 91 car. That was the Alemann Porsche that had a collision with the 7 dynamic car. Broken wishbone, we heard, but that sounds like there's something more in the driveline, Nick, than we were being told there. And the Zap Speed car's back into the pits.
He's probably punched something through he's punched something through the side, may have taken the gearbox out. And it's interesting, really, because Herbert, you would think, even if it was a long but possible repair, would do it, because they're a team that's not going to just do this race. They're going to do the whole championship. So even a few, scraps might be useful. Scraps of points might be useful moving forward, especially the 24-hour races score bigger than the 12s, which some of the season's other races are. So that must be quite serious. Those boys not be taking part.
Well, I'm not a total expert on all of the SRT parts catalogue, but the size, shape and electrical connections to the gearbox in its pristine state that's about to go into that Viper was nothing like the 6-speed manual H-pattern truck box that I drove the old Orica car back at Ricard all those years ago. That would suggest to me that may have been hydraulically or electronically hydraulically, or perhaps even pneumatically operated on that car.
And 50 kilos lighter.
Yeah, which would have been useful for putting me in the car, quite frankly. Would have balanced out my excess ballast. Up to the top of the hill at turn 12, 4th in the race at the moment for Hubert Haupt. Actually, 3rd in the race for Hubert Haupt. Last time he went across the line, so I'm not sure whether the timing's behind the lights on the side of the car or the lights are behind the timing.
They only reset over the line. So
really? Okay.
If you carry the wrong number, if you overtake someone or have a massive speed, which is more likely if I'm driving, tumble down the field.
My apologies. That's complete nonsense, Hindhoff. Hubert Haupt in the 4 is in 3rd. Rolf Nation in the 63, which was the GRT Grasser team Lamborghini that I was trying to be talking about, is in 4th position. So lights and timing perfectly aligned. My apologies. Hubert Haupt in the 4.
I'd love to know what Rolf Neiken and his team, GRT Grasser, were actually doing in that first Code 60.
When they were in 100 million times.
In and out. Yeah, in and out one, fuel. Yeah, they may want to change the tyres because we know there is a vulnerability on the rear tyres if they've got the setup wrong, or you get some debris on the Lamborghini. But you can do both those things in one go, and then why did you come in twice more?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense just running through the pits. You couldn't top it up anymore because it was really full.
It is officially dark. It's officially dark. Lights on command has been given. So with 21 hours and 13 minutes to go, official sunset at 17:50, so that's still 3 minutes away, and we'll go to official sunrise at 07:06 tomorrow morning. That gives you 13 hours and 16 minutes of darkness. Always vies for our longest darkness race here Dubai with the Rolex Daytona 24. They were exactly the same last year. I think it was 13 hours 21 from memory, but somebody will work that out. The big lights are coming on now as well. I noticed the LEDs on the front of the car. We're a week later for this, of course, which is why it's just not quite as long, Nick, in terms of the darkness this year.
Yeah, I mean, it always goes. It kind of gets earlier and earlier and earlier. Then obviously, we get the second weekend will be too early, so it pings back a week, doesn't it? So we're kind of this never-ending sort of rotation around from like the race day being between about the 9th and the 14th of January. And this is the 10th one we've covered, isn't it? So it's our own little kind of standard here, John. It's a 10 Dubai events, the Hankook 24 hours, and it's as always. The standout start to the season, and again, this race is just now. I'm going to tempt fate. Just now, beginning to hit a slight rhythm as the cars get a chance to run over 20 minutes, half an hour, and get hopefully through a whole tank full without an interruption of an on-track code 60. But then we'll start seeing, even though we won't be able to see it 'cause it's dark, then we'll start seeing the relative pace of the teams as they rotate their drivers as well. Because don't forget, even the pro teams have an AM driver.
Yeah.
So there's 2 hours of the AM driver they have to get through. So there's a huge amount of strategy to come, which hasn't been helped for the teams either by the very bitty nature of those first 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Let's head down to the Viper SRT garage. This is the number 13 pit. Zach Speed. Emmanuel Laub is about to speak to Ian about their issues.
Speed Viper is in the garage, and Manuel Laub joins me down here in pit lane. He does not have his race suit on. He's not getting in the car anytime soon. Manuel, we saw a new gearbox being prepared. What's happened?
We have some strange noises in the car since the beginning, and we believe that it comes from the gearbox. Now we try to change, and hopefully we can continue. We have some issues since actually we have started the race, but now it's more and more clear that it comes from the gearbox.
It hasn't been the best start to the race so far.
For sure, that's not what we want, but we never give up. We try to change and come back.
How long do you expect this to take?
I don't know exactly, but I'm pretty sure that it needs 45 minutes to 1 hour to change it.
It is one of the more interesting cars in the race. Firstly, I got it wrong yesterday. It's not a V10, it is a V8, but it's a monster 8-litre engine, if I'm not mistaken. Can you tell us a little bit about the history of this car?
Yeah, it's a V10 engine, what we have in the car. And for sure, actually powerful like hell. I mean, it's surely not the last generation of GT3 cars, but it's very special to drive this one. And we just had bad luck that we have so many issues at the moment.
So the V10 Viper back on track in about an hour. You've got a lot of fans following you all around the world. Anything to say to them?
Yeah, as I said, I mean, this is the first race for the season, for sure. We try to come back stronger and make the best out of it. We cannot change something anymore now, so it is like it is. We try to repair and continue.
Racing with the Zach Speed team, one of the most legendary teams in world motorsport for the past 2, 3, 4 decades. We're talking DTM World Sports Cars, even Formula One, if we go back to the 1980s. It is a world-class team. How do they operate?
Yeah, I mean, nearly everybody who is involved in motorsport knows the name Zach Speed. As I said, we have already problems, since the beginning, already during the test days, but the guys are amazing. They are working. We try, to fix it, and when someone can do it, then I'm pretty sure that the Zach Speed guys are it.
Manuel Laub will see you back on track in the V10 Viper, not the V8, the V10. That'll be well after sunset.
Yeah, as I said, I think we need around 1 hour and we are back in the car.
Thank you, Manuel.
Thank you.
So bad luck dodging the Dodge. Yeah, I mean, it's great to see these older GT3 cars. We've been lucky enough to see the Corvette GT1 here in a detuned form as well. You can't. No, John, I'm kind of interested to know whatever happened to classic GT3 race. There must be so many cars from previous generations knocking about. I know they can be Evo kitted upwards, but for example, the previous model shape of the Mercedes, when are we going to start seeing classic GT3? When does that hit the historic scene, do you think?
I like your idea. I really do like your idea. I'm in.
But there must, because the GT3 is so unbelievably successful, there must be so many cars from, 2.6 to 2.14 hanging around in garages somewhere, not being able to be raced anywhere.
There's no reason why it shouldn't. They shouldn't race them, because GT3 is a BOP category, so it shouldn't really matter, should it? You should still be able to wring a time out of a car.
One person ago, of course, it's as we said many times before, the improvements are never in ultimate lap time. They're in how easy it is to achieve that lap time and how consistently the car runs, and it's better on the tyres and better on the fuel and everything else. But the ultimate lap time has to stay the same. That's the whole point of a BOP system.
4:38 in for its 24-second time penalty for exceeding the speed limit. This is one of the GT4 BMWs with the swirly paint or vinyl job, as it is nowadays.
If you can guarantee getting an ISO shot when you're serving your penalty, it's almost worth serving the penalties. You get your sponsor on the screen,
absolutely.
Isn't it?
If you've got one on the roof as well, particularly good.
Yeah. You get those spaces sold now. Get those spaces sold, drive for the track a few times, bang, and it's a couple $100.
Yeah. The 989, by the way, is going to end up being parked for an hour, because now they've got a pit stop infringement as well. This is the Tim Patmas car. That's a 10-second penalty for that. They had a 10-second penalty for causing a collision and a 42-second penalty or something similar for speeding in the fueling area.
All I could think, John, is that so many instant points, they'd be DQ'd from the race now in iRacing.
Yeah, probably right. Well, no, because quite a lot of the longer races that iRacing do, you do have...
you get unlimited.
You come in for a drive-through or a stop hold.
Yeah, that is true. That'll be next week for us. Just trying to see who's in that 989 car. So it's Jeroen Bleekemolen, who's a very good driver. Tim Pappas is Saif Almeri and Yuka Honkavuari, who I can't pronounce, who I can't pronounce nor I know anything about. But it's not like it's, me and you turning up with Johnny to do a bit of amateur running, is it? They know what they're doing, these guys, so why are they making so many obvious mistakes?
Well, you would have thought, wouldn't you, with fewer cars on the circuit this year, it would have made life a wee bit easier. There's nothing worse, in fairness, there's nothing worse. We're talking here about a 911 Cup car, which is on its own on a track a very quick car, but we're talking about it's about right in the middle of the lap times. I mean, their class leader, hang on, let me have a quick look. Their class leader's in 15th position, I think.
Yep, I agree. Yep, 15.
Sorry, I can't configure the timing screen where I want it, so the picture placing class needs to be over to the left-hand side, and they're lapping at around, hang on a minute, I've got to scroll across because it doesn't all fit on one screen.
Like 211s, 212s they're doing, the actual in race time. So
they are about in the middle of the GT field, the middle of the field, the 50 car field, which is good, so that's a quick car. But when a GT3 car comes up behind you, particularly now with the headlights on, doesn't half catch your attention, and it's easy to make mistakes and concentration. There's a few places here where you could let cars through with the minimum of fuss and bother, but if you've got an impatient driver trying to cut his way through traffic, or, in the middle of his own dice for a position, whether that's 15th in class or 1st and 2nd in class. So I understand that it's easy for us to sit in judgment in the commentary box. is a game of very small margins. The difference between, for example, exceeding track limits and not exceeding track limits, well, at the very edge of it, it is literally millimetres, isn't it? Particularly if, as we think, they've got some electronic sensors there.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about the Porsche Cup cars is they make their speed in a very different way from the GT3s and the other cars. They are very, very quick in the straight line, and not so good, well, relatively, round the corners. Now, obviously, the easiest way to let a faster car pass is just to breathe on the throttle down the straight and let the straight pass you. That's the last thing you want to do in a 991 Cup car, mainly because they're not that much quicker than you, which means they're going to then start kind of nag you going around the twisty bits, which is more of a problem. So I think that's the other issue about running with the Cup cars, because they do you're chasing off in the straight. Hang on, I'm not gaining on them in the GT3, and then they're blocking you, well, not blocking you, they're just holding you up all around the corners, and I can see how that kerfuffle would happen, because the easier way to let anyone pass is just to drop a few tenths on the straight, and everyone gets past. They're happy. You get your braking zone back where you want it. They're not trying to cut across you either, but not always possible. And then of course you have this glorious clumping as well, John.
Yes, excellent. Hello to Mark Benson. Thanks for a reminder. Listen to saw Rich Bernard's tweet earlier on. Second office screen now repurposed. Excellent. Jesse Young says, I'm really enjoying these epic GT3 battles. Makes me sadder that we won't be watching the Bathurst 12 hours again this year. I share your pain, Jesse. Daniil, Dr. Daniil, hello. At RSL_studio. Looking at the timing tower on the TV screen. That was a touch. There was a touch there. Hubert Haupt having a bit of a scrap with the AMG
Grey
Mercedes.
TCR,
was it the TCR, not the Mercedes? Right, okay.
I think what happened was that Mercedes came on the far right and squeezed the TCR across, and he didn't realise that Hubert was there. So I think that was it was a very light contact, but I would think that was a 3-car, and the middle car got squeezed.
So that was
the slowest car.
So that was in fact a 3-car plant, was it? Using snooker terms, right? Okay.
Exactly. Bit of billiards.
Let me get back to that car's moving around now by Hubert. I hope he hasn't done right rear suspension damage, or maybe got a slow puncture. He's going around turn 4 now, and he's got more traffic ahead. He's pushing very hard indeed, sitting in 3rd position at the moment with a gap of 25 seconds or thereabouts to 2nd position, which is the Herbert Motorsport 92. In theory, that of course is the Pro car, which a number of people are saying I suppose they have got 3 cars in this race, Herbert, actually, because they've got the 93 as well. The 92 is seen as the Pro car, but we've seen that 91 car take very good overall victories, Nick, down through the years, and they've, in fact, the same drivers that are in that car now competing in a Pro-Am category have competed at the sharp end of the field in the full Pro category.
Yeah, I think it's true. I mean, I think you certainly don't count them out at all. I mean, it's an interesting look at the front of the grid, I must admit, because we effectively, I don't know what's happened this year, but suddenly Porsche is the car to have.
Always, mate. You should know that. Got a yellow flag at turn 13. We'll check that out to see who has gone missing as we take a look at the standings at just past 6 o'clock in the evening. Sunset about 10 minutes ago, and it is the TCE category that we'll look at first for the touring cars. Top categories, top cars in the TCE are all from the TCR classes. AC Motorsports lead it, and I'm not sure those gaps are quite right there, but we'll forget the gaps at the moment. I'll just give you the rundown. So 188 AC Audi from the VW Golf, defending champions Autorama, then Top Car Sport in the first, the Cupras, and then it's Cupra, VW, Cupra, Audi for the top 8. We do have the TCX category as well. They're sitting a little bit further down, and that is being led at the moment by the Sally Racing car in 11th position in that part of the grid. That's the 218, the Lund, Obel, Nybo and Thorsen car. Remember, that we had a couple of cars, or we had one car at least, that did not start. That was one of the CWS engineering cars, the car that effectively was the placeholder. Second place in the TCX category is the 278. That's one of the new Ginetta's that did finally arrive in the containers. And in third place is, they're in third place. In second place is the Fun M Motorsport BMW. So that's how it stands in TCE. In the GT category, and at the head of the field, GPX Racing with the Porsche first and second, as Nick was mentioning. It's about 1 minute and 16 seconds between first and second then, and another half a minute back to HRT in the Mercedes AMG in third. Third manufacturer in the top 4, GRT Grasser in fourth, then Audi in fifth. So 4 manufacturers in the top 5, and then it's WRT then in fifth position. Dynamic in that number 7 Porsche in sixth. CP up to 7th position, and they must be leading the AM category. Yes, they are, ahead of Inception in 8th position in second in the McLaren, and that was another car that was delayed in transit, not the same car that we were racing last week in the double 6 at Bahrain. Going through the other class leaders, down to 14th position for Duo Racing in the 991 class, the 909. They're just ahead of the GTX leader, one of the 3 Lamborghini Super Trofeos. This is the Lightbird Motorsport car, the 710, that leads their class in that race. And in GT4, how far do I have to go down? I have to go down to the team Avia Zorg Rennsport, number 452, which is in 21st in that part of the race. And that is your GT4 leader. That's how it stands then, with the time just coming up to 5 minutes past 6 here in Dubai. So
sure.
Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I've had listening to your runner give me a chance to check my Twitter, and as always, our Twitterati and our fantastic collective have come up with with a couple of really salient points from our conversation. Sean Romig tells me that Viper, it left the Riley factory in 2014 as the second GT3R chassis they built. It has the 8.4 litre production engine backed by an X-Track sequential gearbox, 2-time Dutch Supercar Challenge champion. Thank you, Sean.
Excellent.
And also, 2 people, and I've strolled past because people are so interactive, cut out the actual incident between Alleman and Pampanini, and you were completely right, he turned into him. Even so, it's absolutely his fault. So there we go. Yeah, okay. So thank you.
Was it left rear or right rear that he damaged?
It was right rear.
All right.
Over the nose, came round. It was a. Not wishing to keep mentioning, it was a typical iRacing accident, but in reality.
I thought you were going to say something else there, which I might not have disagreed with you, but I'm going to...
Sorry, it was Michael Haffenden did it, put up the shot, as did Josh Barrett. So thank you guys.
Looks like a little off-track incident for the Zengo Cupra 133, the green, white and black car. Now, is that a puncture as well on that car? It's back on the track now. A couple of incidents at turn 1 that we've already seen today, and they continue with this clumping that we often get on the circuit, even though we've got 5.5 kilometres, 3.25 miles, 3.33 miles. Really not sure how that happens, but it tends to. I was going to mention the timing and scoring tower on the left hand side of the screen for those of you who are watching doing our sound and vision. The 3 little bars are indeed the 3 sectors of the track, so that shows you where cars are around the circuit, and if they go purple then they've gone fastest. P is for pits, F is for fuel, and O is for outlap. Okay? And apologies that our enhanced timing it hasn't been available to you here. That's a decision from the official timers of the series, and outside of our control. A number of you tweeting asking for that. We haven't got a problem. That's a decision from the guys at timeservice.nl. So apologies for that not being available.
Roberto Pampanini in that 7 car and coming in from 6th place in the race and GT Pro. He's actually stopped for a absolute stock green running fuel stop, John, the first one that we've seen for some time. Also just in the pits is our leader as well, Wolfgang Triller, so he's coming in for a stand stop too. So it's interesting, these are people who got half a tank of fuel over the Code 62 6 ago, then one more just after we came onto the air, and they've now will be resetting the cars. We are now beginning to get a long enough run to work out what people actually are as the various fuel staggers unwind. But it's taken a while, hasn't it? We're really, 3 hours, 8 minutes in.
My apologies. I misread the information that I'd been gotten. My fault entirely. The timing.radioshow.limited service, our enhanced timing, is back now. So thank you very much to Harold and timeservice.nl. Completely got the wrong end of that story, for which I apologise. I was trying to read too many things at once there, but that's my fault. So apologies. So Emma McCroy and everyone else, we are restored thanks to the hard work of those at the track. 111 in the pit lane.
What's he done wrong? See if I can find out. Exceeding speed limit in a refueling area, 22 seconds in the 111. There's a lot of people going, what their timing is in the fueling area? Oh no! One of the 3, was it 4 GTX Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeos, one of which is it still in the pit? That one to come out again? It was towards the back, wasn't it? No, it was the GT3 Poland car, the 708 with Gregor Mogzulski. He's back out again, but they are a long way off. They're about 18 laps off the leader class, but they've got many hours to make it up. They're going to need misfortune to fall the other cars equally to give them a chance to get up into pace. But Lamborghini Huracans, don't forget, the Super Trofeos are actually more powerful than the GT3s, just with less aero. So they're quick down the straights, not so fast around the corners.
They are very quick around the
also, they sound lovely and they look fabulous. Yeah. So, I'm all for a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo class, and probably got 3. Let's get 10 next time. Actually, the interesting about this Lamborghini Super Trofeo is they have actually managed to produce a proper endurance spec. There's quite a lot of these other one-make series where you don't see that happen, do you? You don't actually see the challenge cars actually take part in the endurance racing. For example, we had the Ferrari Challenge. You don't see those cars being up spec for endurance. You obviously never saw, unfortunately, the Maserati Super Trofeos. Well, you did see them, but they didn't last the 24 hours. But the Lamborghinis, with which obviously have series now in Asia, Europe, and of course the US, where it's very big, are really pushing forward for what is effectively quite a small organisation, but it's backed by the might of Audi and the Audi engineering and the Audi engine particularly.
Audi engine and gearbox, yeah.
Oh, is it, or do Audi use the Lamborghini engine and gearbox? There's always a kind of a grey area about that, isn't there?
Depends who you speak to. If you speak to somebody from Squadra Corsa Trofeo, you'll get one answer. If you speak to Chris Renke, the man at the head of Audi Sport Customer Racing, they've all got the 4 rings on them. The gearboxes have got the 4 rings on them, even in the Lambos, even in the GT3 cars. Or should I say, certainly in the GT3 cars.
Did it debut in the Huracan before the R8 is the question. I think the first time it got used was in the Lamborghini, which is why they claim it's theirs, regardless of one way or another. I think the first car we launched, I'm happy proven wrong if Twitter can tell me the facts, but from my memory, the Huracan had the engine first, so they claim it was Lamborghini engine, which is an interesting way of doing it, because of course the VAG group, they share everything around all their brands.
Yes. We'll let them fight about that, Nick.
No, we want to join in.
No, I don't want to be a part of that at all. I wonder if Chris Ward is listening from the Lamborghini Super Trofeo in the US. He's a massive endurance fan, and he might be able to send me some information on that at RSL_studio, Chris, if you are listening in, getting ready for another season of Lamborghini racing as part of the IMSA package, of course. At RSL_studio. 20 hours and 50 minutes or thereabouts to go. Another penalty, this time for one of those Squadron. Did you just mention this? The 708 has just served. Oh no, sorry. It's just been served a warning for overtaking another car outside track limits.
No, look, I've got 2 wheels off rather than 4 wheels off.
I tell you what, there's an awful lot of offences in the refuelling areas, not just speeding, but non-specific refuelling infringements. Rule 1, Article 21.3, 4, and I'll just run through the numbers: 208, 401, 133, 989 again. I know that was a pit stop infringement, sorry. And they are 20 seconds. They're getting 20 seconds for those, 10 seconds for some of them. So something's going on down there.
They're not putting their nozzles on.
They're not putting their nozzles on. O's?
That's my guess. They're trying to be clever. They're trying to get around fuel fill. That would never happen. Oh, Benetton, 1994. Can't let it go. I know it's 26 years. I'm 27 now.
Still made a career for Steve Matchett, didn't it? Let's be honest.
Very good point. Well made, yeah. And it obviously made. Whoever took the picture has made a few quid out of that. I don't know if it was Stephen T or whoever, or Darren. But that picture of Jos Verstappen in flames has gone around the world several times.
And back again.
Yes. So saying Hubert Haupt now has taken the lead in the 4, the blue and yellow HRT Bilstein car, the Mercedes, but that's on again because he owes us a stop in comparison to Axel Jeffries and Wolfgang Triller. Rolf Nyken also has now moved to second because the GRT Grass team, despite having stopped 6 times, haven't actually stopped more recently on the most recent rotation. So Haupt leads by merit because we don't know how much further he can run. If he can run a long distance, and we start getting in a situation where, oh, hang on, actually he is really in the lead. But until we know where he's coming in, it's hard to work out the relative environments of both of them. We said it before. Louis Michaels, I don't think we mentioned before, from WRT Audi. They've snuck up there from nowhere. I don't remember either the Johnny and gang or us mentioning the WRT, the car 31 machine at all. And now it's just sitting there in 4th half-minute off the lead. That's very sneaky, very WRT-ish, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm hearing that WRT might pop up with a LMP2 project in the next year or so. Couldn't possibly work out why they'd be doing that.
No, it's really, really weird, isn't it? How all of a sudden all these drivers want to be seeing LMP2 cars, like it's some sort of moving shop window in somewhere. I can't think what for though. No, doesn't just beyond me why that would happen.
Did you see the pictures of the Toyota TSO50 stroke GR 010, whatever it's called?
Yeah, I mean the only thing I'd like to have seen is some sort of scale thing. I'd like to have seen a driver standing by it, because to me, visually, it looks smaller than the TSO50, but that could just be, an illusion of the camouflage paint, or just in my mind that car is a smaller footprint than the TSO50, which could be completely wrong because I haven't had anything to scale it against.
Well, they're not going to unlearn everything they've learned, which is it's why, I think when we did that prototype panel before Christmas, and Alex Furtz was actually at the test and talked to us from the test while the 2 cars were going round with what we know now is a 3.5, 3.6 V6 engine, which is why it didn't sound particularly stressed when it was going by even down the front straight, this long front straight at Portimao. He said you can't unlearn what you've learned, so the back end of the car does look very much like the previous iteration of cars.
No, so they're saying they're looking about 10 to 12 seconds off. They think they'll make 330. I didn't realise they were so much heavier. They're 160 kilos or 170 kilos above what the TSO50 was. So you can see why the cars are going to be less quick, but obviously by making them heavier, it means that it's easier to get the car to the minimum weight without using expensive exotic materials. And we're all about efficiency and bang for your buck racing miles an hour with the regulations. So you've got to say that's a good idea. Apart from F1 needs to be lighter. Sorry, keep going.
The problem with allowing cars to get heavier, all kinds of things going on out in the darkness on the far side of the circuit.
Dangerous world.
I'm keeping an eye, don't worry. The problem with making things heavier, particularly cars that do 200 miles an hour plus, is you've got an awful lot of energy in that car if something goes wrong with it, if it gets clipped, if you have a tyre failure, or whatever. And unfortunately, tracks, even as we've seen recently, Formula One tracks, the runoff areas, the barriers, they're not suitable for stopping a Formula One car. Never mind a 1,400 kilo sports car that's doing 200 miles an hour. And I worry about that. We should be engineering lightness into cars, not engineering heaviness into cars. I mean, it's one of the issues we've got with electric power, doesn't it? That I've been inquiring, and sit down everybody before I say this. I think my next car will be a full EV, and that'll probably be the last car I buy, and I'll be buying that within the next few months, possibly. Not saying that it will necessarily replace any of the internal combustion engine cars that I've got, or might have to get rid of one. But the problem that I have with all of them is they're all over 2 tons. And that's terribly inefficient. And when I've been looking and talking to people about range and such like, as much as I would love to have a Porsche Taycan or an Audi e-tron, they're all over 2 tons, so you're looking to get just over 200 miles out of the cars, even with the extended battery life on them, particularly when it's cold. Whereas a Hyundai Kona will do 300 miles because it's a much lighter car. Surely Gordon Murray ideals, Colin Chapman, engineer a bit of lightness in. Can we not be cleverer about this? If you've got to have a stonking great battery pack that's going to have to weigh a certain amount, then it needs to be carrying as little extra, pushing as little extra around as possible. Or am I just being naive and idealistic?
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think the thing is, the first generation of electric cars has had to look like a car but be electric. Then you have to start thinking about how do you innovate the concept of what a car should look like, because it doesn't need to look like a car anymore. You know what I mean? Because you haven't got the issue where you have to have a radiator at the front, an engine, and so you can have them any shape you want them to be. You can build the batteries where they need to be. But yeah, and people need to be more intelligent about what they actually need in the car. The reason your Audi A6 weighs 1,800 kilos is because people require a certain amount of comfort and a certain amount of safety. But you can obviously, if you're prepared to put some more interesting materials in there, you can achieve both of those. If you perhaps won't have some of your standard equipment you think you should have, and you can lose several hundred kilograms. But you've got to, I suppose, how much can you force the consumer to change over one generation, John? And let's start off by saying to change your power supply, and then we'll start motor force supply, and then let's start talking about actually changing the way you actually think about what a car should be.
Number of people, including the Hunt, say the GR010, actually GR010 is how they will say it, won't they, for Gazoo Racing, is, would you believe this, and you like this because you're a Maserati MC12 lover, 25 centimetres longer and 10 centimetres wider than the TS050.
Oh, there we go. That just goes to show how my perception is not much. Actually, also answering another question I raised myself, and Chris Diamond got in contact.
Hello, Chris.
He said, Chris is who. For a long time, actually, Chris Diamond, I think, was my first. It was me interviewing Chris Diamond, my first profile picture on Facebook back in 2009 or 2008 when I was doing. Anyway, it's a picture I had professionally taken. It was back of my head anyway. It says Ferrari Challenge doesn't make a good endurance car because it drinks fuel while it's going out of fashion, and to a lesser extent, the narrow tyres don't hold up so well. So there we go. That's why they haven't worked that one through into a super Truffaut environment. So I mean. I think going back to the original part of this conversation, I think it is unfortunate that cars are getting heavier and race cars specifically. But when you start adding a hybridized system, you can see why, to keep costs down, they want to make sure you're not chasing lower weight as well.
Jet has tweeted in at RSL_. She said, "My 11-year-old says the same. Why do electric cars look like they do? Surely they should look futuristic and not be tied down to old ideas."
Absolutely.
Totally agree.
But that's next generation. That's next generation.
I think that should be the same for electric racing cars as well. The time for Formula E to look like a single-seater Formula is long past. I want it to look like pod racing.
Formula E, of course.
You know.
So for Formula E, decided to have dramatic bodywork, which didn't do any good, which wasn't actually providing downforce or any usefulness. So that was they wanted to look different in a nihilistic sort of way. But I agree with you. Why don't we can play around with these whole things? But of course, sorry, just remember the other reason they have to make it cheaper to look like a racing car is because they want to use an existing chassis.
Yeah, they use the old car chassis.
Tub.
Yeah.
So again, that's cost, but absolutely right.
DW12 wasn't it that they used? And a gearbox. It was something on. It was an Indy car. Originally.
Yeah.
And a gearbox. Why do you need a gearbox with an electric motor?
Well, and now it's because that isn't the case, obviously, with the Gen 2s.
No, I know. Do you
the
think
Gen 3...
the Extreme E, the Formula Extreme E, the Dune buggy things, where you have to have a male and a female driver, and you share the car and each do a lap each around exotic locations in the world. That just looks like a Dakar buggy. So it's the same again. There's nothing innovative there, is there?
There's nothing to set it apart unless you. But basically, because you can't hear it, that's how you know it's electric. It's. I mean, I think that people need to think outside the box a little bit more. But they're so concentrated on the drivetrain that they perhaps don't. I mean, it'd be interesting whether Audi, when they produce their Dakar machine, just make it look normal, because obviously it's going to have a range extender in it. So I mean, it's the Gen 3.
Now you see now. We talked on Midweek Motorsport a while back, and Tim's just reminded me about the flying car series, Formula Fly or whatever it's called.
Oh yeah,
those pod things
videos,
are going to have people in. This is the Australian idea. Now we can laugh and snigger at that, but at least they're trying something different, and I like that.
I'm not laughing or sniggering. They've got some technical things to overcome, but the concept is absolutely fine. It's just got a real problem in that people weigh 60 kilos at minimum, if you get a jockey on board, and that's the issue. It's not anything wrong on that. Then you've got to get the electric power to get the cars, the weight of the batteries to get the pods off the ground. That is the issue, not the actual concept. Because you look at the test models they've had, which they probably are carrying about 7 or 8 kilos, they look pretty impressive.
Yeah. Chris Humphreys, one of the Orange Army. Chris, thanks for your service and all your colleagues in the UK, Europe, around the world. Got some very good marshals here out in the UAE as well, who don't just marshal the local stuff and supply it all around the world. Says, I was on track clearing up a couple of years ago when an LMP2 car went off at Stored Silverstone, right? So we're talking about an F1 circuit. 170 miles an hour, no brakes. 90 minutes of red flag to rebuild the Tech Pro, which had been the barrier, which had been ripped out of its concrete mount. Like, just extraordinary. And the Toyota there, he was there, he says, I was also clearing up. This is you, it's your fault, Chris. 6 rows of tyres went there. Do you remember the Toyota that went off? 6 rows of tyres and damaged the concrete wall. And just, Well,
it's basic maths, isn't it? It's force is speed times mass squared. No, mass times speed squared.
Yeah.
So if you've got 100 miles an hour and you've got a ton, it's suddenly you go to 200 miles an hour and you've got 1,200 kilograms, and the force is unbelievably large. And yes, we try and retain it as much as we can, and we also contain it with the safety cells, and so the drivers are protected. But it does seem to pass all the damage onto the track itself.
Rodrigo Chillon is in the penalty box in the tangerine and white Johnny Palmer Blackpool FC.
Absolutely.
Aston Martin. That was a 20-second time penalty for a refuelling infringement. That's now been served. Also, a pit stop infringement for the 107 has just been issued. That's the latest one.
all the TCR, the fastest TCR cars are quicker than the GT4s in these particular specs around this track, which is interesting because it's quite closely matched. But certainly on a lot of tracks, the GT4 is a little bit quicker, like the Nürburgring, for example. But here, we've got the TCRs past the GT4s now. Leading TCR, which we should be just give you, is Stefan Parent in the 188 AC Motorsport.
Great to see.
And then you've got Ronnie Yost, the 131 Top Car Sport Cooper TCR is second, and the gap, unfortunately, is over a lap, so I can't say you're in time, but it's a lap approximately, which is what one
Sorry, who are you talking about?
50. First and second in TCR.
First and second in TCR. Where do we think they are?
188, 19th and 23rd.
Right, yeah, he's in 19th position, and he has got 43 seconds back to the Porsche that's behind him, and another. Let me go back to take obvious sentence. Another 12 seconds there. That's TCR, isn't it? I think that's just over 2 minutes. So it's just over a lap.
Just over a lap, yeah.
Yeah. Because they're both.
So the Pro Sport car, which it is this little GT4 Aston. I think it was its competition debut we saw at Imola a couple of years ago.
Yes, I think so.
It was all white.
Yes.
And it's been sort of ever present ever since. I mean, it often, and to their credit, certainly last year when the fields were a bit thinner, they weren't really fighting against any direct opposition. But Nico Verdonk and his team have been excellent supporters of the series, and the cars gradually changed colour and gained more logos as time's gone on. So you're doing something right.
It's all weight. It's all extra weight, I tell you. You can tell it's got dark, isn't it? We've gone off at a tangent already. There's still over 20 and a half hours to go. Nick Damon and John Hindhaugh, RS1, for your audio, sound and vision at radio-show.co.uk. Good to have your company. The enhanced timing, back up and running at timing.radioshow.limited. And again, thanks to Harold and the team at timeservice.nl for giving us the information required to bring that added value service to the pit lanes and the spectators. Huge audience early on in the race. I accept that some of you will be drifting away and coming back, and we'll keep doing our hourly updates at the top of each clock hour. Into the pit lane, the second placed car.
Yep, that's interesting. So just to give you an idea, so the Julian Andlau, who stopped first from the lead, has been out for 24 and a half minutes. So with this staggered sort of fuel stop environment because of the Code 60s, Rolf has brought the car in for an empty tank stop, and actually remembered to stop before the tank was completely empty. Hidden there, some other driver.
One or two people haven't, that's why you said that, yes.
So 25 minutes, he's run 25 minutes longer. He will lose that second place, and Julian Andlau will go past him again. But now still out and running is Hubert Hampton, HRT Bristol Mercedes. So he's got at least 25 minutes more fuel than Julian, but he actually can only run for 23 minutes because he will hit if he's got the fuel for it, because he'll hit his maximum 2 hour stint length at that point. He's run 1 hour 37 so far, a maximum of 2 hours, and it doesn't count going down the pits or being the fuel for that 2 hours. So it's 2 hours of actual on the track time. It's the maximum.
Yeah, absolutely right. So you've got to work your way around that. Chaz Cleland, first time in 6 years not working at the Dubai 24 Hours, but enjoying the coverage and rooting for the Optimum Motorsport team, McLaren, the Inception guys. Good luck to everybody out there. Had a relatively, dare I say this, have we actually got any more than the Herbeth 91 car officially retired? The 928 HRT performance car, I don't think that's coming back, but I haven't seen anything from them to say that it's gone. The Vortex V8 has spent a long time in the pits, but I think it's back in the pits again now. The Zach Speed Dodge SRT Viper GT3R is getting a gearbox change. So those are the only 4 who've spent long times in the pitch. I don't think that 928's coming back. That looked like a front front cage leg that had crumpled on that. Done its job though, because Fabio Citinola got out the car without any problem. And I speak of the Viper, and it looks like the floor's going back onto that, so gearbox change almost done. Impressive.
That's a screwing up process. Of course, just for pure housekeeping, the 279 did not start with CWS Engineering. They split their resources over the two cars that should have been there in the first place rather than one there freighted in an emergency. So that those two cars, the 280 and the 278, have both been in the wars, but they are both running.
I love the fact that Colin White, knowing or being informed that his two brand new Ginetta race cars in their transportation containers have been held up en route, has the resources, i.e. another car, to air freight to the track for the early part of the week so his drivers can get some practice. It was supposed to be 278 and 279, those two new cars. So the air freighted car was entered. Follow me, Nick, this is important. So their original two entries were 278 and 279. The air freighted car came and took the 279 entry and then therefore was ended. But as soon as the two new cars came, there was no need for that car any longer. So they have an extra entry, which has become the 280, and all the drivers that were in the 279 migrated across to the 280, and the two cars that started therefore were the two new Ginetta G55. So in fairness, the 280 did have some problems early on, didn't it? The South African crewed car, car, Michael Stephen, who qualified the 279 right at the sharp end of its class, and the TCE category rather. He's in the car at the moment, but is running. But both of those cars, the 278 then and the 280, Adam Hayes behind the wheel of the 278, just coming to the pits. Both those cars had problems early on. So Colin, still working.
Yeah, the 280 did a diff, and the 278 had a power steering issue. But given the fact they were new cars and hadn't had any chance to shake down,
exactly.
These are the sort of things which would have turned up and annoyed them on Thursday normally, or Wednesday, for the promoter test. So that is the disadvantage of getting a new car delivered. Yes, you've got to take the risk, but there is a chance that things are just not quite all bedded down properly when it was put together. And that's why you have shakedown tests if you can.
The other car that was delayed, of course, was the Inception Racing by Optimum McLaren 720S GT3. Not the same car they raced down at Bahrain last weekend. So a quick flick through the timing screen. Well, the Simpson Motorsport Audi got here on time, and that's a UK flagged car. Not sure where that was coming from, though. But in fact, it would appear that was the only UK flagged car that wasn't delayed in transit. Tim Gray picked that one.
It's odd though, because all the cars are driven to Rotterdam to get loaded on the containers. So
all the containers are driven to Rotterdam necessarily, yeah.
Yeah, if you're using the Creventic service, and why wouldn't you? They all leave from the same place. Now, all of them also left a long time before Brexit. They all left in November, late November, early December. So that wouldn't have been a reason either. So perhaps because of the late end of the season, some of these cars are still being raced at that point and had to be shipped out separately.
In fact, my apologies, the Optimum McLaren is the one they were racing at Bahrain. That's not the car they intended to race. That's why they've had to use that. That arrived only at 4 a.m. this morning. We should say that Creventic's logistics are outstanding, second to none, and they make it very easy for you because of what Nick's just said. A lot of teams who do Creventic racing, in particular flyaways, out of Europe, they have their own containers that are custom made and include the racking and the cars, and when the cars aren't there, they're outside of the back of the paddock of the garages here in Dubai, Nick, and they sleep in them, they do all kinds of bits and pieces in them because they're kitted out exactly as they want them. And as you say, it's a simple matter, he says, for them. Basically, once they've got them to a central point, and there's a number of pickup points across Europe, then they're basically Creventic do the rest. 10-second time penalty for the number 4 Bilstein AMG GT. Hubert Haupt coming into. Was it Hubert still behind the wheel of that car?
Yeah, well, Hubert coming in from the lead job and coming in half an hour after Julien Anglauer, so he has got certainly a big fuel advantage. Though Julien will now take over the lead during the course of his pit stop, but it's not quite as black and white as Julien leading easily, because he said he's got a half hour less fuel than the striking, it has to be said, yellow and blue Bilstein car. I mean, it is in the Bilstein colours, but it actually kind of works quite well on that.
Is the blue a little lighter than it used to be?
You know what?
Bilstein?
I kind of thought that, but I've noticed, and this is slightly different colour. Some of the cameras have slightly different colour balance temperature on them, especially at night. To be honest, because they're fighting against, trying to get this from the low light. My guess is it's probably the same. No, I agree with you. It looks lighter.
Andlau has been out, by the way, in that GPX Racing Porsche, which Nick has suggested will take over the lead, and I'm sure it probably already has done. He has been out for 15 laps. He got into that car at just on 5 minutes past 6 local time. Or if you prefer...
He's done 33 minutes, he's done his stint length.
Yeah. So that's, as I say, 15, mostly green flag. There was a yellow flag out, but crucially there was no code 60s in that stint, I don't think. So we are starting to see some full stints.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
Certainly Hubert was a full fuel tank, whereas Julien Anglauer was 2 code 60 top-ups with a gap in between, so it wasn't quite a full tank, if that makes sense. That's why he's stopped half an hour early. Also sneaking up is Louis Maciel from WRT Audi, who's now scored 3rd and has run an hour and 46 on his stint as well. In fact, no, he's just going to pits now, so he's just coming to pits again, so he's coming 34 minutes after Julien Anglauer, so he'll drop down the field probably to 5th after this, but certainly WRT are doing that sneaky thing where they just get a bit closer, and if things carry on running, by the time that the sun comes up, we might see WRT unsurprisingly right at the sharp end.
Audi number 31 refuelling infringement, 10-second penalty has now been served as it heads in. 36 goes past the start finish line and is scored as the leader for GPX. Julien Anglauer then, whilst Hubert Haupt is still in the fuel.
Yeah.
So hasn't rejoined yet. WRT, by the way, is coming from 3rd position, that 31 car that Nick was talking about. And we'll see if they change. Wolfgang Triller in the Herbert Motorsport number 92 is next in 4th place. He's only been out there for 13-14 laps, so he's got a ways to go yet. 2 hours for your driver, which is not always perfectly aligned, Nick, to your fuel consumption, and that's the beauty of Hankook 24-hour Creventic racing.
I think it never is, to be honest. I mean, I think it's either too long for 2 stops on a GT3, or too long for 2 stops on a TCR. But when you throw a code 60 in, that's when they start, getting a chance to actually run the full 2 hours. Just looking at the so actually Patrick Assenheimer has got into the HRT Bilstein car, which Hubert brought in from the lead. Now, interestingly, they were about 27 seconds longer on their stop, and a little bit longer than Julien Anglauer, I think, was a driver change. So they didn't have the greatest stop, or there's a reason it just takes a bit longer to change, do a complete tyre, driver and fuel stop there for the Merc compared to Porsche. My only guess might be that perhaps the Merc allows a little bit extra fuel. I think the Porsche is less thirsty and perhaps might only have 100 or maybe 5 litres more needed for the Mercedes for its full fill. Quite interesting is that Herbert Motorsport 92 Wolfgang Triller with the car. No, he has. As I was just wondering, John, the time machine updated and did put him back into second place. So they have now gone back into the same order they were before they went out of phase on fuel stop. So it's leading GPX Racing Porsche 911 of Julien Andlau, car number 36. Second, Wolfgang Triller of the Herbert Motorsport Porsche in car number 92. And then it is the HRP Bilstein car number 4 Mercedes with Patrick Assenheimer. And then it's the 31 Louis McKeel's WRT, though he may lose his position. He's still in the fuel because Rick Breukers now has taken over the GRT Grasser Lamborghini Huracan, the 63 car, and that top 5 has made a little bit of breakaway, which is not surprising because they're the top 5 in pro for the leading AM car, which is another Herbert Motorsport car, but the 93 with Stefan Goreg driving, but he's also in the fuel top as well. So the pros have begun to break away from the AMs, John.
For the moment.
Yes.
In the darkness at Dubai Autodrome, with a mere 20 hours and just under 20 minutes to go. RS1 for the audio if you're moving around wherever you are in the world. Coming up to 6:45 local time. Well into the darkness now. Sunset was at just before, or just on 10 to 6, so just about an hour ago, and we'll have 13 hours and 16 minutes of official darkness till official sunrise at 6 minutes past 7 Dubai time tomorrow morning. Code 60 violations, 2 for 2 for the same car. The 909, one of the Porsches, the Duo Racing Porsche. So 2 12-second penalties. That must have been on 2 separate laps then.
I think so, yes.
Consistent though, because if they've been given a 12-second time penalty both times, and that is directly related to how much they've broken out, sorry to use a drag racing bracket racing term, how much they've broken out of the code 60 speed.
Well, they obviously got the setting wrong on, got it wrong and got it wrong on both laps, and they must be against.
It's 5.4k, code 60 kilometres an hour, 5.4 minutes a lap. Really?
Right.
Not hard, is it?
No, but you'd be surprised how very professional racing teams trip over the things that aren't hard and get the hard things right. Things like, are the pits closed or not?
Oh well, yes. I'm pretty certain now that the GT3 and 4 cars have programmable buttons on them, because they've got so many buttons on the steering wheel now.
Oh yeah.
That have a code 60 as well as a pit lane speed limit, and I honestly. It can't be that hard, and there's GPS on them, and they've got all kinds of timing loops that they can follow as well. And you know, when again, if you go back to the early years of GT4 when there were mildly modified road cars, you went out and had somebody time you round the lap to find out what revs you had to pull in which gear. That was, funny enough, my first ever stint in that Aston GT4. I came out into a code 60 and we didn't have even a pit lane speed limit. You just put it down into first and it automatically went to a pre-programmed pit lane speed limit. So it was your downshift and your braking. That's what got you down to the pit lane speed limit there. But of course, the code 60, so I worked out that it was whatever it was, 2,800 revs in third. And you could potter around like that, or you could put it in fourth and let it tick over and let it pull you around. And we were doing that as I first came out and talking to the guys, the guys on the radio. Spin out on the circuit, and that is the third place TCR car. That's the Autorama 112 machine that has gone around in the darkness, and that looks like it was coming through turn 1 or 2 very early on in the lap there, and that was an out lap for Gustavo Xavier, so he's looped it on cold Hankook tyres on the back of that car. They were in 4th position, so comes out of the pit lane Did he get spooked by another car? Yes, he did. But got right up on the curb on the right-hand side. And there's flat spotted, but I'm sure it will be a brand new set of Hankooks because there's no tyre regs here. You can use as many as you want, which means a brand new set of
that. I think he just basically the fronts didn't lock, but the rears do, which what sent it round. He unloaded the rears. There was a small amount of turn in the car, and the rears locked up. The fronts were still rolling very slowly. They just sends the car go around. The momentum with the rear with a slight bit of turn in it, and it flipped it. So I think he's going to be all right tyre-wise there, John. But yeah, a little bit embarrassing. He got caught in the cameras.
We see everything. We see everything.
It's a very thing, isn't it?
He's back underway and on the far side of the circuit now, heading up towards turn 12, just being passed by the Ginetta number 278 from CWS. And Gustavo then didn't quite get away with that. Teams sometimes are looking at their own onboards. Fourth in TCR in the pit lane as well. That is Simpson Motorsports Audi. And that was so
10 seconds refueling. 10 seconds refueling. I'm faster now. I see that shot. I go straight to my penalty screen. Refueling infringement, not putting the nozzle thinner on
or whatever.
Yeah. Not putting the nozzle back. Not paying.
Yeah. I'm sorry, your card's been declined. That's a 24-second penalty. AC Motorsport in the pit lane. The 188 Audi. This is the black and purple car. Full service there. Car was running pretty well earlier on, and in fact has come into the pit lane in the lead of the class. So still doing very nicely. Inside the top 20 when Stefan Perrin brought that car in 19th position. And you've got to say, Nick, when you've got that many GT cars, GT3 and GT4 cars, and Cup cars, 19th position is actually pretty good. Oh, big hit out on the circuit.
No, McLaren's gone round. That's the option of McLaren. He's come across someone and been tipped round, or he probably said the guy went up with him, he didn't give him enough space, but that's a light bit of contact. He's spun, he's lightly kissed the outside. I think he may get away with very little damage, but obviously he's lost time, but the car has come into the pit, so that's
Ollie Milroy was at the wheel. I think that might have right rear suspension damage.
Yeah, or at least bodyworks. It was steamy, it was smoky oil, wasn't it? I think, yeah. He came across too quick. It looked from the clip he came across too quickly and hadn't quite cleared the car. He may have misjudged about breaking the lap the car was going to do. But
that car was third in its class. GT3 AM, 9th position overall. Ollie, very experienced driver. It looked like that might have been all the way down at turn 10. Heavy braking area. And going around the outside of another car. Tim Pappas in the penalty box in the MRS GT Racing Cup car. That's the 989. He's there for 10 days now. He'd be better off serving his quarantine. It'll take less time.
It'll take a PCR test for him to get out of there, that's for sure.
Very good. Very good. We can laugh about it. Shouldn't
we
really.
We can now, just.
We can, yeah. We shouldn't really. But again, testament to everybody who's got there to have more than 50 cars. He had, by my reckoning, he had over a minute to serve. Well over a minute to serve.
It's a long time, isn't it?
The brakes are absolutely steaming on that car as well.
I get the feeling that Fabian, our director, went there thinking he'd get a nice shot of the car coming in and going out of the shot, and they went, oh, he's still here. And it's the place to be, because now 34 car collection Audis in there.
Refuelling instrument, 10-second penalty. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it might have been more than that, because he's been in more than 10 seconds now.
Got 2.
Has he got 2? I can find 1. No, 32-second penalty for exceeding the speed limit in the refuelling area. That was earlier on. That was at half 5.
You don't have to take it.
No.
The next stop. I think it's within 2 hours, isn't it?
And you can take. I mean, Tim Pappas, let's say for the sake of argument, he had a minute and 10 seconds. It was something like that. He could have taken 30 seconds of that and then gone. He doesn't have to take it all in one go, does he?
No, as long as you do take it all in 2 hours, I believe.
And again, you might decide to take some of it. I would suspect that some of these guys will be taking them because they're getting close to the 2 hours. And that was only 5:30. No, oh yeah, okay. So yeah, and it's coming to 7 o'clock. So yeah.
The reason for not taking it is actually you want to take it under code 60.
Correct. Because even though it doubles the amount of time.
But as you calculate, the code 60 lap was, you say 5:40 a code 60 lap was. But a race lap is 2 minutes, so as you can see, it is actually beneficial to take it through a code 60. Of course, you have to. If you don't take it within the 2 hours, you get another penalty. So then you get to the point where you can't leave it any longer, and you have to burn the penalty off.
5 minutes 24, by the way, is a code 60 lap.
So you think therefore it's 5:24. So that's a lot more than 2 minutes. It's 4 minutes, isn't it? So it is beneficial. A bit odd to be gaming the penalty boxes, but that's all part of motor racing and certainly all part of endurance racing.
Well, you've got to work the strategy. You've got to see where the gaps are in the lines. We always talk about how bizarre it is when motor racing drivers say, if I don't go for a gap, I'm not a motor racing driver, I'm not a racer anymore. Well, yeah, that's fine, so long as you can actually get through the gap and you're not trying to do it with a snowplow and you end up in the wall, or somebody else ends up in the wall. But what you do have to do if you're sitting on the wall as a team manager or in the back of the garage, you've got to look for the gaps in the regulations where you can make that an advantage. And whether that's in your fuel consumption, whether that's in how the fuel regs work, what lap times you run to get a bit extra fuel, whether you can run a bit lighter and that gets you a better balance of performance. I mean, think back to Le Mans a few years ago, I'm talking quite a few years ago, the Corvettes ran heavier than they needed to because they were allowed to have a 2mm bigger restrictor on the V8 engine, and they worked out it was better to run heavy and let the car breathe better than it was to run light and have it slightly strangled.
That always sounds better to me. I'd rather put on weight and not be strangled. No, I mean, I think this is the difference. This is sometimes which causes consternation to both viewers and to some drivers. It's a very different concept to a 20-minute sprint race. You do have to judge what gaps the gaps go for. And we've seen people get it wrong here, or not have the spatial awareness to know what's around you, and suddenly you're facing the wrong direction. You've no idea why. It's obviously it's difficult. I think it's rare. It's very rare that a team gets it right initially. There's a huge amount of learning that needs to be done with endurance racing, be it sports car endurance racing, be it GT3 endurance racing, be it even even a 4K 500 miler. It's a completely different mindset, and some things are counterintuitive because going slower means you end up going faster because you're not putting yourself into danger, which is the key point. Because you have to start from the concept. In a 20-minute sprint race, John, you start from the concept of winning. In an endurance race, you start from the concept of finishing and then try and improve that.
That's a very good analogy. That's a very good description, should I say. They're costing themselves time down at the Blanchimont Porsche pitch. That's the 978 Porsche Cup car. Couldn't get the driver shoulder straps over the hands device. Use a bit of revs. Gets away. Hello to Simon Tibbett. Pleased that you're enjoying the coverage. He says massive congratulations to all the teams and the 24-hour series for getting this race on. Hoping to see the classic full field and get there myself in 2022. Simon, thanks for tuning in. Here to that. Dubai at this time of the year is a lovely place to be, there's no doubt about it. Mid-20s during the daytime, dropping down to mid to late teens on the evening time. It is very, very nice. It's the Dubai Shopping Festival, which is still going on at this stage, so all kinds of discounts and stuff going on in normal times, although I think it is still going on. And of course, this time next year, the postponed Dubai 2020 World Expo will be starting in October and running through till the end of February. So if you're planning ahead now for the Hankook Dubai 24 Hours in 2022, I can't believe I'm saying that, then there is plenty. There was a racetrack that always used to say this: there's lots to see and do, even more to see and do. And I'm told that the Expo will be absolutely staggering. The extra year that Dubai have had to put this on has been used wisely, and they've gone from simply oh wow to, well, I've got nothing to say about that because it's just mind-bogglingly brilliant. So
It's quite interesting the fact that the Expo should be now, because I remember we were actually out of Dubai, I think, when it got announced. It was like 2013 or 2014. It just seemed that was so far away. But yeah, it's amazing how motor racing and years go by. And
do you remember how big a deal it was when they announced they'd won that Expo?
Yeah.
Refueling infringement for the number 199. That's the Audi.
You can have that on the roof, refueling infringement.
Yeah.
So you say you're saying it.
10 seconds penalty. One of the 909 exceeding speed limits that we were talking about, 12-second penalty, has been cancelled. So they've got 12 seconds back there, but they haven't come in yet. Obviously, there was been a bit of chat about that. So the AC Motorsport Audi, yes, indeed. AC Motorsport Audi comes to its halt to get its
that's also something you need in an endurance team. You need a good team manager who can argue your case in a way in which you can get things reduced or changed.
Looks like a penalty. Looks like a penalty coming for the McLaren 72 team. Team manager.
That'll be causing a collision, that'll be.
Yeah. Being asked to report the race control. And what I don't know is if...
Are they still in? I can't see, sorry.
They are... No, they're out the pit. Ollie Milroy took the car back out.
I think in the end they just had to pull bodywork away from the wheel. It was a wheel rubbing rather than a suspension breakage.
We've been seeing quite a few issues for the Porsche Cup cars. Ian is down at that area of the pit at the number 978 pit. What's going on down there, Ian?
Peter Ooms has just got out of the 978 Speed Lover Porsche as the 199 Audi is about to exit pit lane. That's just a few metres behind us. Peter, a good run in that session, but gee, it's hard work out here tonight.
Can you repeat that question, please? I didn't understand.
A good run in that session, but it's very hard work here tonight.
It is, especially in the dark. It's also my first ever race in a 24-hour series of Creventic. So for me, everything is new. But I thought it went pretty good, so I'm very happy.
What were the conditions like out there? It is a big step up from the Belcar series back in Belgium.
Yeah, the level, you cannot compare the level. The level here is so much higher with all the professional pilots. It's a different ball game. It's you cannot compare.
I couldn't quite see, but it looked as though that was Olivier that got back into the car.
Yes, Olivier is now in the car. He's our third pilot. We had some troubles with the engine, so we're only now the third pilot in the car.
We just saw you take off the Speedway helmet. You've got the Alpine Stars suit on. You're sweating. It's hot. What are the conditions like racing in one of the biggest endurance races in the world?
Yeah, like I said, it's really tough. I think I need to go to the gym a little bit more to keep up the pace.
Thank you very much, Peter. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Dank u wel.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, what a place to go and do your first 24-hour series Hankook Creventic event. I'm somewhat envious. I'll tell him one way to help out is to use Valero temperature controlling underwear, the race underwear. It made a huge difference to me the first time I wore it, from balaclava all the way down to everything but socks, in fact. But absolutely huge difference in terms of how you feel behind the wheel of a car in hot weather, particularly when the cars don't have aircon. And like me, I can't drink when I've got a helmet on. It just doesn't feel right. So I couldn't rehydrate.
Is that because you can't get the martini glass to your mouth?
Exactly right. There's nowhere, it won't fit in the cup holder. No, absolutely not. No, all joking apart, I can't use a drinks tube and a camel pack or anything like that. It just doesn't feel right to me. I'm too busy concentrating on driving to remember to suck, not blow, or, you know, try and play the national anthem or something. That's what would end up happening. It'd be up my nose, it'd be in my face, it'd be everywhere. Oh no, it'd be terrible. Absolutely terrible. Right, we're just coming up to another race hour. In fact, we've gone by just after 7 o'clock here at the Dubai Autodrome. Let's give you a rundown of what's going on at the sharp end of the field. GPX Racing, Julian Andlauer in the Porsche, number 36, has completed 104 laps and leads the motor race by just over 2 minutes. Actually 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Back to Herbert and Wolfgang Triller in the best of the Herbert cars, the 92 car. Remember, the 91 has been retired after contact between Daniel Allemann and the dynamic Porsche. Daniel got a penalty for it, he never served it. It doesn't go on to the next race before anybody asks that. Third place for HRT Bilstein. Patrick Assenheimer back behind the number 4 AMG GT3 by Mercedes. He's another half a minute back from the second place Porsche. Then it's GRT for Lamborghini. Rick Breukers is about a minute behind in 4th position, a minute behind 3rd, that is. He's got 90 seconds on Stefano Monaco, who is in 5th position for that Dynamic Motorsport gold and black car. And then it's WRT in 6th position, Frank Bird leading the charge for the 31 Audi. So Porsche, Mercedes, Lamborghini and Audi in the top 6. The best of the GT3 AM cars comes in at 7. It's Shane Lewis now behind the wheel of the number 85 Mercedes AMG GT3. That's the red, white and blue GT3 AM leader in 7th position. Second is in 9th for Herbert Motorsport and Tadas out in the 93 car. And third in GT AM outside the top 10 now in third position, in 10th place is the HRT Abu Dhabi Racing, the red AMG GT3. Khaled El Khabazi behind the wheel of that car. Inception after that incident. Ollie Milroy running again, but now down to 4th. In the classes, in the GTs, it is Duo Racing, the number 991, that leads the Porsche Cup class. Andrea Mulkovos in 15th position. Leipert's Gerhard Watzinger, IMSA racer in prototypes among other things, is leading in the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo for Leipert. They lead the GTX class 16th in the standings. And in GT4, ST Racing has Samantha Tan behind the wheel of the number 438. That's the BMW M4 GT4, leading by about half a second from the red and white Team Aviazorg Rennsport, Paolo Machedo in the 452, and Pro Sports Konstantin Scholl in the Aston Martin Racing. That's the Tangerine car next up in GT4. As we go further down the field, more stories to be told. You know what Joe Bradley says, there's a soap opera behind every door. Speed Lover in 32nd position. They're holding down a position in their class as well, of course, in the Porsche class, but they have dropped time earlier on in that 279 car. In TCE then, so the touring cars are TCR and the TCXs are everything else. 21st position overall, but leading their category, the number 188, pit stop recently for the AC Motorsport car. Philippe Thirion got into that car and leads by about a minute and 44 seconds from top car in second. That's Fabian Danz in the Cupra TCR. Third in TCR's Autorama Motorsport, Gustavo Xavier for Volkswagen. He's a little bit further back down the field. In TCX, Sally Racing are leading that in the Cupra that has been shuffled off into that category. Henrik Thomsen behind the wheel of that, ahead of PK Car Sport in second, just having left the pits for Steen Lauwert in the M2 CS Racing. and CWS CWS Engineering 278 in third. Jean-Francois Bruno in the Ginetta G55 is another 3 minutes further back, which means the Fun M Motorsport BMW, which was going very well, the 302, that's been stuck in the pits for quite a long time. So we need to find out what's happened to that car. Julius Adamavicius brought that car into the pits.
Yeah, 18 minutes he's been in, John.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of moments ago, another spinning. Well, that was the leader in the TCR and TCE categories. That was the 188 down at the very dark this year, turn 1. Is turn 1 even a little darker than usual this year, Nick, or is it just my ageing eyes?
I think they've got their. That is darker. I think perhaps some of the small, they're not particularly bright lights on the outside the fences perhaps aren't turned on this year, or
from some of the retail units. Yes.
Yeah.
Possibly right. Meantime, we're still waiting to see the fate of the number 72. They had their team manager from Inception Racing asked to go and see the race director a little while ago. Ollie Milroy's back out in the very 1980s discotheque interior of that McLaren 720.
It's that colour where all you can see is all the flecks of dust on you. You wear a dark shirt, it just highlights out all the unpleasantness on your shirt, doesn't it? Like in bright white.
It's a very careful balance lighting the inside of an endurance race car. I remember having a long chat, probably far too long than was necessary from either of us, with Mark Webber when he went to Porsche and the 919 programme, and they'd been at Ricard, and when the first time they went to Ricard, the Porsche burned to a crisp, although they denied it, and they had an issue with the battery pack, I think, in those days. But when they did get some running going, they did a lot of overnight running, not just to get the 24-hour endurance, but also to get the interior lighting right and work out whether you needed backlights behind things, whether you could use fluorescent tape or marker pens that then could be picked up by the dark purple black lights. Mark was giving me chapter and verse about how he felt like something out of CSI, looking for a blood trail to work out whether it was all. With this, will that stand? Does that stand out that colour? Because you've got to find the buttons you need.
There's so many buttons.
Yes.
On a hybrid P1 car, there are so many buttons you've got. Yes, you can perhaps finger touch 6 or 7 of them, but then there's dials that you need to be able to find instantaneously because you're making an adjustment, at 200 miles an hour. Just caught a view of the Vortex V8. Lionel Amarouche is back out after a long pit stop. But that is good. That means that it does reduce our number of people definitely not coming back to one.
Right.
And one who hasn't started. So we are actually running 50 cars at the moment who want to take part, though we still don't have the Porsche, which pranged itself really badly on lap 5, which hasn't retired, and they are trying to mend it. But as you pointed out, it looked a bit chassis-ish to me. But
I think worse than the chassis, it was the roll cage, the front left-hand roll cage spar, the one that comes up from the floor, did its job because its driver was able to open the door and get out, but it didn't look at quite the right angle for me. Richard Ashton has used the at RSL_studio and the hashtag Dubai24H to ask, is there more than one penalty box in the pit lane? With all the penalties being given out, what happens if the penalty box is full? And do teams have to wait until one is free before serving the penalty? Nick Damon.
No, you can queue actually. Don't forget, you time your own penalties.
Correct.
Obviously, if the box is free, you put your car in the box. If that box
means we can get the picture of it more than anything else.
Yes, you can park up behind it, and you can time your own penalty, and someone will check it. You obviously have to make sure you have enough room to the person in front to get out if they are serving a longer penalty than you. I have seen 3 cars in the queue.
I saw 4 once at Barcelona when we were at Barcelona. I saw 4.
4? Oh, well done. But
yeah, I've got a 4.
There's a lot of cars in Barcelona.
There were.
So, yeah, I mean, but it can get quite, but it is okay because you do time your own penalties and it's checked by the officials. But, yeah, in fairness,
in fairness, I think that was at the start of a code 60 period, so a lot of people wanted to get shot at them at the same time. So I think that's why we had 4 in at the same time at Barcelona, and they were stacked side by side like Noah's Ark. Just catching up with some of the onboards, Patrick Assenheimer in second place, now under 30 seconds away from Wolfgang Triller because, of course, of the way the Stagger is working with their pit stops. Wolfgang has his he's been out 29 laps, so he'll be in a moment, whereas Patrick Assenheimer has only been out 15 laps.
A bit of information's come through to me from Facebook, Jamie Peters, and as he said that he's spoken to the driver of the 928 Porsche on Instagram, how modern, and the driver says the car's finished. So the 928 is also a withdrawal in the phase. We have 2 retirements and 1 non-start now.
Yeah, they just haven't done it. You know, they haven't put the garage door down in Le Mans terms, have they? That's the thing. The other point I want to make about Patrick Assenheimer, there's a bright red number 3 on the top of the roll cage, right in the middle of the car, above the driver. And I'm thinking, well, he's not in 3rd gear there. I think that's the driver ID. So Hubert Haupt will be 1, Maro Engel will be 2, Assenheimer will be 3, Ryan Ratcliffe will be 4, and Khaled El Khabazi will be 5. So it's a visual in the darkness because you have to turn a little rotary knob. So I think so. I'm just saying, possibly.
Oh God, is that leaving or coming in?
That is. Who's standing on? Stand by. One of my 10 screens. I've got to.
He's leaving.
Viper's
had his gearbox changes off. I'm sure it'll stop some fuel. Oh no, it's coming in. Damn, he's confirmed that pit lane. I thought he was. That means he has been out.
So it's an installation lap, but it looks like it's going back in again.
No. It's back on the dollies.
So we're not going to hear the wonderful sonorous V10.
Yeah, it wasn't out and in. That lap time is timed at 1 hour 48, unfortunately. Hopefully it just didn't connect the plug up properly, and that's all. It'll be ready to roll. Now pit lever, the 302 Fun Air Motorsport BMW Cup car.
That was the one. For a while. Right, that had been there for quite a while.
25 minutes, John.
Right, and that car was at one stage was leading the class. So that's a one we need to get onto. It was Julius Adamavicius who brought that car in TCX, and he's got into fuel.
And our leader is coming into pits, the 92.
Told you he was due, didn't I?
You did, and you were absolutely 107.3% correct.
Can't be more.
Brings the car in after about just over an hour.
I think that'll be 31 laps when he comes in.
9 minutes, I think he's done. An hour and 9 now and 10 minutes.
He got into that car, did Mr. Triller, at 10.5 minutes past the last hour.
Oh, so it's an hour and 4, okay.
An hour and 3:45. Pit out to pit in. If you want to be desperately pedantic.
I'm sure we do. I think why I thought
have you noticed how happy I am that I've got all my data back?
I know, it's you're living in joy at this point. So yes,
all the 10 screens are now fired back up again.
Full service.
Simpson Motorsport. Simpson Motorsport car. That was the silver Audi, wasn't it?
Yep, the one that was serving a penalty quite recently has wheeled into the pits from 11th in class and about 11th. It was 11th in TCR because no one's actually.
It was Rodrigo Salas who brought that car in, and that's the car that he shares among others with Gunnar Jeanette, of course. And so that car went pushed straight in forwards into the pit area, into the garage, rather. Sorry.
Someone to check something. I believe. Someone told me. I think that that Simpson car was also a car that hadn't turned up, and we discussed this. It was also a rental.
Oh, really?
Now I feel less confident about that piece of information, but I think that's what it was. Yeah. That someone's got information on Twitter about that. It was actually another car that hadn't turned up and was a rental machine. Might explain why it's single colour silver, actually.
Well, that was the launch colour, and there was another car that debuted here. Do you remember? It was sitting in the back. They had the show car, if you will, sitting in the back of the paddock on the Welton Barbecue one year, and then we had a Sprint TCR Middle East race.
We had 3 of them, didn't we?
Yes, we did, and one of them was turned into an endurance spec cars running on. I've got a feeling they were running on even a different manufacturer of tyres. They weren't running on a Hankook.
James Kay, wasn't it? Was in that team.
It was James Kay. Well remembered. Nick Damon, I doff my endurance hat to you.
Well,
look at you with your endurance knowledge. Who would have thought all those years ago, Nick?
Who would have thought 13 years ago I was turning up for a free trip to France? Absolutely. 14 years ago now, unfortunately.
Is it? You made a slip of a lad, as you
well, certainly many things were working far more efficiently, that's for sure.
Julian Andlau came in after 30 laps as well. 30 laps is about right, it would seem for the GT3 cars. Axel Jeffries, by the way, took over the GPX racing car. Porsche fan 1 asking about that.
So
Nick Damon
we're waiting
celebrating a quarter of a century in motorsport pit lanes.
I am, yeah. It's in September. It'll be 25 years since I completely undeservedly turned up at Monza for the F1 race. Based on the fact I knew Bernie's PA, and let's be honest, just to prove it's all about who you know, not what you know.
Yes, you've got to say how you knew her, though. That's the best part of it.
That is, because I was dressed as a pantomime dame. I was in women's clothing with men's underwear. And that's how we met at an after-show party. For an amateur production. I think it was Cinderella. It might have been Aladdin.
Oh, no, it wasn't.
Oh, yes, it was. But all that's behind me now, of course.
Yeah. The penalty just been served for another one of the Cup cars. And I have to say, can't find what they were in for. Is that the 9.6? No, that was the 9.64. Exceeding the speed limit during code 60. 14-second penalty for the 9.24. There we go. Served. Thank you. I feel like I should have a gavel and bang, when they serve, poof, you have served your time. You are released back onto the circuit. Go away with...
You need like a GTA sort of like graphic that comes on the screen, like some terrible American courtroom series where it comes with a big graphic and thumped, served, and then just carries on again.
Correct. Ian has been down to the Simpson Audi. Some kind of driveline issue there. The team is still investigating. Front-wheel drive, of course, that car. Transverse 2-litre 4-cylinder inline turbocharged engine for 330-ish, bit more than that horsepower in full fat form. Not all of the series around the world allow them to run as full fat as they can. Let's head down there for an update from Ian, and we might have a little bit more news from the Simpson team.
First of all, with that Simpson Audi, we don't know the problem. I don't think the team knows the problem, as a matter of fact. They were searching around the front end. It looked as though it might have been a driveline issue. A few moments ago, the 302 BMW went back out onto the circuit after a very long pit stop. I'm down here with the team car chief, Jeanette Quick. Jeanette, an incident while Julius was behind the wheel. What did happen?
Well, we're actually not sure. We started out with some sensor problems in the back. Actually, the guys are doing a great job. Suddenly, we just heard that our driver had a crash. We fixed now the car, and we got Simon Clement out now, doing some laps, and he's checking in on how the car is driving. But actually, for now, we're not quite sure what happened.
What were the parts of the car that you did have to repair?
It was in the front left, some steering parts. We're not quite sure everything is 100%, so we have to check up with Simon.
Not mistaken, the tyre, the damage is just down there behind us. Is that correct?
Yes, he must have hit somewhere the wall. I'm not sure if this was an accident with other cars or just driver's mistake maybe, but we will check up on it, and when Simon will check in, we know more.
I believe Philip has got behind the wheel now. Is that correct? Julius got out of the car. Who is driving it now?
Yes, I think he got a bit of shock when he crashed, so we decided to put Simon in because he knows the car, just to have backup on if there's anything else broken on the car.
It happened in the early part of the race. There's still a long way to go.
Exactly, so we want to be 100% sure the car is perfect for the rest of the night.
Thank you, Janet. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
No problem, thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Great stuff, mate. Good hustle. And we'll get you an update on that Simpson car as soon as the team have done their first look around. Leader is down at turn 10. It's the HRT Bilstein car that is now back at the head of the motor race. Fascinating, this, Nick Damon, as we're coming down towards the 7 hour, and you and I will nip off for a bit of refuelling ourselves. Assenheimer then 20 laps into what should be around about a 30 lap stint, so he's going to be out there for another 20 minutes or so. Rick Broikers in third in the Lamborghini. He's got about 5 or 6 laps to go in that GRT Grasser Racing car. Frank Bird in WRT 19 laps in, so again around about 20 minutes to run. And Axel Jeffries is just in 2-3 laps ago into the GPX racing car. So at the front of the field there's a number of cars that have been split on fuel strategy, which is exactly what we want to do. The good news is, from a spectating point of view and following this race, that round about 30 laps, just over an hour, is about where we are for those GT3 cars.
Yeah, and the other good news is we're 4.5 hours in, and the top 5 are all absolutely in contention. In 5th place is your actual leader, once the stagger unwinds, Vincent Cole, but the others all are in striking distance of even good strategy, and certainly any minor problem for Vincent in the 92 Herberth. Bilstein obviously now are running about a minute ahead of Grasser with Rick Broik, because they're on a very, very similar strategy. Axel Jeffries, is in second, but half a stop ahead. So I'd be really, if we can get another couple of hours of green running, my feeling is they're all going to begin to come together. Because certainly, the Grasser team, I think, has got one of the quickest combinations. GPX do have one of the more gentlemen of the amateur drivers within their team, so that you expect them to just drop slightly back during that period. And the Bilstein team has a couple of unknowns within their team, but it's really, really interesting now. We've finally got some green running, which is what you always need at the front of the field, because it just enables them to start working their tactics out. And all those 5, you can make an argument for any of them, but just to remind you, despite being in 5th, actually, any good 800-metre runner will know that actually on the lead without the stagger is Vincent Colby in the Herberth Motorsport car.
Yeah, because they haven't got to the back straight the second time around. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Okay, that's how it always works. What I do, of course, this could all change with the drop of a purple flag, and then bringing people in. It'll sort of balance things back up again. But I do like this. Just behind those leading cars, Nick, we have the lead CP Racing, the GT AM car. Then it's Dynamic, then it's a Tempto. Again, they're all slightly... I've got a feeling Shane Lewis is due in any second now.
He's in. Be honest. He's in, John.
Is he right? Okay.
He's actually in for fuel. Just checking it down, but I think that lead which 85 have, looking at the other positions of their pit of fuel, I think that's pretty much a genuine lead.
No,
so the lead is to that lead, which is about a minute, from my calculations, because next to a pros, it's about a minute and 40, is actually, because actually it's a little bit more than that, because he's slowed down for the lead. So I think they've actually managed to carve themselves out of the lead. quite effectively. Obviously, it helped the 91 car, which was by far the fastest of the Porsche, Herberth Porsche car of the AMs, has fallen by the wayside. But that's the point of it, isn't it? You've got to finish.
This might not be entirely correct. No, I think it might be. I've got Shane Lewis as a 37-lap stint that time around, which is, I mean, I know there's slightly different regulations for the AMs, but that is a monster stint. His closest competitor is the 93 Herberth Porsche, which is a couple of places behind him. Antares out is 20 laps into his stint. Then Khaled El Kabaizi, I mentioned him earlier in the bright red HRT Abu Dhabi Racing AMG. That car is 21 laps in. Then it's Ollie Milroy for Inception. He's 17 laps in after that contact. 16 laps in is Johannes Stengel for Car Collections 88. That's the next cars in AM. So that's how that one is working out. So coming up to 7:30 local time, we are just under 12 hours away from sunrise. That's the way I like to look at that. It'll be 7 in the morning. When
we've got the sunrise shift. Excellent.
Yes, we've got the sunrise shift. Very good. Chris Ward, I knew he would be listening. Chris Ward, who is the man who is the driving force, pun absolutely intended, behind the Lamborghini Super Trofeo in IMSA competition. To answer your question on Lamborghini engines and gearbox, the Audi R8 Racing V10 variant was introduced in 2008, whereas the first Lamborghini Racing V10 raced in 2006. The current gearbox was introduced in both cars at the same time. Happy New Year. Hope this helps. Chris, all the best to you, mate, at RSL_studio. I knew he would be listening. There would not be a chance that at this time in the USA on a Friday that either he wasn't listening or somebody wouldn't ask him the question. Problem with the 138, we're getting a little more news now that the driver was complaining the steering was unresponsive. That was Rodrigo Salas that brought that car in. They're looking at the back of the car as well. Maybe something not quite right there. These TCR cars, despite being front-wheel drive, do rotate. They do turn in very well. Sometimes a bit too well on cold tyres, as we saw earlier on. Salas is in the car, and those, I recognise those feet. Those are Ian's feet. He's trying to get a word with Rodrigo Salas, who's in the car. That is great sleuthing from Ian. He's actually there at the moment, stepping over the mechanics who are under the car. We might get a quick report from him before we leave.
Unresponsive steering, does that mean the car's got poor front grip, or when he turns the wheel, the power steering feels appalling?
It could be either both or something else entirely. BBR are in the pit lane. Tanith Sathin Earthakul. But that car is dead stick and hasn't even made it to the penalty box. He's just past the pit lane speed limit line, so that's good news. And any second now, the yellow gilet team will come on down and give him a push into the pit lane, which they have done. In fairness, and well done to Marshall for getting the flag out as well. In fairness, he's pulled all the way over to the right-hand side, so he's not blocking the pit lane. And I'm hearing from Ian, they've been playing with the tracking, both front and rear, on that Audi. Stringing it, yeah. Might have had a little side-by-side dunge.
So do you think 107 has run out of motive force around turn 14 or turn 30 and managed to roll it down, or actually has run out of fuel on the way in?
Well, they can't put fuel. Well, it's been pushed into the penalty box.
That's fantastic. They're taking a dead stick penalty.
Autorama have drama. They've got a pit stop infringement for a 10-second penalty.
Which one? 104?
No, sorry, the number one. The number one car. I'm just looking down for the 107. It was a refueling infringement for the 107. Not putting enough fuel in, apparently. No, I don't know. It is. But they've just had their 10-second penalty. They've spent about 30 seconds before they even got into the pit lane. Nick, thanks very much for joining us. We're going to nip off and grab some refueling ourselves. Don't go away. The next hour of racing covered by Johnny Palmer and Joe Bradley here on RS1 and across the Radio Show Limited Network starts right now.
Indeed it does, John. Thank you for the last 2.5 hours, and you're back in about the same space of time as the 107 car came in, and we can get an update from Ian in the pits. I know you've been investigating the 138 front end motorsport car, or 138 car at the very least, Ian. What have you got?
Unsteerable.
So not hearing Ian at this stage, although I am, but yeah, it's a drivable car at the moment. Is the report?
He has
so
just
undrivable,
exited pit line now,
and it's just headed out onto the pits, not into the pits, onto the track from the pits. So the 107 car is also heading out onto track as well, and we get Ian to you just as soon as we can. That's being worked on as the frantic work begins then down at the Cupra team with Monlau competition behind the BBR squad from Thailand, although Monlau very much Spanish, and a driver change about to take place there. So Johnny Palmer and Joe Bradley for this part of the race. We're into the phase of full darkness, Joe. This race is renowned for being the most dark of the 24-hour races that take place. It's always a competition every year between this one and the 24 hours of Daytona. But Daytona being a kind of natural amphitheatre, which is floodlit pretty much throughout, this is very much not, Joe.
Yeah, very much, Johnny. It doesn't really feel like it gets dark at all in the Daytona Superspeedway. Here, of course, this year being 1 week later than we normally have this race makes a massive difference, and this race actually comes just in underneath with the amount of darkness that we're going to have, and I think it's just underneath the 12 hours, but it all depends on cloud cover, of which there usually is very little in Dubai. So we should see sun up about, I think it was 7 o'clock, I think John mentioned. So for now, though, it's a very dark track, other than the pit straight out on the back of the track. The back parts of the circuit, the important bits, the twisty bits, you're completely and utterly relying on your lighting, and it's very commonplace. You and I have missed it, but we've been watching it on the stream, Johnny, that we've seen some of the teams adding additional lighting for the dark hours, and then in the morning when they get the chance, the first pit stop, when the sun comes up, we'll see them removing those lights. Mainly the saloon cars, mainly the road cars that are doing that.
Rick Breukers brings the 63 GRT Lamborghini down pit road now, and that car trailing Axel Jeffries in the 36 by just over half a minute, and it was a minute behind the race leader at that point. So Patrick Assenheimer on board the 4 car. Remember, his other mount in this event hit drama fairly early on when the number 5 car ran out of fuel, but they're being run out of the same stable, HRT being Haupt Racing Team, and one badged as the Abu Dhabi Racing entry, the other as the Bilstein car. And Bilstein's Mercedes didn't get off to the best of start. I have to say, I didn't think it was set up that well, because the superstar that Maro Engel is wasn't able to produce that great of a lap time in the number 4, at least initially. But I suppose, Joe, thinking about the amount of running in the night, maybe the car wasn't ideally set up for conditions at the start of the race. You want it to be fast during the night and into tomorrow morning.
I'm not sure that the variation on setup what you could achieve, Johnny, would make that amount of difference. Maybe it was just the way that that those tyres were coming in, the way they were pressured, maybe rendered that car slightly slower, or maybe it was just the fact that the Mercedes, we're not going to question the drivers are the known quantity. You've got a completely known quantity insofar as Maro Engel at the wheel. You know he's going to drive that car to the absolute optimum point, or the absolute, not necessarily the limit, but certainly the optimum point. And I think it's just, there's a lot of factors. Ambient temperature to about 20 degrees, I believe, out in Dubai. When the sun was out, I think we saw highs of 20, 24, 25. They're not excessive, they're virtually perfect. And if anything, the cooler track temperatures, the way that the tarmac's going to cool off, if anything, are going to assist you in how your tyres perform. However, if you've kind of rolled the dice perhaps on a tyre pressure, on a starting pressure, and then the tyres have not come up to the optimum pressure, or then that's the kind of dice roll that these teams are playing throughout, and will be continuing to do that, conferring with the tyre technicians throughout, the engineers on the pit wall, trying to just optimise the tyres for the stint that we're about. Now, let's not forget, Johnny, that to do that, you're working on the tyres previous to the stint that where the tyres have just come off, because you've just taken the tyres off the car. You're now going to analyse them, see how they're wearing, see what the finishing pressure is. That then is going to give you information that you're then not going to apply until the stint after this current one, if that makes sense.
No, it does.
Yourself a bit there.
No, it's good. I saw you were going there. I just know that Engel is one of the fastest GT3 drivers in the world, but at the same time, someone of his talent and his ability to read a tyre set, you want him out first of all, don't you, to say, right, we've got this idea, Maro, of how we're going to go with the tyres. Will you just see what that's going to be like for us? And I don't think they went in the right direction. But the beauty is, even if it's way off, he can cope with that, and then you can make adjustments afterwards. And I think that's probably bang on, the fact that they've now whittled away at the setup, probably given Patrick Assenheimer better pressures and possibly even newer tyres as well, although I don't think there's any shortage of Hankook rubber this weekend. Very rarely do 24H series races actually have a limit on tyre sets. It's just as many tyres as you want to throw at the car. But maybe it's just one of those stints that is experimental and deliberately so, and then you can learn from that and make the adjustment, as you say, after the first proper tyre stop. I mean, think about the number of stops the Lamborghini was making early doors. I don't think they were happy, although Rolf and Eichen said it was all part of the plan. McLaren going very wide indeed out of turn 15. That was sort of to negotiate a Ginetta G55, but never ideal to be that far away from the racing line, because there are very large polystyrene blocks there, being the 50-metre board, the 100-metre board to turn 16, and the McLaren driver, who is Ollie Milroy, did very well to avoid everything there, Joe.
We've had so much traffic out there though, Johnny, haven't we? My biggest concern would be to get the car off the track and onto sandy marbles and completely lose grip. However, that part of the track we've seen over the course of this race, cars going out there, taking avoiding action, just running a little bit wide, and using that off-track bit, which is pretty much now hardly kicking up any dust whatsoever. He barely shaves. In fact, he takes out the polystyrene marker board, Johnny.
He did. I missed that first time round.
To where he needed to be.
Yeah, that was a far closer call than I'd expected for Ollie Milroy.
He actually took the marker board out. He crashed straight into it. Now, the polystyrene shouldn't have had any effect whatsoever on the car's bodywork, and the car would have barely have kissed it, because the polystyrene's made to just break. It broke off and flew off into the air. So I don't think the car's going to be damaged in any way.
Ryan Radcliffe, by the way, waiting in the wings to take over the number 4 Bilstein car. So that means Patrick Assenheimer due in at any moment. Assenheimer's done 4 stops so far and is on lap 122. So we've had just over 4 hours of this event, into hour 5 now, with 20 minutes of that still to go, and therefore pretty much bang on schedule in terms of there being 5 stints, or 4 and a bit stints. and a fifth pit stop about to be served by the sounds of things. This race has already been affected by code 60, so that means that you can't naturally track a pattern through the race if you were just joining us now to work out when those stops happened, because some of them were called very early indeed, depending on whether a team wants to make use of a potential window for a pit stop or not. And it was interesting to watch whether teams decided to take it for fuel and tyres. It was far too early for a driver change, but the McLaren number 72 decided to do none of those things and just stayed out. The destruction of the 100-metre board has made a right mess now of the racetrack into turn 16, and what was left of a more meatier chunk of polystyrene was just obliterated by Patrick Assenheimer, who didn't come in at that point. There's no rule, Joe, about getting a driver ready prior or too far prior to a stop, is there? They can be sort of ready to go whenever they wish.
Some drivers like to be in their overalls and bounding around and warming up and jumping up and down, doing some sort of kind of warm-up exercise, whereas other guys can just appear within 10 seconds and jump in the car and go. So it's all about personal preparation. My preference would be as to, get the driver there in good time, make sure he's been to the toilet in good time, and have him there, because drivers have a tendency to disappear and fall asleep or not be aware that they are actually going in the car, especially, would you believe, Johnny, the professional ones. The amateur ones are all very keen. They're keen to get in the car. The professional ones, very blasé, I'm not going to say complacent, just very relaxed about it. They're out there to do the job, and so you can have them disappear on you. Where is he? He's in the car next. He's in the car in 10 minutes. It's fine, be cool, is what I used to get told. Really, I was a bit of a hothead. Well, I tell you the thing about the marker board, JP. Yeah. If that's your braking reference point, if you're following the McLaren round, you just wipe that out. You come over the brow of that hill, you're looking for your reference point, and you're relying upon those marker boards now, because they really do illuminate in the headlights of your car. And then you come over the brow, you're looking for your reference point, it's not there. I'm pretty sure there's been a few people who ran slightly wide, and you still get it visually. That reference point is where you're going to brake, and that's not there anymore, so you're going to have to adjust that.
Well, there's a fair chance of you ending up in the hotel reception, just the other side of that concrete wall, if you misjudge it massively. We've seen a nasty incident earlier on today in the FIA F4 UAE Championship, when one of the cars pursuing, it was one of the XL Motorsport cars, ending up going over the back of one of the Cram Durango machines, and that didn't end too well. Jamie Day out of the race as a result of that. Now, the much anticipated pit stop for Patrick Assenheimer is happening now. HRT Bilstein Mercedes in, with Ryan Ratcliffe ready to take over. And an interesting signing with respect of the crew behind the number 4, HRT, formerly, well, some connection with the Black Falcon outfit, because one or two drivers have crossed over without the opportunity to take a Black Falcon drive. Ryan Ratcliffe does have experience of Mercedes AMGs. I'm not sure whether he's ever driven one here, though. And
sure, Johnny.
2 years ago he was here, but in GT4. He's raced in the 991 class as well. And what else has he done at Dubai? Optimum Motorsports run in the A6 Pro class, which in 2016 was with an Audi. But that is a big team for Ryan Ratcliffe to have got a deal with. The man from South Wales, Neath, and very experienced in front-engined GT cars. I remember him racing in BMWs, if you go back far enough as well. But great for him to have sealed this deal, and now will take charge of the number 4 car.
Question that I'm intrigued, and I'm not sure if it's been answered, is just why we haven't got any representation from Black Falcon. We've certainly got the drivers strewn about the paddock and on the grid, Johnny, but no message or no information with regards to why they're not here with their team. As the number 5 comes into the pits from 10th place, it's Khaled Al Khabisi. It's in the HRT, the Abu Dhabi Racing version of the HRT Mercedes, and that car very much on schedule into the pits now. I'm not sure whether we're going to see a driver change. We've got tyres ready, and we have indeed got a driver ready. Not sure who's next in that driver rotation. But fresh tyres going on. No sign of any teams double stinting the tyres, which isn't uncommon in the dark hours. These cars can run a long time, and they do take it out of the Hankook rubber that is available.
I'm hearing, by the way, for the number 5 car, it'll be Florian Scholzer, the third driver of their 5 to take over car number 5 from Khalid Al-Kubaisi. On the subject of Black Falcon, though, remember back to the Nürburgring 24 hours, again, an event that Black Falcon are normally there without fail, and the cars that I would normally associate with Black Falcon, car numbers, as in number 4 and number 6, car 2 as well, and drivers like Adam Christodoulou, they became the HRT Mercedes for Nürburgring 24. So although we had Black Falcon cars in GT4, we didn't in GT3. I'm thinking this is a bigger picture. Meanwhile, there's been a big incident for Holger Hansson on the main straight in Dubai. Speaking of HRT and Black Falcon, this is an HRT Performance 991 class car, which has had a big impact with the wall on which side of the road. It's driver's right, I think, because there's a trail of fluid all the way back down the road to the point that it made contact with the right side, the Armco barrier on driver's right, I think, and it's ended up very much on the left-hand side of the circuit with about as much damage as the Porsche had in the hands of Fabio I've forgotten his surname, who had that big crash at the start of the race down at turn 1. So a sort of similar looking accident, although this time it's not tyre wall, it's Porsche into the Armco barrier. Joe, this is not a nice incident because it swept right across the track and virtually hit the barrier on the other side of the road.
Yeah, he's come out onto the straight and hit the barrier on driver's right. Looks like no idea why, Johnny. It's an odd one that maybe he got helped along the way, but that number 929 now off to driver's left. It's out of harm's way, it's off the driver's line, in fact it's off the track completely, but heavy damage on the front end of that car, and that's where the important cooling radiators, oil cooler, are sighted on that Porsche 911, and we've seen it happen before earlier on with a Porsche with very similar damage being...
Fabio Citignola. I've looked it up because it's one of those names that if it's not on your lips then it can easily escape in the memory. But yeah, Fabio, the 22-year-old, had an incident in the other WRT car. I mean, that's why it's sort of springing to mind, is that it's a similar paint scheme as well. Not WRT, HRT I should say. So that was was it not the 928 that had the incident down at 1, and this is 929?
Yes, it was the 928. You're right, Johnny. It was the HRT Performance 928. This is the sister car, the 929. Now, all right, I'm just gonna completely speculate here, but all right, the team are very adept at putting the front end of those Porsches back together. However, I hope they've got enough spares for 2, because they're going to need exactly the same amount of kit on the 929 as they've used on the 928.
One positive is it's not popped the windscreen this time, so they don't need to worry about anything back from the bottom of the A-pillar, but forward of that, man, that's done a huge amount of damage. The radiator's gone big time, and everything else around the front wing, if anything, it's gone in slightly more square than the earlier incident.
Good news, Johnny, the driver's out.
Excellent.
Just seeing the driver get out, walk off to the left behind the barrier, always a good sign.
It is mainly on the front left, actually. I'll correct what I've just said. How do you go in more so on the front left when that's the side that's further away from the barrier? If he has gone in on right-hand side.
Well, I'm kind of looking at the back of the car, Johnny, to see if he's maybe been helped into that spin coming out the final turn. It's kind of the trajectory of the car. If you are going too fast, and we've never really seen that, have we, here? Cars spinning and spearing off to the right. The car looks like it would have had to have gone through 180 to hit that left front, but it may be the left front's damage is caused by it then rebounding. It's come quite a way, it's travelled quite a considerable dissipate speed as it's gone, But then the last part of that, where we see the car pulled off to driver's left, off the track, that might have been driven there under its own steam, or what was steam that was petering out.
Has it had a spin and then been collected by another car? It's a bizarre place for that trail of coolant to just suddenly start on the right-hand side of the track. Now, I'm sure I've seen a number of times cars run so far wide out of 16, they've hit the barrier on the left-hand side. Whether he's busy correcting a moment, which is a spin, and the car's spinning back across the road, facing the wrong way, and he gets slammed by somebody else, and then eventually that car limps itself off the track on driver's left. It's very strange. I'm really struggling to visualise how Holger Harmsen has ended up where he is with the damage that he's got. But if you were unable to see it in the dark, the marshals are doing a great job now of kind of highlighting exactly where this coolant trail runs. And it's a bit like a paper trail or breadcrumb trail as they work their way back along it with the cement dust in an effort to soak all that up. Now, it's going to be a number of laps before anybody can really give it the beans coming out of 16 for fear that they'll go into a moment as well, although the concrete dust does a very good job in soaking up whatever's been left. And for everybody else, this presents potentially another window for a pit stop, whether you want to take it for fuel or weave it into the strategy along with a driver change. Axel Jeffries has already made, well, his car has already made 5 stops for the GPX racing machine. The rescue unit was possibly trying to get into the pit lane wrong way there, or was it just waiting? No, I think probably just waiting for a gap in the traffic and veered to a sufficient angle so that it could see any cars that might be looking to rejoin from a pit stop. And now will work its way to the nearest cutout to try and get into the paddock and to the medical centre just to check out Holger Harmsen. Early signs are good though for the German that he was able to get to the rescue unit under his own steam.
Lots of teams using the code 60 to their advantage in pitting. Just to remind everybody that when you do pit under code 60, you are only allowed 50% of your fuel allocation. So it's a very tactical and strategic decision to do that. But if you are due to, say, change drivers, which we're seeing the number 72 McLaren, the Inception Racing by Optimum car, Ollie Milroy has brought that car in, and now the car, I think, is just leaving with a new driver. It'll go off to the refueling and get 50% of its allocation.
Do you know, I think this is one of the safer code 60s to make a pit stop, though, because you're more or less guaranteed to be able to get 2 in, I think. Even though you've got to do 5.3 kilometres at 60 k's per hour, it's very likely that you'll be able to do a 50% stop for fuel and then another one the very next lap after, because this is not going to be a quick clear-up, is it?
No, lots of debris on the track as well. And that being gotten rid of, lots of debris, and we've got fluids, and we've got every chance to be both coolant and oil has gone down there, and the cars are coming out that fine tail, albeit at 60 kilometres an hour, but having to drive through that debris field. Hopefully that won't have much of a problem with regards to punctures. Hopefully we won't see that manifest as we restart this. But right now, Johnny, we're still in the midst of a very lengthy cleanup period. I think is affected, just being inspected now by the safety crews to see just if it is oil or water or coolant. Coolant being water-based, of course, and engine oil is not something we want to have all the way across the track. We'll be able to address that, of course, with oil dry. We've seen the bits of cement and oil dry going down. But that car has travelled quite a way with that damage and has taken a trail of oil with it. And safety teams now working on that to redress that. Just about 6 minutes away to the top of the hour with the whole field under code 60. I think we've had the whole field into the pits, JP, by my estimation. Just looking at the timing screen now, and everybody... majority of the field now on their outlap. Still got some cars in the fueling, and still showing Ollie Milroy in the McLaren in the pits, but I'm sure I saw that car leave the pit apron and head to fueling.
Well, it's been there for... it's reached fuel now. So the car's been in for 4 minutes. That suggests to me a driver change, quite possibly. So Ollie Milroy, I think, is the second driver into the 72 McLaren. No, we did. We had a stint when Nick Moss was at the wheel, didn't we, as well? So Joe Osborne, Nick Moss, Ollie Milroy, Brendan Iribe. I'm not sure whether Brendan's driven the car yet or not. If not, then it may well be Brendan getting on board before handing back to Joe Osborne. Meantime, Grasso Racing Team head to work with the Lamborghini in car 63. Mirko Bortolotti had already taken a decision to go on for another stint for him. So have they worked all the way through their rotation already? Or maybe missed somebody out? Rolfin Eichen, I remember, drove a stint. Rick Breukers likewise, and Mirko Bortolotti started the race. The one I'm unsure about is Adrian Amstutz, but he's the AM in
he's only done 10 minutes, Johnny.
He's done 10 minutes.
Bertolotti has just done 10 minutes and handing over now to another driver, did you say?
Well, potentially. No, I'm not sure about that. All I was trying to work out was whether the GRT guys have utilised all their drivers. But historically, Adrian Amstutz is only put in for the kind of prerequisite 2 hours. And as a GT Pro entry, that's all the AM needs to do. Everybody else is either semi-pro or pro. So I think they'll leave the Amstutz stint, maybe even until tomorrow, in the daylight hours, and we may not see the Swiss therefore until much deeper on into the race. But we've seen everybody else there, and I reckon Bortolotti will stay at the wheel. But again, they've taken the chance for a new set of tyres. It's a bit dicey as to where the officials want the cars to go past this incident, because one very nearly went the wrong side of the marshal, who is waving the illuminated stick there, sort of mini lightsaber, as the 929 has been recovered. And so arriving back into pit lane now, but the more pressing issue is mopping up the internal fluids left from Holger Harmsen's car. Driver himself coming to no harm, thankfully, but I'm still trying to work out where the damage on the nose of that car was received. Bizarre incident.
Odd one to figure out, isn't it?
Well, I can't see any dents on the Armco barrier unless he's hit the actual gate, which is in there to get rid of cars that may have stalled on the grid during a sprint race, or indeed sometimes a rolling start as well. And you open that massive gate, it's all steel, and if that's been hit by a car, we wouldn't be able to tell, because there's only one winner there, where a car hits the pit gate.
Done a crack. He's done his job more than well. if it was a central hit on the gate,
but stood up to that, definitely.
Do we still have Ian in the pits? He might be able to shed some light when he gets a chance to talk to the driver and find out exactly what happened there. We're just purely speculating.
No, he'll be on the case, but it's a similar situation as to when Fabio Chitik-Nola ended up in the rescue unit. It is then sort of in the contract of the track to take a potentially injured driver to the medical centre. So we need for all that to unfold first, and then as soon as Holger is released, we may well get some more answers to a strange incident. 2 very strange incidents for the same team, in fact, and both of their cars now seemingly out of the race, although HRT Performance will probably beg to differ. I suppose they came here with 2 sets of crews for both the 928 and the 929. All of the guys and girls within that team can set to work now on the 929 to try and get it back into the race, and they've got, if they wish, a full 19 hours in order to do so, but the sooner the better if they want to get a good result in the 991 class. The car was at the time running in possibly 3rd position now, because obviously it's lost places sitting at the side of the road, and that's seen the profile doors by Huber Racing 991 entry for Larry ten Voorde get ahead now. Excellent to have Larry ten Voorde here this weekend, by the way, who did so well in the Mobil 1 Porsche Super Cup last year.
I just want to know why GM Littman's referred to as Lucky Littman, because he was down to drive the 928. We saw that. We've talked about that first retirement, and he's also down to drive the 929. So he fell back onto the 929, and now that car's hit trouble. I'm not sure if he's the lucky
omen
GM.
I suppose he's lucky in the sense that he wasn't at the wheel on either occasion, but
well, yes,
nor is he. He has had one stint, I think, and I forget, that must have been in the 929, because that's the car that's gone longer into the race. Yes,
he has. In fact, he messaged me, decent first stint. It confirmed that it was brake failure on the sister car. But at this stage of the race, decent first stint is exactly what the sort of information. What else can you say? You're just going out, you're doing the job, and it's just a shame that whatever has happened to the 929. We're speculating on it that he's lost it coming out of the final turn, JP, and he's had various impact points along the barrier as he's made his way off the track.
I'm hearing from Ian now that the front chassis rail on 929 is quite heavily bent, so the prognosis does not look particularly good for that Cup car, which has just returned.
It's only there to keep the bumper up, Johnny.
Yeah.
That chassis rail on. As long as the suspension pickup hasn't been knocked out of the line, then you can easily get that rejigged and get some hydraulic stuff and bend that back into shape to. And at this stage of the race, we've got 19 hours to go, haven't we? So
No, the race is young. The night is young, and always traditionally at this time of night, 8 o'clock, the fireworks kick off at Dubai. They're doing exactly that now. You probably can hear them in the background if you're enjoying our coverage on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And normally, of course, we'll have quite a collection of spectators in the grandstand as well, but the safer place to be when it comes to fireworks is definitely at home anyway, to watch the display from a safe distance. On the JM Littman point, he might have been a cracking first stint. Quite possibly the race is going to be more of a handful, though, if he does get behind the wheel of that car, because it will have been hastily repaired and probably not quite in the sweet spot any longer. But that's all part and parcel of an endurance race, isn't it? If you get given one of the early stints, then enjoy it whilst you can, because the car is only going to go one way, generally speaking. And yes, you can do quick fixes on the pit stops every so often. But it's about driving around issues that aren't necessarily of your making. They might have been caused by somebody entirely different in your driver lineup. So another hour is done as the fireworks continue to light up the Dubai skyline. GPX Racing of the United Arab Emirates lead the motor race with Axel Jeffries now at the wheel. The Zimbabwean, although based these days in the UK. Second place is the Mercedes. Axel, by the way, is driving the GPX Racing Porsche, and that car is currently in the fueling area. Second place, and maybe about to take the lead because of that, the leading car being in the pits, is the HRT Bilstein Mercedes, and driving car 4. I've got Patrick Assenheimer on my screen, and that's changed to Ryan Ratcliffe, hasn't it? Yeah, in the HRT yellow car. Third position is the 63 GRT Grasser Racing Lamborghini, with now Adrian Amstutz at the wheel. So all that rubbish from me about leaving him a little bit later on to the race to just do a 2-hour stint. Are they just getting that out of the way now? The 2 hours done for the AM driver, or does Adrian fancy a little bit more driving than normal? So by the looks of things, it was just a 10-minute stint for Mirko Bortolotti. In the Herbert Motorsport car that is fourth, car 92, is Sven Muller, who did the best qualifying time yesterday to give the car pole position. Fifth place is car 31, being driven by Ben Goethe, son of Roald, WRT Audi R8. And the Dynamic Motorsports Porsche of the Italian team is car number 7 and has Mauro Calamia driving it. Seventh place is the Attento Racing Audi, number 99. It's the Inception Racing entered McLaren 720S in 8th, ahead of American squad CP Racing with their Mercedes GT3. Another Porsche comes in 10th place, with Herbert Motorsport again represented with the 93 car, and driving that, Stefan Gurig. Then it is the HRT Abu Dhabi Racing Mercedes on a recovery drive after that ran out of fuel during a Patrick Assenheimer stint. 2 Audis, both from Car Collection Motorsport, 88 ahead of 34. The Racetivity Mercedes GT3 is 14th ahead of Duo Racing's 991 Cup leader. So 909 leads the all Porsche Cup class, ahead of in 16th position Kurt Thiel now for Lippert Motorsport, but Duvo versus NKPP Racing is one to look out for. Then it's the Thiel-driven Lippert Motorsport Super Trofeo. Profile doors by Uber Racing have a Porsche Cup car in 18th. Another Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the 707 ARC Bratislava, just before HRT Performance Porsche in 20th position. ST Racing at 21st, the Pro Sport Racing Aston is 22nd, Team Avio Zorg Rennsport 23rd, and the Mercedes from MP Motorsport completes the 24. And then we've got the Dragon Racing Mercedes GT4 with Alan Christodoulou in the lineup there, ahead of another UAE team, 3Y Technology. MRS GT Racing and GT3 Poland are running 991 and Super Trofeo cars, so in the 991 class and the GTX division with both of their Cup cars. Two more Porsches, both from the Belgian outfit Speed Lover, 29th and 30th, followed by the Vortex V8 and Herbert Motorsports now retired 91 Porsche. Finally, Team Zach Speed's Dodge Viper did not have a good early part of the race and is still in the pits. And we know all about the retirement for Fabio Citignola early on in the piece. TCE is led by AC Motorsport, no stranger to a victory in a 24-hour race with their Audi RS3. Former leader Top Car Sport now second in the Cupra. And it's the Volkswagen of Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Car 112 third. So all three key manufacturers in the TCR division represented in the top three, followed by now a damaged 101 Red Camel Jordans.NL car. So that's quite badly damaged, I heard from Ian a little while ago. It will limp to the finish as best it can, and it's no stranger to the odd bump and bore through the years. The Audi RS3 of QSR Racing is fifth, ahead of Danish squad Sally Racing with their Cupra. It's a Volkswagen Golf in seventh, again from Autorama, and the RKC ZRT Audi is eighth. Another AC Motorsport Audi in ninth, ahead of the third and final Volkswagen from Autorama. Simpson Motorsports Audi is 11th, then the BBR car. That's had a go at leading the race, I think, or certainly as high as second earlier on. BMW M2 from PK Car Sport 13th. Zhengo Motorsports Cooper is 14th. The best CWS Engineering Ginetta G55 is to be found in 15th position, ahead of another car that's had a troubled run, Fun M Motorsport BMW. And finally, big delays for the Ginetta G55 280. 279 did not start the race, but that was all part of the plan. And that was while a couple of Ginettas were air freighted to the Dubai Autodrome. We've had 5 hours of the race so far. We're now in full darkness, but the race started at 3. and we're in for an action-packed evening. I can more or less bet on it here in the Dubai Autodrome. 8:10 is the local time. Back to green flag running, I'm delighted to say, as we head to the pits, and Ian Silvestrian with an interview with Patrick Assenheimer. We will get to Ian in just a moment, as I know he's chatting to Patrick Assenheimer, but it sounds like a great interview, if only you would be able to hear it. So we'll get to that in just a tick. 11 minutes into the next hour, though, and Axel Jeffries, the GPX Racing Porsche, leads the way then with just over... No, that's probably a deceptive gap, actually, back to Ryan Ratcliffe. It will right itself just as soon as Ryan heads across the line. And Adrian Amstutz is in third position ahead of Sven Muller in the 92 car. So let's have another go at this. Ian, you're chatting to Patrick Assenheimer.
Yes, sorry about that, Patrick. We'll try that again. Patrick, a good run in your stint to drag it up into position one. Ryan Ratcliffe takes over the wheel. He's in second place.
Sorry, I didn't understand it very well.
Of course, the noise, we should explain, is incredibly loud down here. The decibels of the engines bouncing off the empty grandstand. Patrick, a fabulous drive to drag the car into position one. Ryan Ratcliffe has taken over, now in second place.
Yeah, until now performance is good from the driver and also the team side. So I think we make a good job for Mercedes also. We lost a little bit now at the pit stop because of having the fuel under green flag. And the moment we were going out of the fuel area, the code 60 came. So our opponents, they had all like the fuel under code 60. Before it was every time like who was pitting first is going back, I think, to third position and then again to first position when the others are pitting. Now, yeah, we are at second position, but we hope we can stay at the end of the race, but it's still a long race, completely at the top.
It certainly is. Patrick, did you take out one of the polystyrene brake markers out there?
Hon, what?
Did you take out one of the polystyrene braking markers? Did you run off the circuit to avoid traffic?
I don't think so. I don't know, was it me?
It's very hard to see in the dark. Apologies, I've accused you of the wrong thing. But how is the traffic out there, particularly as darkness descends?
Yeah, I was also here like the last 4 or 5 years. So there were a lot more cars, but traffic is still a lot. So yeah, at night it's a little bit better than at day because the slower guys are seeing you coming easier because of the lights. But it's still sometimes hard to fight against the slow cars. They don't look at you or they drive their own line that we don't know, like this, that is just the ideal line, but it is like it is. So it's good to have also the slow cars here. I was a long time driving slow cars or slower cars, and the mix of it is what the endurance race here is for.
Patrick, you're from just outside Stuttgart, the home of Audi, but you're driving a Mercedes-Benz. The car's obviously working well. You're not torn allegiances. You wouldn't prefer to be in an RS3 Audi V10?
No. So Heilbronn, the area I come from, yeah, the R8 GT3 where it's built there. But yeah, at the end, my herd, like you maybe see, is for Mercedes. And hopefully we are even stronger here in the race and show that Mercedes is the best brand.
We alluded to in our introduction, the first ever Dubai 24-hour race winner, 2006, was Toto Wolff. So who knows, maybe he's watching, the boss of Mercedes AMG Petronas F1 team.
You never know. In Germany we have lockdown, so maybe he has nothing to do and is watching the stream, so have fun.
Toto, you heard it. Patrick Assenheimer, his car is in position 2.
Yeah, and flying the three-pointed star very nicely indeed. So handing the car over to Ryan Ratcliffe. Patrick Assenheimer, no stranger to the odd Mercedes victory in the VLN, now called NLS Championship, based entirely at the Nürburgring, Nordschleife. and runs regularly in the Nürburgring 24 hours because of that as well. So Patrick Assenheimer very much contracted to that part of the massive German manufacturer of, well, all four represented actually on the grid again. BMW not in the GT3 category, but the other three are Mercedes, Porsche and Audi, and BMW a little bit further down the order in the GT4 category, both with the M2 and the GT4 car itself. And early on in the lap, one of the many GT3 cars just heading towards turns 4, 5 and 6 now, sweeping very, very close indeed to the marker boards at turn 2. You're deliberately getting the car nice and high up over the curb to shortcut turn 2 as much as possible, and then, well, aim it as accurately as you can towards turns 3 and 4, but so difficult if you're not used to this level of light to know where those corners are. And I feel for drivers that may be taking over at this point, who didn't necessarily do the transition part from day into night. All of a sudden you've got to recall back to the 90 minutes that you maybe did 2 laps in at most, night practice yesterday evening. A lot of the fully pro drivers therefore will be installed for this segment of the stint, so all the more reason to be impressed by Adrian Amstutz, who's obviously stuck his arm up and said, yeah, I'm happy to go for a couple of hours in the Lamborghini Huracan car 63, because he is a non-pro driver, brings a lot of funding often to the teams that he races for, but getting more and more experienced, particularly behind the wheel of a Lamborghini. And he's in for, well, at least the next hour and a half or so into car 63, which runs in 4th place. 18 hours and 43 minutes to go on the clock. Very much uphill run out of turn 12 for the big Mercedes then, that is leading, or rather is now in 2nd place in the race, for Ryan Ratcliffe behind the wheel of the HRT Bilstein car. Joe Bradley and I keeping a close eye on the lap times, which at the moment seem to be favouring Axel Jeffries, but I suppose you've got to concentrate on what they're producing on average, because you never know on which particular lap what sort of traffic they're catching, Joe.
That's exactly right, Johnny, and sometimes we get carried away a little bit with lap times. It's how it really pans out over the course of the stint, which brings us to the point of why did they only have Mirko Bortolotti in that number 63 Lamborghini for only 10 minutes before they brought that car in and changed the driver to Adrian Amstutz. Adrian, remember, he's one of the he's an AM driver, but they're in the GT3 Pro class. So my thinking initially was that it was to do with driver time, and maybe they thought that the Code 60 was going to take a lot longer than it perhaps did. It certainly looked that way, didn't it, when they started that clear-up job. And maybe that's why they brought Mirko in after only 10 minutes.
It's a strange one, and well, it might have fitted in just purely because the Code 60 came out, and one or two on the GRT pit wall thought we might be able to try something here. I suppose for a lengthy Code 60 you don't want one of your quicker drivers in, because that's just wasting valuable drive time, because everyone's restricted to 60 kilometres per hour, so no risk at putting a slightly slower driver in. But Amstutz now, once the green flag was waved, kind of committed to the next stint, and he's been at the wheel now in that 4th place car for nearly 23 minutes, so he'll certainly do till the next pit stop, and maybe a little bit further as well, because if Adrian's happy producing, you know, his target lap time, you don't want to be saying I've got to lap as quickly as Mirko Bortolotti, because not many people in the field frankly are capable of his sort of speed. Just, you know, add the required amount of seconds to that, say that's my target time, and it's all about consistency for the lesser experienced and the less pro drivers. You all got your part to play in order to ideally get a trophy at the end of this, and the key thing is to keep the car on the island and in one piece, particularly in this first half of a 24-hour race. Now, car 101, Joe, driven by our friend Ivo Breukers, I learned a little while ago that this is carrying damage. So I'm interested now to just view Ivo's driving style to see whether he's having to work his way around a problem at all. Nothing obvious straight away.
nothing obvious with the lap times as well, Johnny. That car currently running third in the TCE and third in the TCR class. TCR class are at the very front of the TCE race here, and no stranger to that podium position at the moment is the 101, the Red Camels team, and also no stranger to having to drive the car in certain states of adversity. They're very adept at putting the car straight and putting the car to where it needs to be just to continue. And do we know the extent of the damage, Johnny, as to what the car is? If it's just bodywork, then it won't affect the car whatsoever. Whereas if it's with regards to suspension damage and the like, that is when we can start seeing a deficiency in its capabilities with regards to how it uses its tyres. We might find that the tyre wear is increased because of the rear axle being out of the line, alignment or something. But at the moment, currently in third, he has dropped off the lead lap in TCE. In fact, he's got 2 laps down from that, and continuing in the TCR classes, 114 into the pits. Reece Lloyd at the wheel, bringing that car in. The car's been put on the dollies and swiveled round and has been pushed backwards into the garage, and already looking like it's been in a war zone, with the bonnet of that car showing signs of the use of tank tape just to keep it in place. Not sure what the problem with that car was. The bonnet stayed down on the car, and the car just being readied by the team going up onto the jacks to find out what it was. Got an update on the 929. GM Lippmann reports he was down to drive that car, of course. He's already done his first stint in that car. Driver's fine, driver okay, that's the main thing. And we think the team are thinking from the driver's explanation that he's lost it on the exit curb, and it spat him into the pit wall, and the car is indeed destroyed. So we were right in our speculation, Johnny. That's the info coming from the team, that the car has lost it and been spat into the pit wall, which is on driver's right, which is what was puzzling us.
Yeah, just because of where the coolant started, out of nowhere, really. But it makes sense that from the point of impact, which will have been significant, because you're in a moment there when you're completely a passenger, spinning from the left-hand side of the track to the right and making heavy damage, making heavy impact with the pit wall. And that's where the coolant started to spill from the car. And then Holger Harmsen continued to trundle his way down the start-finish straight, probably more so through momentum than choice, and another car from the same team out of the race by the sounds of things. The issue with the 114, hearing from Ian Salvestrian in the pits, that it was a rear lower suspension mount that is either failed or concerning the team, so that doesn't sound like a particularly quick turnaround for the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf car 114, which is in the garage. So that broke, and it is being replaced effectively.
The collective supporting us as usual, Johnny, and Jimmy Peters-Ennis has noticed that the 101 snapped on Evo breakers as he braked for turn 1, and as he braked, the rear end looked really nervous, which I kind of speculated as to what the extent of the damage was. Just to repeat, it doesn't seem to be having much of a detrimental effect on its lap times, but the car obviously a handful.
Well, I often refer back to a strange old crash that car was involved in at the Brno 12 hours that led into the 24 hours, I think, and rear end destroyed on it, but somehow they got it to the finish, because as you often so correctly put, the rear wheels on a front-wheel drive touring car like that are basically just to keep the rear bumper off the ground. So if you can fix the front end, 9 times out of 10, you'll make the finish, and that's why we're all doing it.
Was that the one where the rear end was just kind of devoid of all bodywork, and it kind of looked like a Barjar buggy?
That's
towards
right.
the end.
Very Mad Max.
Yes, yeah. And luckily for them, the point where the rear suspension bolts to the chassis hadn't been affected whatsoever, and it just looked like it looked like the sort of car you wouldn't even take to the shops, let alone continue round the racetrack for another few hours.
I mean, there are certain countries in Europe where it's sort of no stranger to see a street car like that, because that way, when you take it to the supermarket, it doesn't really matter whose door you open on or which car you're opening your door onto, because it makes parking very easy as well, because if it's already got about 15 dents, then no problem with adding a few more. And I've seen 1 or 2 cars like that through the years. The 101 got even worse than that, you could say. And I don't think we're quite at those levels just yet in the Dubai 24 hours for the Red Camel Jordans.nl, but there is time yet to make that car even less likely to be a racer. And yet, I think, I seem to remember at the event in Brno, Rick Brokers took the car over, and didn't he set the fastest lap for that car in that state?
He did,
so,
yes.
Quite a story in those days. Rick, not part of the team, he says, hastily looking at the entry list. No, he's not, but Father Evo is. Henry Littig, Stephen Licorice and Willem Meyer then will be set for an entertaining run to the flag with the car in that sort of condition.
All of that driver lineup, Johnny, very experienced in a TCR, and certainly the Cooper. I think all of those drivers haven't driven, not necessarily that car, but have driven in the TCR class before. And if anything, you want a loose rear end on a front-wheel drive car, you need that rear end to rotate. So it's just getting the balance of it over-rotating and catching you out. And certainly the length of fuel window on those cars, almost 2 hours, aren't they, in those Cooper TCRs? And that's a long time to be absolutely on the knife edge of catching that car every time you've got to press the brake. And that's what we're speculating as to what the problem is. A little bit of an imbalance in the rear end grip.
Yeah.
A lot of imbalance in the rear end grip.
Well, Willem Meyer, arguably the least experienced of those 4 drivers, but he is a GT Supercar Challenge champion, and he's done 16, 17, 18, 19, 25 years already in and out of TCR racing. Started in the Benelux Championship for Ferry Monster Autosport with just a couple of races in his opening year, but at 21 he's already done 2 Dubai 24 hours. The first with LMS Racing, which was a car prepared by Baz Coutin's outfit, and then moved across within the Baz Coutin stable to NKPP. So this will be his third run in the Dubai 24 hours. I think all in either Cupras or Seats. 2018 was a Seat, and then they've been Cupras since then, of course. The 175 it was last year. Although whether he actually got to drive the car is a question mark, because that race only ran to 7 hours and 8 minutes as things unfolded. The GPX Porsche still at the head of the order with Axel Jeffries driving it then, and he has got a gap of over 2.5 minutes now back to the HRT Bilstein Mercedes. The car's made 7 stops. Compare that to only 5 for the Mercedes, but GPX know how to win a 24-hour race. They did so in 2019 at the Spa 24, so we shouldn't be surprised to see that squad doing so well, particularly in their home country too. So Zimbabwean driver Axel Jeffries doing a very good job, just on a 201.7, which is a big chunk faster than Ryan Ratcliffe can manage. And a couple of laps ago I checked the lap times, and it was sort of that advantage to the Zimbabwean again. Sven Muller going faster than either of those two though in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. He's third, number 92, and Adrian Amstutz is fourth in the best of the Lamborghini Huracans. Then there's an Audi in the form of the WRT Ben Goethe driven car, 31. Dynamic Motorsport Porsche is sixth with Mauro Calamir at the wheel, and then Finlay Hutchison and Joe Foster in their Audi and Mercedes respectively for Attempto and CP.
Keep your eye on the number 88, Johnny. Johannes Stengel in the Car Collection Audi, currently 4th in the GT3 AM class, 11th overall in the GT3 in the GT race, putting in fastest personal bests. What that car's seen the whole race, and catching the car ahead of them which is the HRT Abu Dhabi Racing, the Florian Schultz-driven number 5 Mercedes. So the 88 is catching the 5 for that class. What will be the final podium, the third place podium position for that car. Now the gap was 42 seconds last time by. Well, I'll just keep a monitor on that. So Johannes Stengel going very, very swiftly in that car. And no doubt about it, they're on the same lap as the car in front of them, and he's chasing them down.
And actually, the top few cars have worked their way into the more natural position of Pro versus AM, if you like. If you're in the AM lineup, then you're not allowed more than one Pro driver. And remember, we have Pro, Semi-Pro and AM, which are sort of loosely connected to the FIA precious metal system. But if Creventic feel that that's wrong in any way for their type of racing, then they'll happily change it. But if you're running GT3 AM, the maximum amount of Pro drivers you're allowed in the lineup is 1, irrespective of whether you're running with 4 or 5 drivers. So CP Racing, number 85, only have a semi-pro actually as their best driver. Meanwhile, the 72 McLaren has 1 pro in the form of Joe Osborne, a semi-pro Ollie Milroy, and then the 2 AMs of Nick Moss and Brendan Erebe. But the point about the timing screen is that the top 7 are all nice and neatly pro cars now, and the next batch of 4 are racing for the AM division. And there's a minute separating CP Racing from the Inception Racing by Optimum McLaren 720S. So we'll take this interval to head again to Ian Salvestrin, who's in the pit lane down in Genetaland with CWS Engineering.
Genetaland all the way from South Africa. The all-South African team, Mikael Pitamba, Paul Hill, Bradley Scorer has just got into the 280-0, and Michael Stephen has just got out. Michael, it started so well in qualifying, position 2 in qualifying, but then it went downhill. You lost an engine, and it's been a struggle since then.
Yeah, obviously qualifying was pretty good, and then in the night session the engine went, so we had to switch to the other car and started at the back, and unfortunately we didn't have a lot of time to shake it down, so we had an issue in the beginning of the race. We lost about an hour, but it's a 24-hour race, got to get to the end, and yeah, I think we've had a couple of good stints since then.
Michael flying the flag for South Africa. Of course, the South African Endurance Series is very strong back home, down in the bottom of the continent. It's getting stronger, and you've got a lot of experience in that. Sure, the level's not like the Dubai 24-hour, but it must help.
Yeah, most definitely. It's not a 24-hour. We don't get to ride through the night, the fatigue and all of that. But, you know, seat time always helps, and certainly without that, this would be a lot more difficult.
Michael, you're extremely experienced, I think, coming up to 2 decades of international car racing, an international kart racing career beyond that. You've still got the passion.
Yeah, you know the saying, petrol in the veins. Absolutely love it. It's, you know, I've grown up in motorsport and absolutely love it.
A lot of support back home. There's a lot of people watching on live down there in SA. Anything to say to your fans back home?
Yeah, you know, a big thanks to my family, my wife and my daughter. They back me 100%, and all my supporters, friends, family, you know, they're on the WhatsApp group, they're following every minute, watching live, so thumbs up to them, and hope we can do them proud.
By a donkey, Michael Stephen, that is Mushalaka, all your fans down in SA. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Cool, thanks very much.
Patriots, Paul Hill, Mikael Pitamba and Bradley Scorer. And initially we had 3 Ginetta G55s in the lineup. The idea was to qualify one and then cross over to the other one, which had been air freighted very last minute to the Dubai Autodrome, probably courtesy of the connections that the team have with Creventic, although of course Ivo Bruyker's day job, his business is container shipping, so a lot of the most of the cars get here well in advance by sea. But if you are very last minute, I suppose the option is to fly cars in as well and get them to the track that way. Not, I'm sure, the design by CWS, but a sort of a last resort considering the conditions around the world right now. Car slow on the run towards the final sector. lights are flashing to warn that everybody else it is going rather slowly. It's the 451 BMW which is having a problem on this lap. That's Thomas Sorensen for 3Y Technology, the Danish driver for the UAE team. 3Y Technology were also in action in the F4 United Arab Emirates Championship yesterday and today, and carrying a similar paint scheme on both of their cars. But the big BMW having to go very wide at turn 14, mainly because that's the safer option to stay clear of race traffic. Still incredibly dusty offline. But Joe, I reckon all 4 Hankooks are inflated, but obviously the car's not anywhere close to race pace.
We've seen this BMW GT4 have a problem by going into limp mode and having it's fundamentally a production car, remember, that's been prepped for race. And we've seen issues like this where we've seen the cars, the BMW M4 being brought back to the pits all intact, and a bit of a reset, ECU problems. That kind of looks like it's one of those issues, Johnny, because like you said, all 4 wheels pointing in the right direction, all tyres inflated, car looks pretty much intact. He's made his way back to the pit lane now. He's been off track, just keeping out of the way for everyone. The car's going up onto the air jacks. Fresh driver being brought out, and nobody paying attention to under the bonnet, which is, it looked to me there as though it was just a routine pit stop.
Yeah, bizarre, because it definitely didn't have anything like the speed it should have done to turn 13. If you recognise the name Thomas Sorensen, it's been to the Dubai 24 Hours on 3 separate occasions. I recognise that name from Team K Reiser and the Peugeot RCZ that they used to run. This is by far the biggest car then that Sorensen will have competed in the 24H series.
I recognise that name because he played in goal for Sunderland. Not the same Thomas
Probably
Sorensen.
not.
And I wish he was still playing goal for Sunderland. Although I don't know how old he'd be now, being in his 40s, I would imagine.
Well, this Thomas Sorensen might be a bit nifty between the sticks. You never know.
Is he tall?
Sunderland never short of the odd signing here and there, or always short of the odd signing. Yeah, exactly. Bring your boots, Thomas.
Yeah. That car being wheeled into the garage, Johnny. It looked like they were going through the motions, but apparently not. They've now gotten to the bottom. Maybe the car comes in, they go through the motions, they put the new tyres on, and then, right, okay, what's the problem? And that looks like that is the case. So that BMW now into the garage.
Karen Gaillard, by the way, at the wheel of the Vortex V8 now, the Swiss racer. First time into the Dubai 24 Hours for her, having raced in the Monza 12 last year and also the Hockenheim event as part of the 24H series, which was reschedule on reschedule in 2020, but an incredibly good job by all involved to get us a decent season in the end of 6 races, starting off here at Dubai in 2020. Then Portimao was just about one of the first races that took place emerging out of the pandemic, and I remember calling that race with Nick Damon, and it was quite a feat to be able to get as many drivers as we did to that part of South Portugal in the middle of June. Then that followed by the Monza event about a month later, Hockenheim in the early part of September, Ennepegusa, which Joe and Nick covered last October, and then the Mugello 12 Hours eventually did happen on the 14th of November. So 6-race season as it turned out in season 2020. This year, much more solid, with 8 races planned and on the bill. Mugello's next, by the way, as the European season gets going in March, followed by Spa, Hockenheim, Portimao, Barcelona, and a trip back to Ennepegusa in October, with the flyaway event not to Kota for 2021, but to Sebring, the historic concrete of Sebring, on the 14th of November. So all of that to look forward to in season 2021 for the 24H series, as Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, who drives the Car Collection Motorsport Audi, as if it would be anything else for Dr. Kirchhoff. Car 34 is his mount as usual, running in 6th place in the GT AM category, GT3 AM category. There is a moment, though, for Lippert Motorsports Lamborghini Super Trofeo. We're going to go at least yellow flags for the spin for Kurt Thiel at turn 2, We're busy trying to find out about Thomas Sorensen's problem, but this is obviously the biggest moment at this time. The 7:10, which was running in 17th place, stranded on the curb and going nowhere in a hurry, right properly in the darkness, Joe.
Yeah, leading the GTX class, of course, is this number 7:10. Can't really make out exactly what is wrong because, as we've mentioned earlier, it really is dark out the back side of this track. We confirmed pretty much just the car number and what it is, but what the problem is, it's static now. It looks like it's off the track. I can't even make out. Yeah, it's off the track on driver's right, but there's no efforts being made. Now then, he looks like he's recycling the systems, and car's lights went off. They've come back on. Still showing in 17th, and the position boards now have got full power, so it may be that something's closed down on that Lamborghini. Remember, this is the Lamborghini Super Trofeo version. It's not the GT3 version. It's a little bit less aero grip, a little bit less power than the GT3 version. Lights have gone off again, so he is having a problem getting that car to come to life. And I'm not going to speculate as to where that is on the track, because it could be literally anywhere.
Well, it's turn 2. I didn't know that from the timing screen. And all those at timeservice.nl, including Rob Udelutikhaus and the rest of his team. And the Marshall reports tell us it's spun and is facing nothing like the direction of travel now at turn 2, which is the run across the curve. I think it's the approach to 3 as well, so somewhere in the region of between 2 and 3. Ian in the pit lane has given me an update regarding the 3Y technology BMW that came in a moment or two ago. Slower than we would have expected with Thomas Sorensen at the wheel, and Thomas reporting to Ian that the rear right suspension broke from nowhere, like zero warning, and all of a sudden, bang, the failure happens, and Sorensen, quite understandably then, backs off the pace. We caught a glimpse of it at turn 13, and it went very, very wide at turn 14 as well. They're going to fix it. Hopefully it should be a reasonably quick fix for 3Y technology, and new driver Rodrigo Almeida will be taking over that car. But Almeida, although suited and booted and ready to take over, has actually got back out of the car now, so maybe slightly longer turnaround for 3Y technology than first expected. Car across the line now is the Mercedes of, that may well have been the Racetivity car of Mathieu Vaxivière. If not, Fabian Scholz is already onto his next lap in 10th position. But it certainly wasn't Ryan Ratcliffe who's due across the line now, and indeed yes, appears at the end of the lap, this 5.3 kilometre circuit, who is now trailing by 3 seconds, Ryan Ratcliffe, from Axel Jeffries. The code 60, though, is out, and this is because of the Lippert Motorsport machine, so the speed of everybody will suddenly back well and truly off, as all cars out on track are restricted to 60 kilometres per hour. And there's also a yellow flag on the start-finish straight. That's because of another Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo car, which has had a problem. This time the 708, which is the GT3 Poland entry. So another GTX-entered car for Bartosz Opiola. And the Pole has had what is possibly a similar incident to Holger Harmsen. I don't think it's got anywhere near as much damage as the HRT Performance Porsche, but it's ended up a long, long way down the start-finish straight, having done at least one rotation by the look of the tyre marks, Joe.
It's very, very odd the way that car has just pulled off to the right. Not sure, like you say, Johnny, whether he's hit anything. I can't tell you. The car's in 40th position overall, currently 3rd in the GTX class, and it's the GT3 Poland car. We've still got the 710, the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Both cars, Super Trofeo Lamborghini Huracans. So it's kind of like the clock has ticked back past a certain time, and the Lamborghini Huracan have turned into pumpkins. That car, Johnny, I think it's not showing it. It looks like it's pointing in the opposite direction to perhaps it needs to be.
Oh, yeah,
there's no tyre marks where it's spun.
Well, I think there was when on my stream the camera zoomed out, and I think it's had a rotation, and then caught the Armco, is it Armco or even concrete on the left side. I just wonder, Joe, whether this is the slowdown into the Code 60. So we got the Lippert Motorsport car on the curb needing recovery. The Code 60's thrown, and I think this incident has happened going into the Code 60, maybe braking on the start-finish straight to get down to 60 kph, and maybe it's spun for Bartosz Opiola.
I'm not sure he needed to be that panicky. It's not like you're hitting a speed camera all of a sudden. He just needs to blend off the throttle and bring the car down to 60 Ks. And I know that the timing times your sector times to ensure that you stay within the 60 Ks. The 710 being recovered on the end of a tow rope now by a recovery vehicle. That's a good sign. We should be seeing the Lippert team receiving that car very quickly. The 708, on the other hand, that car still on the start-finish straight off to driver's left, just opposite the pits now. And I'm wondering, Johnny, if that has been caused by some kind of differential seizure. It's very reminiscent of what your kart did when it seized an engine and the rear axle just locked up, and that car just driving in a straight line all of a sudden pirouettes. And was the tyre marks you were referring to kind of circular, just behind where the car had been?
Yeah,
that's a pirouette, isn't it? That's a complete pirouette.
No, agreed. And then if you followed the tyre track on the road surface, it went towards the Armco barrier on the left-hand side, where all the flags are traditionally, the flags of the nations of drivers and teams involved in the Dubai 24 Hours. And I think it's just tagged the barrier, hopefully at relatively low speed, and ended up where it is. But I can't see any damage on the front left corner, nor on the whole of the left side. But we're trying to piece that together currently. What this does present is another opportunity, though, to make a pit stop. If you've got enough room in your fuel tank, you'll only be able to take 50% on board again. And Joe, I think, has got an answer to it, and I might have as well, because for the first time, we get to see the other side of the car, Joe.
Yes. Now, if you're going to sell that car, take the photographs from the left-hand side, because the right-hand side, rear wheel, camber and toe looks like it's been affected considerably. Massive and extensive bodywork damage from the rear of the car all the way through to the front of the car. So that car actually, JP, has had a big contact with a barrier or perhaps another car. Looks like a barrier to me, though. The way that it's pirouetted down the straight. It's come quite away from the final turn, hasn't it? So it's been dissipating energy for quite a time in that spin. And that car's going onto a flatbed, Johnny. That's not going to be able to be driven back there. The angle of that right rear corner is completely askew. So a bit of suspension damage. Getting a bit of a closer look. Bit of suspension damage. Apart from that, I would have thought that the car would be repairable. Who's to say, though? You don't know how that energy manifests, the impact energy manifests. That rear end of the car, remember, mid-engined, into the gearbox, into the transmission, and so on and so forth. So, we might have lost another one.
We're trying to piece this together at the moment, Joe, with everyone at 0221, our TV crew, Natasha, and our director Fabian as well. I think they actually heard it from the TV gallery, which is just the other side of the pit lane from where this has happened. But the consensus seems to be that the car has made contact with the wall after the Code 60 was thrown, which is bizarre. One thing we can probably tell you without a doubt is that the tyre mark, which looks like it's been left by Terry Grant's Legend after a pre-race show, was there before we got racing, I understand. So do not connect that tyre marking with this incident. So I don't think another car was involved. We're fairly sure about that, and we're pretty positive it happened after the Code 60 was thrown as well. But it's spun around and gone backwards into the concrete wall there. There is a little bit of overlap which protects the marshal post on the run onto the main straight. And obviously, if you're very wide coming out of 16, you've got to make sure that you sort your moment out before you find the wall on the left-hand side. There may be a suggestion that perhaps there was a suspension problem even before the contact was made with the wall. There's certainly a break in the suspension now, though, because that's the tricky point, is getting that car up onto the rollback, the flatbed, which the bed itself will slip off the wagon and down to virtually road level. But because there's been so much damage done to the rear of that car, all it's doing is scraping along the ground, and they're going to have to stick a winch on it at the very least. I think they're going to have to maybe get a crane into position, though, from another truck, just to get the required clearance to get it up the couple of inches and onto the flatbed itself. So another opportunity, quite possibly, Joe, to make 2 pit stops back-to-back if you're another team looking for a full fuel fill, as we work our way towards the other end of another hour. And this will see 6 hours done in this year's 24 Hours of Dubai.
It all depends, of course, of what your fuel tank was holding at the time of that Code 60. If you're near empty, then yeah, it's probably a good idea to get a complete fill. If you look at the top end of the timing screens, Julie Andlauer is now at the wheel of the GPX Racing Porsche. That car still leads. Maro Engel is now at the wheel of the HTR Bilstein Mercedes. Sven Muller back in the Herbert Motorsport 92. He's in the fueling area. Frank Bird in the Audi of WRT is in 4th. Mirko Bortolotti is now back in after having that little bit of a 10-minute interval where he jumped into the car. 10 minutes later, he was brought back into the pits. Adrian Amstutz has taken over that car and did getting towards a full stint, not quite a full fuel window, but getting towards that. Adrian's brought that car back in. He's eaten into Amstutz has eaten into his driver time, and now he's allowed Mirko Bortolotti. No argument there. Bortolotti's the hotshot in that car, and he's back out in the 63 in 5th place.
And the recovery work on the GT3 Poland Lamborghini, which as a team name is slightly deceptive because they're not running in the GT3 class, although it is a GT Series entered car. It was 3rd place or possibly better than 3rd place, being shown as 3rd currently, and one of a number of Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo cars. The other 2, well, one of them was initially bringing out the Code 60, and that was Kurt Thiel in the Lippert Motorsport Super Trofeo. That car, incidentally, is now on an outlap, so it had to be stretchered back after it got stranded at turn 2 and brought out the caution. And so long has this drama been unfolding for the 708 that we've actually been able to get that 710 car back to the pits. Its problem has been sorted, and the team have sent it back out again. The other machine, which leads the class currently, is being fuelled. That's 707, the ARC Bratislava entry. Again, a Super Trofeo Huracan, and it's Justas Ioannousis doing the driving there, or at least Ioannousis brought the car into the fueling area. We'll wait to see whether Bratislava, the ARC Bratislava squad, have done a driver change. But 3 GTX Super Trofeos in the field. Also, as part of the GTX category, is the Vortex 1.0. And by the early reading of that category, it's more of a race of attrition rather than true pace. Vortex was in the war's early doors with a mechanical drama. Then it had the problem with the door, which kept flipping open for Lionel Amrouche. And I think it is still in the race, but outside of the top 3. Yes, Karen Gaillard, mentioned her not too long ago, has just made a pit stop, and therefore the car's still running in 4th place in GTX. And this suspension failure for 451 is still being fixed. I don't remember, Joe, this track, I should say, being that brutal on suspension parts, especially when we're not even 6 hours in yet.
No, not at all. And the curbs are not that vicious. If you know differently, correct me out there, people who have driven this track. And also, you've got to understand that the GT4 BMW, it's basically a production road car. And in comparison to the GT3 cars that are also start life as a production road car, they've got a lot more bits that kind of help in the case of suspension failures where they're just bolt-on, bolt-off parts, like you would find on a proper race car. The GT4 BMW is not like that at all. It's more the suspension aspect of it, more designed towards being on the road car. So it makes life a lot more difficult, and the job's a little bit longer. So you know, suspension failure on something like even a TCR car, where it's made to get access to and to bolt on, bolt off very quickly. The BMW GT4 production based lot more tricky to do things like suspension failures and major work like that.
Yeah, and that's all thought about when you're getting the mixture between a racing car and a road car, and basically taking, as Joe says, the street car and turning it into a customer car that you can then take to the racetrack. But certain components obviously need to be replaced or redesigned in order for it to take the punishment across a sprint race, or in this case an endurance race. And a lot of the teams will have thought about that previously, thinking, okay, this car is very strong, but if we continue to punish it over curves, for example, or some early contact with other runners, then there's always the potential for some repair work along the way, and a bit of your budget needs to be apportioned to repairing that damage too.
There's a lot of the curbs here, Johnny, which you simply have to use.
Well, down at turn 2, I'm thinking.
Yeah,
you've got to get right over the top of that.
Absolutely, you've got to get across the top of the curb on the left and the curb on the right to get the right line to optimise the track. And there's certainly lots of places on this track where you simply have to do that to get a competitive lap time.
Yeah, no, agreed. McLaren from Optimum, the Inception Racing by Optimum 720S, came into the pits in the hands of Nick Moss. Didn't stop with the team, so Nick's happy to carry on, but they're going to take this window and use it for fuel.
They're doing what you said, Johnny, aren't they? They're coming in again. They've already been in, I think, and Nick Moss taking the car out, bringing it then straight back in to get the other 50% fuel allocation.
Well, this is in stark contrast to what happened at the start of the race. You remember Joe Osborne stayed out when he actually said to Ian in the interview following his stint that it just wouldn't have worked for them at the time that the Code 60 fell. That's the end of another caution period, though, because the revs start to rise and the green flags wave once more. So another halt to absolute pace here in Dubai. And I can tell you how long that Code 60 lasted. I'd expected it to be possibly slightly longer, actually. He says, I can tell you. Oh, yes, here we go. So it was 13 minutes in the end for the 710 car initially, and then that developed into having to recover the 708 car, which seemed to have his accident within the envelope of that Code 60. Bizarre for Bartosz Opiola. And Bartosz out of the car safely, it seemed, but big damage on the rear right quarter of that Super Trofeo Lamborghini. Maro Engel reinstalled into the HRT Bilstein Mercedes, that car running in fourth, his car four and running in second, I beg your pardon, although I only have to wait for the leaders to stream across the line to get a true reflection of the order currently. Julian Anlauer is currently scored as the race leader in the GPX Porsche 911 from Mauro Engel. Wolfgang Triller for Herbert Motorsport and his Porsche running in third. And in fourth place is the number 31 car of Frank Bird for WRT Audi R8. So back to green flag running. Just a couple of minutes away from another race hour completed, and we can head to the pit lane to get this update from Ian Silvestri.
Up until that point, but you've got a really big job ahead of you now. How long until you get back into the car?
I don't know. They take the parts now. I think we can back soon, more faster we can, and I hopefully drive tonight.
It's been a big jump. Not so long ago, we were watching you racing KZ International Karting with the Demi Rossi team. Here you are at Dubai in the 24-hour team. What's it like?
It's like I enjoy it a lot, and it's a big experience for me. At 24 hours racing, it will be the first one, and I try to enjoy it. Yesterday we had a crash, and I try to drive on this race and hope the best result for us.
Rodrigo, you come from Mozambique, way down in the bottom of Africa. We spoke to Michael Stephen before. This year, a round of the South African Endurance Championship will take place in your home country of Mozambique. That really must put Mozambique motorsport not on the map, but back on the map.
Yeah, I think he's the first driver representing Mozambique in 24-hour series, and I want
to give him the best results, and I hope so. And I would like to say thank you to Mozambique to let me represent their country, and I will give him the best results I can.
Just getting back to the car, Thomas got out. Have you had a chance to speak to Thomas about what happened?
The Thomas just feels something out of nowhere on the straight and broke suspension, and he come here and then they see the suspension is down, and we try to fix more fast as we can to get better on track fast.
Obrigado, Rodrigo. Best of luck. We hope to see you back in the car very, very soon.
Thank you, man.
So Rodrigo Almeida's name, currently displayed on the timing screen, I understand, but quite clearly he's not in the car because he's just been talking to Ian Silvestrin. But great to have another nationality represented on the grid. So originally from Portugal, but Mozambique is the official entry country for Rodrigo Almeida. Finally, the 708 car returns to the pit lane. It was a reasonably easy job to get the car then from its resting place, just the other side of the pit wall, to the pit lane. The dolly jacks have been installed underneath the rather large nashers on the front of that Lambo. But as it was going very competitively just 15 minutes or so ago, it's looking rather forlorn now in the semi-darkness, being wheeled the right way but facing the wrong way by the team to its garage. I suppose, Joe, you're guaranteed a lift home to vaguely the right sort of area, but then it's down to the team to do the last few metres to get it to the right garage.
Yeah, usually I've got to say, Johnny, that the recovery trucks are usually better than that, and it's literally take you to outside of your garage door and onto the apron right outside your garage door.
Yeah, that's not the case for GT3 Poland, so they'll be earning their money for this weekend. A reminder of where we sit then after 6 hours completed in the Dubai 24 hours, the 16th edition of the Hankook sponsored Dubai 24. Top Car Sport once again to the sharp end in the TCE series part of the race. Car 131. Now, just to remind myself as to who's driving that car currently, it's Adrian Specher currently at the wheel, with Fabian Dance, Patrick Singh, Ronnie Joost and Ben Leuchter being the rest of the crew in car 131. They are in front of the Audi RS3 AC Motorsport car by 53 seconds now, and that's the machine from Belgium with Sebastian Morales doing the driving currently. Then the partly damaged Red Camel Jordans.NL car, but still good enough for third, the second of the Cupras in the top three. First of the Volkswagen Golfs is from Autorama Motorsport, car 112 currently fourth, and then the second of the Audis, this time from QSR Racing, number 154 is fifth. Sixth position, another Autorama Volkswagen Golf, car number one, the treble one RKC ZRT Audi is seventh, ahead of another car with the four rings on the nose, the AC Motorsport 199. Sally Racing's Cupra ninth, ahead of the Audi from Simpson Motorsport, number 138 is 10th. In 11th position, it's the BBR, or Monlau Competition Run, for the Thai team BBR, as we go back to code 60. More on that in a second. 11th place for BBR. PK Car Sport is 12th with the BMW M2 CS Racing example. It's a Cupra in 13th place for former race leader Zhengo Motorsport. CWS Engineering's Ginetta is 14th, the third of three Autorama Volkswagens 15th, and the Fun M Motorsport BMW completes the top 16 in the TCE series. And finally, the CWS Engineering cars that have had, well, one didn't start, it was qualified but then not raced. The 280 car is running in 17th, therefore. And another code 60, as I suggested, is out on track. We'll deal with the order in GT before we get to that. GPX Racing's Porsche leads the way, with Julian Andlauer now having taken over from Axel Jeffries in the last pit stop. It's a Mercedes second, the HRT Bilstein AMG GT3, with Maro Engel at the wheel of that. Herbert Motorsport, Wolfgang Triller, number 92, is third, and the 31 car for WRT is an Audi, and Frank Bird pilots that currently. Fourth position for the Englishman. Mirko Bortolotti for GRT, Grasser Racing Team, and the Lamborghini is fifth. Sixth position for Mauro Calamia at the wheel of his Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. 8th place, rather 7th place for the Attempto Racing Audi, and in 8th position it's CP Racing's Mercedes. Another Merc and the AMG GT3 represented in 9th place. Should be a lot higher for the number 5 car of Florian Scholzer, but it ran out of fuel during one of the Patrick Assenheimer stints, so at the lower order of the top 10 currently. Inception Racing by Optimum's McLaren is in 10th place, number 72. 11th for French squad Racetivity, and their Mercedes GT3 Evo number 83 is at 11th, ahead of an Audi, a Porsche and an Audi for Car Collection Herbert, and also the second Car Collection car 14th. Duvo Racing lead the 991 class exclusively for Porsche Cup cars. Duvo of Luxembourg currently in 15th position, and in 16th place also in the Porsche Cup class it is NKPP Racing for Bob Herber. Profile Doors by Huber Racing, a third 991 class car. 924 is 17th, ahead of the best placed GTX cars. In fact, those two leaders in GTX are virtually nose to tail, all but the 5 minutes that separate them. ARC Bratislava and Lippert Motorsport, at least they're together on the screen. They were separated by the 708 prior to its strange crash on the main straight. 20th position is the 438 SD Racing BMW M4. That's likely to be the GT4 leader. MP Motorsports Mercedes is 21st. The Pro Sport Racing 401 car is 22nd, ahead of Team Avia Zorg Rennsports BMW and the Dragon Racing Mercedes, both from GT4. Then we've got another Porsche from the 991 class of MRS GT Racing. The 3Y Technology BMW is in the garage being fixed after a rear suspension failure. Unlikely that we see the Lamborghini Super Trofeo from GT3 Poland again. 708 looked to be a big crash on the main straight, making contact with the concrete barrier on driver's left. HRT Performance car, that's possibly out as well after a similar incident, actually. Right after turn 16. The two Speed Lover Porsches from the Cup class are 29th and 30th. Vortex V8's been in and out, but Karan Gaillard, the last driver to be at the wheel of that car in the GTX category. We know for sure that the last three cars that were out of the race, the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, the Zach Speed Viper, which remains in the pits, and the early retirement was the 928 HRT performance car for Fabio Citicnola. Far too many cars already out of the race with just over 6 hours gone, and another problem for one of the Colin White Ginettas returning to pit road. No lights illuminated on the 280 at all, and that car touring its way back into pit road. It's not been a happy race so far for the Glastonbury race-based driver and team manager, Joe.
Colin would probably disagree with me here. I'd call it character building, but Colin White would probably say he's got enough character, doesn't need any building, and the last thing he needs to see is that car being wheeled back or pulled back on the end of a tow rope. The good thing is that all four wheels are pointing in the right direction, Colin, and it's rolling, so it is a systems problem. The car has basically died, going to have to push that back off the tow rope. Some penalties being dished out, Johnny, while you're with me. Quite a lot, actually. The most significant one, I think, a 60-second time penalty has been issued to the number 7. That's the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. It's been given 60 seconds for overtaking another car under code 60. That's a pretty significant infringement, that, overtaking a car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars being given various time penalties for exceeding the speed limit during code 60s. That's the 99, the 131, the 278, the 93 and the 979, all being given penalties of 18 seconds, 10 seconds, and the last one 14 seconds. So the penalties have been coming out thick and fast there.
They have, but the beauty of serving them in a Creventic race is that you just bolt them all together, as you've been saying, and serve them in one big lump at your next pit stop. It becomes slightly more complicated if a penalty is assessed very close to the end of the race, i.e. in the last couple of hours, because if you're running a TCR car, that can easily make 2 hours, and you shouldn't need any more pit stops about 2 hours out, certainly 90 minutes out. So then the question mark remains as to whether you serve it deliberately or it's tagged onto your race time by the end. But that in itself can cause further complication. For instance, if you are a full lap ahead of your nearest rival, you're sort of locked into that lap, as is the car behind. Yeah, one or two arguments have occurred after the race and after the flag has flown in the paddock afterwards.
Some interesting information on the back of what we were talking about, the difference between having to repair a whole suspension system on a GT. Chris Humphreys, hello Chris, glad to have you along. He was part of a prize-winning Tour of Pro Drive, part of the British Marshals Club. Chris himself, a marshal, a chap that wears orange on a weekend, can't knock him for it. He was good information, this. Pro Drive said that with regards to its GT3 cars, 80% of that car is custom and 20% is stock road car parts. For GT4, it's 80% stock road car parts and 20% custom. So that's pretty good information. What I was trying to say in a lot less words.
Of course you mean fewer. Just to get that one in.
I'm not really sure.
Oh dear. A lot of people will know why I just said that, and if you don't, then, well, probably better to be out of it, frankly. Sasha Coquard is about to take over the 138 Audi. Now, Sasha never raced at the Dubai 24 Hours before, but does have experience in rallying and to the level of World Rally Championship level, but I think always in the UK. Sasha, very much British, and has run Ford Fiestas in Wales Rally GB. 2017 was in a Mitsubishi Lancer Evo X, but Sasha Coquard running in the TCR category this year in the 138 Audi. That's had a steering problem which has now been fixed, and Sasha shares the 138 Simpson Motorsport Audi RS3 with a certain Gunnar Jeanette, together with his regular teammate in the ELMS, Rodrigo Sales. Mikhail Zamfir and Paul Smith make up the lineup there. Now, 280, I think they're running through the various parts that could possibly fail on a Ginetta G55, because the Colin White Engineering 280 Ginetta now has an alternator failure, Joe. That's another one to tick off.
Well, that figures, Johnny, because the car was completely devoid of any life when it was pulled back into the pits there. And that, for me, if I was in the CWX shoes, that for me is brilliant. We've identified the problem. It may just be going through the process of elimination and the diagnostic process of elimination, I should say, but hopefully that's been the issue. It's got basically the system eventually flattened the battery system on the car because the alternator hasn't been charging it. So renew the alternator, renew the battery, and that car spring back into life.
Yeah, and relatively straightforward compared to the other problems that have been encountered along the way. We're just catching up with one or two photographs that Ian Salvestrian sent through in the last 5 or 6 minutes of various suspension failures. Oh no, that's the back of the Lamborghini, I beg your pardon. So the 708 damage, which I'll try and forward on to Joe as well, so you can get an idea of how much damage has been done merely to the suspension before you get to things like bodywork and the more easier bits to fix, the more superficial areas around there. But obviously, it being a rear-wheel drive car, there's differentials to think about. It's churned up the wheel good and proper on that rear right corner.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Remember, the drive shaft on this rear-wheel drive car is kind of connected to that suspension area, and if all that's been moved in a considerable way, that drive shaft can punch into the diff, causing catastrophic failure.
Yeah.
Those pictures are just coming through now.
Yeah, well, the work is continuing frantically. They won't be able to get that wheel off to start with because it's been completely torn up. And then there's a significant portion of the the floor of the back of that Lamborghini which comes off with the diffuser, and then once you get all those external parts off, you can finally then work out how much damage has been done to gearbox, engine, differentials, et al. But that's not going to be a quick fix, and it might be the case that the team just think, well, it's just too much work for us to face. Then again, you don't necessarily turn up to a 24-hour race expecting it to be peaceful throughout, and why be a mechanic if you dislike fixing race cars? So they'll be rolling their sleeves up, And if it's possible to return it to the race, even if it takes 6, 7, 8 hours, then it's probably worth doing. You signed up for an all-nighter by agreeing to enter a 24-hour race, let's face it. 17 3/4 hours still to go for race leader Julian Andlauer in the Porsche 911 from GPX Racing. HRT Bilstein's Mercedes, Maro Engel running in second place, and its third position Wolfgang Triller in the Herbert Motorsport car. In the TCE series, Top Car Sport going very nicely indeed. They had dropped away from the race lead an hour or so ago, but the Cupra's back to the sharp end with Adrian Specher performing very nicely and consistent times. Second position in the TCE series races, the Sebastian Morales driven AC Motorsport Audi. So we've got a Cupra, an Audi, and then another Cupra for Red Camel, Jordan Stott NL and Evo Brokers in the 101 car. And let's hope that we can get slightly longer running under green flag conditions. I know what traditionally happens as soon as I say that, but we're coming off the back of virtually 2 back-to-back Code 60s, so the balance of play, actually you could almost incorporate the one before that as well. We had the 929 crash on the main straight, 710 come to a rest in a very similar position, and now the 280 that had stopped out on track, which was the reason for a 4.5 minute, nearly 5 minute 6th Code 60 of the race. So that was in order to recover the 280 Ginetta, which had alternator failure. But it would be really good, at least from the strategist's point of view, Joe, to just get, you know, a run of at least an hour now to work out where they are.
Yeah, and I'm just having a similar conversation with Sami Moutran, who's out there in Dubai, and he's a familiar fixture to this race, having been part of this race for many years. Him and his family. We do miss the Moutrans. About time you got your act together, of course, when things sort themselves out. But we're speculating as well, why so many driver errors? And I really haven't got an answer, and neither has Sammy. Too many for a normal race is in his opinion. And I was just about to say to you, Johnny, before Sammy did that, sent me that, was why have we just had a bit of a crash fest? Is it because they knew we were on the commentary team live and bringing it to the world? Did they just want to sort of keep us entertained? Because I'd much rather see long periods of green flag racing where we see the race evolving, and instead of being truncated by cars having to be brought back in on flatbeds and such like. And it does look to me as though the last few crashes that we have seen, all right, mechanical issues apart, but what I mean by that is mechanical issues apart. I'm not on about cars being recovered on the back of a tow rope, but cars actually looking like they've speared off and hit barriers and damaged cars without any cars around them, and what looks like just a driver error. It's bizarre at this early stage.
Yeah. Well, normally when me and you are on shift, the only damage being done is to the art of broadcasting, and everybody else is very well behaved. But could it be that not a lot of racing was done in the last 12 months and people are just out of practice?
You know what? There could be that. It was a kind of an odd year, 2020, and Creventic, full credit to Creventic and the organisers of the 24H series to get their series concluded and even run. And again, big round of applause for getting this, what is a fabulous field of cars, out to Dubai to run the 24 hours pretty much at the time of year when we would have normally run it. But yeah, I mean, is it a case of the more amateur drivers not getting time in the car, not being able to just take a car to a track? We haven't even been able to do that. We haven't even been able to hang out at tracks, John. So that's a good point, actually. And maybe it is that. Maybe it is the less experienced drivers that we're seeing just lacking some seat time.
Just a bit of rustiness creeping in, quite possibly. It's strange for this race. I mean, it is a punishing race, and when we have a massive entry in the 80s or 90s, as we've had in the past, I've often said that the track decides how many cars it is happy to have run on it, and naturally you're going to have one or two tangling up, tripping over each other, and then we get to a level where the track is happy to have 60 or 70 odd and is fine then to the finish, generally speaking. But what do we have, 53 starters this year? That can't really be said, and a lot of solo incidents as well, like down at turn 1 and the 2 on the main straight very recently appeared to be entirely on their own. So bizarre. But let's hope that the first 6 hours created the carnage, and then we can have a much clearer run to the finish, or at least for the next segment of 6 hours.
So here's a one, Sami Moutran, just adding to what we're talking about. Could it be with more space? People are pushing for lap times and driving beyond their limits. So that's kind of counterproductive. What we thought was with a reduced field to what we're normally used to at Dubai, of upwards of 90 plus cars. We're down to not quite half of that, but almost. Providing people with more space, it's then encouraging people to push that little bit harder, and in so doing, add in the fact that they've had very little seat time over the last few months, and all those elements coming together brings the issue it's not really the standard form, is it, to see so many crashes at this early race. I mean, still 17 hours 40 minutes to go. There's still a lot could happen here, JP.
Sounds like Sami, the typical race driver. He's got endless excuses.
Yes.
You can find something, the reason why something's happening.
Yes, of course.
But Sami and the family, we really miss you. I remember speaking to you last year saying, I think this was the first year of of a run of 10 years that they'd done the Dubai 24 Hours, and 2020 was the first time they haven't featured in a decade. Well, that's now 2 years in a row where we've not got any Moutrons on the entry list, and that needs to change for 2022, ideally. But great to have you at the track at the very least, and to be an extra pair of eyes and ears feeding us information and enjoying the coverage as well on RS1, the Radio Show Limited network of channels. So this 2.5 hour segment taking us through to 10 o'clock local time with Joe Bradley and me, Johnny Palmer, and the Julian Andlauer car looking very dominant indeed at this time. And obviously things can change. We don't have, as is the case in other endurance races, things like safety cars. The only way of quelling the field, the pace of the field, is through a code 60, and that, for the endurance purists, is the preferred way of doing it, to make sure that gaps going into a caution are more or less retained coming out of it. So 3.5 minutes is a massive margin for everybody else to try and make up. And Mirko Bortolotti, with a face full of the back of one of the Autorama Volkswagen GTIs there, coming out of turn 9, knew all about the dimensions of his Lamborghini Huracan and just nipped to the left-hand side at the very last minute to get the required toe off the back of the Golf and then shoot into the night down the back straight. But you feel for cars that would normally be properly up there that have just fallen out of the rhythm slightly, and I include the GRT Lamborghini Huracan in that, in fourth, but there is a gap of 3 laps now to the race leader.
Rob Jane just concurring. Rob, another one of our fine fellows in orange, does a lot of marshalling in the UK, and he did notice in the marshalling that he did at the back end of last season, there were more incidents at club events, and he put that down to drivers with less testing and track daytime, and teams just being out of practice and drivers being out of practice. So that kind of supports that theory.
It's an idea, and we're coming out of a very bizarre year 2020, and this is although racing did take place, of course, in the second half of the season, and the Portimao 24 Hours in June was just about the first race that we had coming out of the enforced pause. So Creventic getting their act together quicker than a lot of other championships around the world, and also credit to everyone that attended the Portimao 24, which was a job in itself to actually get there. But it was a shortened season and far bigger gaps than would ordinarily have happened in a regular campaign.
Didn't the 24H series, wasn't the 24H series race at Portimao the first major international motorsport event? Didn't it even beat F1 back onto the track? I
think you're right there. I do remember chatting to Nick Damon, and I covered that event, and it was the first endurance race, certainly, and quite possibly the first international event. So yes, beating F1 as well. And eventually, many months later, F1 would visit the Portimao circuit, the Algarve International Circuit. You and I are a massive fan of that place.
McLaren into the pits, the 72, with Nick Moss bringing that car in. I'm not sure how, I've lost track, Johnny, with the Code 60s as to what that driver time is. I'm just going to get my stats up, see if I can fathom that out. So talk amongst yourselves while I do that.
Well, this is a car that started so well and led by 17, possibly 18 seconds when it eventually, well, it got to the race lead. Then it was being hunted down by Klaus Bachler in the early stages. And 72 has lost a little bit of ground, but remember, it's entered as a GT3 AM machine. So you got Pro and AM represented in the top 14 positions currently. And that car, the McLaren, is 4th in the AM runners.
Looking pretty straightforward, the pit stop on the 72 McLaren. And as I say that, the car already onto the dolly jacks and being swiveled round through 90 degrees, and the back end, the car going in backwards first, always the standard practice, and into the garage with a problem. Now then, I've just got that in front of me now, Johnny, with regards to how long Nick Moss has been out in the car, and if this system is updated. He's done 12 laps in that stint, 27 minutes at the wheel of that 72 car. So that is out of schedule, isn't it?
Properly so. Second stint for Nick, by the way, and also hearing about a brake change in the number 1 Volkswagen Golf for Autorama Motorsport. That's early to be changing brakes, particularly on a TCR car. But the quick release calipers are just being worked on now then.
I'm trying to think if we've seen this before, where sometime after 20 hours you need to change brakes.
Yeah.
Because the brakes will do 20 hours. And so any time after that first 4 hour period, you can change the brakes and then bring the car home.
Yes.
Unless, of course, they've had a problem, which that might not just be. I mean, these guys know how to win these races, Johnny, don't they? They, former champions, current champions, in fact. And so I'm not going to critique that situation. Stefan Tanner, I'm not sure if that is Stefan Tanner at the front of that field, but I've been keeping in touch with Stefan on the build-up to this weekend. And Sammy Neutron messaging me to say that the right rear was punctured on the 72 McLaren.
Well, they can't get that wheel off now, Joe, and it is more or less welded to the axle stop. And is it going to be the case of having to try and get the bodywork off around that car now in order to get the rear right? We're hearing that it might be something else as well. Yes. So the initial problem was believed that the rear right was not going to come off the car, but the focus now is not on the wheel at all and is much further in front of that car. Now, I don't know McLaren 720S as intimately as the guys down at Optimum do. What are they trying to reveal there by removing the bit of bodywork immediately in front of the rear wheel, do you think, Joe?
Yeah, I'm just looking at how that rear deck comes off, and the car is GT3 spec, so you would imagine that the rear deck is created and designed in such a way that it can be easily removed. That rear quarter is what's come off the back of that car. Just inspection going on with regards to that wheel. Johnny, in my experience, I stood back and watched a Ferrari in the, I forget what team it was now, the Ferrari, a Ferrari team at Le Mans in the GTE class, basically chiseling the rear wheel off this kind of a, £1 million car. And having to absolutely abuse the wheel to get it off. And we're seeing some hammers and chisels going in there.
They're doing the same thing here.
Some strange movement in that rear end, looking like it could well be a suspension failure. So it's more, it's looking like a suspension failure. I'm still not sure why that. Have you had information that wheel has been sort of melded itself onto the rear?
Yeah, Ian's down there with I think Seb, our cameraman, and the wheel nuts come off, but the wheel's not coming off. So the nuts detached, no problem at all. But maybe because of the amount of suspension travel that is there, I think that the heat, just one final smack of the hammer and the chisel, and it released.
It's just stuck on the peg, Johnny.
Is that all it was?
Yeah, it happens. When something feels like that, it can kind of jam up and get stuck on just the one of the pegs, and that's what happened. He just knocked the peg out, and off came the wheel.
Right,
they can now get access to that rear suspension.
And metal shards everywhere, I'm hearing, all over the floor. Now, have they come from the suspension failure or from the brakes, quite possibly? But the wheel itself that had finally come off the car looks very much intact. So I don't think the shards have come from the inner part of the wheel. It is what was behind that which was posing the problem. All part of a 24-hour race, Joe. And this will have been thought about and rehearsed, I'm sure.
Yeah, and this car, this is the car. Didn't Joe Osborne say that this car did the Bahrain race, the Gulf 12 hours last weekend? And they're staying on for the Abu Dhabi 6 hours, aren't they? So a lot of miles already on that car. I can't think they've renewed every single nut and bolt and every single suspension component has been renewed on that car, but you never know. Again, you've got to use the curbs in places on this Dubai Autodrome, and I'm not sure why and what has failed on that McLaren. Like you said, Johnny, I'm not that familiar with the rear suspension on the McLaren 720.
Lovely looking car, and they're getting more numerous within the GT3 world. But I suppose when you've got fewer cars within the GT3 world and fewer racing type cars, therefore, then problems are less likely to be encountered. The design process obviously gets better with every failure. And if you're one of the bigwigs in the GT3 land, then Mercedes, Porsche have so many cars and then so much data being fed back to the headquarters. That's not so much the case with McLaren. Ian is busy trying to get some information down there about what has broken, and Joe's reporting that there was collision with the back marker, with a back marker, and that's what's caused the damage. Just a slight sideways glance by the sounds of things for the McLaren, and that is what's posed the problem on the rear right corner. So we talk about the curbs, Joe, and we talk about a smaller field this year. It's still possible to catch maybe a back marker, maybe one of the cars from the TCE series running an entirely separate race. That doesn't prevent any contact, though, and that's all it can take. So it makes sense now that the wheel wasn't going to come off either. The contacts maybe forced it onto the peg far more than anybody would have done at the pit stop.
Yeah, I mean, it's this is in no way criticism of Nick Moss. But, you know, this is what multi-class racing is all about. It's keeping the discipline. It's, you know, discretion being the better part of valour. And I'm not judging that coming together, because there's many factors that could have been responsible for that incident to occur. It's just, this is what you get in multi-class racing. It's all part of the game. And it's how your team reacts to a situation like what the Optimum guys are, where the car has come in, they've seen a problem and they know how to react to that problem. They know, and what I mean by that is just knowing where a certain tool is to do the job that you needed. Just knowing where that is in the box and what tray that box is shaves off time in seconds and minutes from your pit stop time to repair a job like that.
It's also, I mean, down to learning the track. Now, you can learn the fastest lap around here, but what you want to really know about is the intricacies of where the build-up of traffic can happen, the safer places to put your car, whether left or right on the approach or the exit of the corner. And that can only come from running years and years at the Dubai 24 Hours. It's the same when you go to other tracks as well. The pro drivers that have been doing this for decades in some cases know all about those little secrets, but for the AM driver coming here for the first time, that will be remembered now, whether it was Nick's fault or not, and we can't comment on that because we didn't witness the incident, but it'll be logged in the memory for Nick Moss now to learn from it and not be in that position again. Yeah,
of course, it's all about experience as well, isn't it? And we hark back to the just lack of seat time and lack of practice, and gathering that experience, and that short-term experience helps with so many things. Component parts being brought out onto the garage floor. Not sure who they are for that time. That might be suspension bits for that McLaren. It is indeed. But yes, it's all part of the game, isn't it? And it's part of the game of 24-hour racing is, what was it that Lena Gade used to say? Push without risk.
Yeah.
Which is a big ask, really, for any driver. You know, we want you to optimise and drive the car as quickly as it can be, but we don't want you to risk it. And it's like a tightrope walk, isn't it? You know, you've got everything balanced, and then along comes a gust of wind, and oops, you've made a slip. And that's pretty much quite a good analogy I've just thought of there with regards to race driving, and especially multi-class racing. And all that brings over the distance.
It's a sliding scale of percentages as well, depending on where you are in the race. And this early on, you want to keep things as neat and tidy as possible. And yes, be pushing, but it's always tricky when you've got traffic to get by, and sometimes at speed as well. So a brand new wishbone has been brought forward by the squad that run the Inception Racing entry, who are Optimum Motorsport. Although interestingly, listed as the official entrant is Inception Racing with Optimum, but connections with the old Optimum Motorsport team that have run the Dubai 24 Hours in the past with an Audi for Joe Osborne. But now, of course, Brendan E. Reeb, the American entrepreneur, being on board, and the other AM driver within that lineup, Nick Moss, who we've been talking about. Ollie Milroy and Brendan E. Reeb have been doing plenty of GT3 racing in season 2020, and that partnership might stretch back prior to that as well. I have to look that up to remind myself. 24 minutes to go until another hour is completed, and that will take us to 10 o'clock. Remember, if you're not in Dubai and experiencing this race somewhere else around the world, then in order to know what time of day it is locally, they're GMT +4, by the way, so 3 hours in advance of Central Europe, 4 hours ahead of the UK. And you can do the relevant calculations wherever you may be positioned, enjoying one of the first races of the year. Not quite the opening endurance event, though, of 2021. That taking place last weekend, in fact. But the true start for the motorsport year for all of us here at Radio Show Limited. And you're tuned to RS1, part of that network, delivering a whole host of motorsport once again for a brand new season. Max Edelhoff, who took charge of the 34 car collection Audi, running currently in 3rd position in class and 10th place in the GT series runners. So the 34 car is 3rd in GTE AM, and basically trying to hunt down the class leader, which is the CP Racing Mercedes AMG of currently Joe Foster, and 2nd in GTE AM is Florian Scholze for the HRT Abu Dhabi racing outfit with their Mercedes AMG as well. So Mercedes, Audi in GT3 AM. In the pro part of the race, it's a Porsche that leads from another Mercedes AMG, number 4 of Maro Engel, and Wolfgang Triller for Herbert Motorsport for his first race with that particular squad, doing a very good job indeed. TCE series is led by the Cupra of Top Car Sport, and Adrian Specher still driving that. Just getting an update on the McLaren as well with the... Right, there's a spare car at Inception Racing, and I understand they've taken a shock absorber out of that car and are now fitting it to the race car. So it needs to be matched to the brand new wishbone, and then will be fitted to the number 72. So wishbone obviously broken, and other parts as well that need to be sourced and replaced as well. That'll all take place, and that car will rejoin just as soon as they can. Very high tension indeed down in the garage though for Inception Racing, former race leaders, let us not forget. But this is all time being taken away from the British squad, and they've dropped to 17th position in the GT Series order. 6th place in GT3 AM. Let's remind you of the top 3 in the TCE series. Top Car Sport then lead in the Cupra for Adrian Specher, as I mentioned. AC Motorsports Audi second, and in third place it's the all-orange Red Camel Jordans.nl Cupra for Ivo Breukers. Joe, just 20 odd minutes to go for our stint. It does seem like we had all the action.
We really have.
Sorry to the other guys that are coming up at 10 o'clock local time. John Hindhoff and Nick Damon due on.
We have had so much incident, Johnny, that I've kind of lost track of the way that the race was beginning to evolve and shape up. We've still got we've totally kind of neglected the fact that Julian Andlauer has just controlled the pace at the front of this race. What is that, a 2-lap lead or that he's pulled out there?
Well, it's 3 minutes and 40 seconds as it was last time. So what's this, a 2-minute lap time? So it's verging on a 2-lap lead now.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's just been plugging away. I've lost track of the progress of the number 5. I think I was mentioning that was making good progress through. The 83, the Francois Perrault, now back at the wheel of the Racetivity. They seem to have gotten their act together. That team soaked up a lot of penalties for track limits, and that hasn't been the case for a good chunk of time now. That was very early on in the race, and I've got to say, JP, we have had all the action with regards to cars into the barrier. Mechanical issues have befallen quite a considerable amount, and that brought about our speculation as to just how early it is in the proceedings, with 17 hours 20 minutes remaining, and the attrition rate beginning to show its face here a bit earlier than normal.
It is, and hopefully that will settle down in due course. But it's been a busy opening 6 hours, no doubt about that. Now well and truly into the 7th hour. And you draw attention to the Racetivity entry of France with 3 massive standout names there from the World Endurance Championship and 24 hours of Le Mans experience, with Francois Perrault, Emmanuel Collard, who ran for AF Corsa in the GTE AM category in the WEC last year, and Mathieu Vaxivière regularly driving with them as well, although they didn't do Le Mans with him last September. That was Nicholas Nielsen who joined Collard and Perrault at Circuit de la Sarthe. But brilliant to have those 3 chaps as part of the lineup for Racetivity, joined by Charles-Henri Samani as another AM driver. So 2 pros, 2 AMs make that a GT Pro entry. And when you factor that in, 9th position is okay. They'd love to be with the main batch of GT3 Pro cars though, which are represented in the top 6. 2 more places to gain for the Racetivity Mercedes to get there. First and second in AM, currently CP Racing and HRT Abu Dhabi Racing, with in third place the car collection car of Max Edelhoff. He took the 34 car over from, it was probably Dr. Kirchhoff, because Elmar Grimm started that car. I'm unsure as to whether we've seen Gustav Edelhoff, Max's dad, in the car yet, but certainly there's been a stint from Johannes Kirchhoff, and that happened after nightfall. As the 25th positioned car, which is one of the 991 entered machines, continues to circulate. John Miller driving the... no, beg pardon, that won't be John Miller because he's in a BMW. So the place changes have switched very slightly since the positional lights corrected, and they should do so every time a car crosses the line. This very nifty system, which displays a red or amber number on the side of the GT Series cars, and hopefully a blue number on the side of the TCE machines. But for the 131 Cupra, that's not the case, so obviously a slight failure for the race leading. Oh no, it is there. I saw that as the B pillar illuminated rather than the positional light, but it's because it's running in first. That is spot on and is working perfectly. As the wheels are being returned to the Inception Racing McLaren, so it sounds like all of that frantic work on the rear right corner is completed, and the rear right wheel being bolted back on, and also another returning car from CWS, Joe.
Yeah, Bradley Scorer has already brought that car out of the pit garage onto the pit apron, and the 280 CWS, we saw that car having its alternator changed. I would suspect that they've changed the battery as well. It had a complete systems failure, but that car now being sorted by CWS, we fully expected the Colin White outfit to be able to rectify that problem. When we saw them bring out the alternator, that's happened. That car back in the race. So good news for the British cars, the Ginetta and the McLaren, both looking like they're going to be back in this race. Both of them, that is. The McLaren were still waiting for them to bring that car back out.
Philippe Vils just stopping off at the penalty box in the Speed Lover Porsche number 979. Speed Lover have a couple of cars again represented in the 991 class, as they so typically do. Speed Lover, a Belgian outfit, but running Michel Blanchimont in the 978, Frenchman, and Philippe Vils is of the homeland of Speed Lover, and that 979 car, it will continue with its more regular pit stop just as soon as it's served. Let's hope a small batch of penalties, but that's done very early in the pit lane where there's a designated bay. Some cars driving perfectly into it, others not, and sometimes when the bay is full, then you have to draw alongside the car that's already there if you want to serve penalties as well. I've seen as many as 3 cars at one time in the penalty box, just outside of it. 72 looking slightly more battered and bruised, more tape on that right-hand side, but thankfully it's now back in the race, Joe.
Yeah, that looks like a great job. I mean, I'm a little bit disappointed in the lack of colour-coordinated tank tape. They've had to use silver, which is the cheap version that you get at any B&Q. I'd have liked to have thought they would have at least had a roll of red and black and blended it in. A little bit disappointed there. I'll have a word with Joe Osborne later.
It's just care for detail, really, isn't it? They didn't go for fuel, interestingly, so was that very early on in the stint for Nick Moss, who, by the way, stays at the wheel of the car. Say again?
It's 12 laps in.
12 laps, all right. Well, there was certainly room in the tank for a little bit more fuel. Maybe the intention is just to run it for a lap or so to make sure that Nick is happy. So with another pit stop due anyway, perhaps they're going to leave the fueling for a little bit later. We'll wait and see, as that car with significant work and various new components attached to it. Nick hard at work now, heading through 8 and 9 through that heavily cambered corner and out now onto the back straight.
You've got to have complete faith in the mechanics in your team. It wouldn't have entered his mind not to be able to push that car straight away, Johnny. He's got no doubt in his mind that that job, that new suspension, each component, each bolt, each nut has been attached in the correct way, and he's got full faith in the Optimum guys that have put that car together, and as we can see, straight back out onto the pace. The only thing that will have stifled his pace is bringing those tyres up to optimum and proper temperature, and he'll still be doing that as he's just on his first out lap. So those tyres probably beginning to come in about halfway around the second lap, I would think.
Optimum temperature for the Optimum Racing Inception car. And let's just see whether Nick does come back down a pit road. 12 laps already into the stint, and he's happy to stay out. So fueling will be done later on, and well over the curbs as well. Now, Ollie Milroy got that car into a similar position much earlier on in the race, so much so that he cleaned out the 100-metre board. Nick Moss more neat and tidy on the exit, and pulls another gear as he heads across the line. Rear visibility not ideal from one of these McLaren 720Ss. That's the reason why he has a rear-facing camera as part of the dashboard. So right in line of sight is the selected gear and various other readouts from the car's telemetry. Rev counter, no doubt, as well. And then immediately to the right of that is his view at the back, with some measurement scales on the left and the right. That may well give him an indication as to nearby cars, because something that's been adopted by these rear-facing cameras, actually from the virtual world, from the computer game world, is the ability for a car to be recognised by that camera, and a little arrow sometimes appears, depending on what system you're running, at the bottom of the screen, which grows larger when the car gets closer and smaller when it's further away. A very nifty bit of kit that added to the rear-facing camera. Colin White's going to get into the 278, I'm hearing from Ian down in the pitch, Joe. So Colin due for another stint in his CWS Ginetta.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Johnny, that car, the 278, into the penalty box. Wasn't sure because we joined it late. It was already there, so I'm not sure how much of a penalty Michael Tishner has been able to soak up. But team order, the man with his name above the door, CWS, is indeed Colin White, who is getting into that car. And further down the pit lane, the 707, the Lamborghini, the sister car of the 710. Oh no, that's the ARC Bratislava entry, isn't it? The 707. That car in for what looks like a regular pit stop. 278 on a recovery drive, going back to the CWS car. Currently down in 39th and third in TCX. 4 cars running in the TCX class, and the other car in 4th place, having lost a lot of laps earlier on. I think that's the 302. Isn't that the car that had the suspension failure? James Winlow at the wheel of that Fun Sport BMW. I'm not sure if that's the car that had the suspension. No, that was the 3Y Technology car, wasn't it?
The 302 is a funny one because it came in for some work, and Ian chatted to the team principal down at Fun Motorsport, and even she didn't know quite what the problem was, having worked on the car. But I don't think actually she was front and centre of the repair work and needed to chat to the mechanics to fully identify the issue. But Fun Motorsport have had their difficulties along the way, as so many have in this year's race. That's the BMW 240i Racing Cup car that normally runs in championships like the NLS in its own exclusive class. At this time, though, it's incorporated into a real collection of all sorts of different cars as part of the TCX division of the TCE Series race.
I got some info, Johnny, about the Sally Racing entry running in TCX. I'm just trying to get that information back up. Sally Racing, that's the number 218. It's a Cupra, a DSG Cupra. The reason, now this is a car that would fit in the TCR class. It's a TCR Cupra. Sally Racing, a familiar team to the 24H series, but I don't remember seeing Sally Racing running in the series for about 2 or 3 seasons now, but it's back in. Now they've chose to deliberately enter into the TCX class because they weren't confident in, it's the first time out in this car, and they didn't want to be running in the TCR class, so they elected to run in TCX. So there's quite a mix of cars in the TCX class, and it's not just about where the car is performance-wise, it's also down to the team.
Yeah, very good point. Depending on there will be a mass discussion within the ranks to decide where best to put the car in the entry for the optimum result, really. And sometimes, when you're running a TCR car, that there is a choice to be made. Same goes for 1 or 2 other cars as well, but possibly away from the 24H series. I'm thinking about the Lamborghini Super Trofeas that automatically fit into GTX in this particular series, but in other categories like the NLS, like the Nürburgring 24 Hours, there is a choice to be made. Sally Racing, as far as I can tell, Joe, last in action in the 24H series in 2017, so it's been a 4-year gap between their last competitive racing, and they actually had 2 cars, Team Sally Racing 1 and Team Sally Racing 2. The team name comes from driver Martin Sally, and I'm not sure whether he's actually racing this year, but his last Dubai 24 Hours was in the Class A2 division when they had a little Renault Clio Mark III Cup car.
Of course.
So is Martin in the lineup? What number is their car again?
218.
218. No. So Martin Sally, presumably behind the scenes, looking after that car because the team name still carried. And he did
Dubai. Clio.
Yeah. It's always been in A2, actually, to this point. 2010, their first year, and they did 10, 11, missed 12, but did 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, and then the 4-year gap to now.
Yeah, Jimmy Peters Ennis just reminding us that you remember this, Johnny, the Sally Racing used to run the blue and orange liveried Clio, didn't it?
That's right. Good memory, Jamie, as always. pleased to hear you're enjoying the coverage so far this year and getting a much anticipated motorsport fix. This normally always does break out fast over the winter period, but it feels like it's been much, much longer than normal. GPX Racing Porsche still at the head of the order. Just over 6 minutes to go then before we reach the hour of 10 o'clock. And certainly midnight is a big milestone to hit if you're one of the teams in this race. You'll be doing well to have reached midnight without a problem, because I need to total it up maybe during my off time to work out just how many teams have actually hit a problem to this point, whether it's been damage, whether it's been broken suspension, or a car maybe on limp mode. But far earlier have teams been affected than normal, I would say, by one problem or another. And pretty much one that's been in the clear, unsurprisingly, is leading the race by nearly 4 minutes. That's the Porsche of Julian Anlauer and of GPX Racing.
And into the pits is a car that we have just been talking about. Francois Perotto has brought the Restivity Mercedes in, and that looks like a regular scheduled stop. We'll probably see a driver changing tyres going on to the number 83. Car currently in 7th spot in the GT3 Pro class. Taking a lot of penalties as that car for track limit issues. The 101 Eva Breukers into the pit lane to be received by the Red Camels Jordan team. Just neatly knocks the marker board over, and the team go to work. Evo stepping out, not sure who it is in next in that car. But the 101, I can tell you, is currently 3rd in TCR and 3rd overall in TCE.
Yeah, so in for a scheduled stop. There is a lot of smoke coming off the brakes, but that's pretty standard. And the 101 car is carrying damage on the right-hand side, hearing now from Ian in the pits, and it looks to be, from his perspective, more so superficial. I'm sure Ivo Breukers would agree as well. He's just stepped out of the car, looking remarkably fresh. It's been a decent length stint for Ivo. Of course, the time has been replaced now by the pit stop time, so I can't tell you exactly how long Ivo was at the wheel. But he's well and truly used to a night stint here in Dubai. And new driver installed into 101, now heading into the fueling area. And a chance, if you're enjoying the visuals, courtesy of the Radio Show Limited website, to get a close look at the fueling area, perhaps for the first time for some of you. By the way, pump 6 was out of service for a little while. That was fixed. However, there are 2 more now that are proving to be rather temperamental. And this is something else that the teams need to be cautious of. Yeah, pump number 14 and 16 cannot be used by anybody at this time. So if you'd worked out that that was the quickest of the lot, although that's less of an issue this year, and I'll explain about that in just a tick, but if you were usually using 14 and 16, then you're going to have to rearrange your plans a little bit. But as I say, new for 2021 is this thing called the fuel flow rate restrictor, which dangle from each pump on a cable tie, and depending on how big your fuel tank is, you've got 3 different options: the blue restrictor, the yellow, or the red, and they slot into the nozzle upstream of where the fuel comes out, and that should technically deliver the same performance from all of the pumps within the fuel quadrant. So whereas before it's been very indifferent depending on which pump you use, that should eliminate the problem. It also serves to equalise those with different size tanks. So for example, if you're running with a 120 litre tank, that your fuel flow comes from the yellow restrictor, which is slightly less than the blue one. You've got blue, yellow or red to pick, and it's down to your man on the pump, man or woman down on the pump, to choose the right one. And that's all observed closely by Creventic officials. As clear as mud, Joe. No, it all makes sense, but it's just something else, isn't it, to stay on top of?
Yeah, I'm just going to answer the question that you were trying to get to the bottom of with regards to the 101. Eva Breukers, Johnny, did just under 66 minutes. And that was a 26-lap stint for him. So, yes, he looked a little bit shell-shocked getting out the car, because he's been working very hard with that car. not a very well balanced car on the brakes is what we witnessed earlier, and if he's fighting some kind of irregularity in the configuration of the rear suspension, that car's going to be keeping one's attention somewhat lively. You're going to have to be absolutely on it. Let's have a look and see who's taken over that car. It's Willem Meyer who's taken the car, the 101 over from Ivo Breukers GP.
Just hearing news about Oscar Lee getting on board his Lamborghini very shortly as well. So that's going to happen at this time. And just to get confirmation from Ian, is that the ARC Bratislava car, therefore? It's one of the Super Trofeo Lamborghinis. No, I've got the wrong one. Oscar Lee. Oh, 710, sorry, I'd heard 717. Lippert Motorsport 710 Huracan, which is Oscar Lee, the driver from the US, although running on a Hong Kong licence, interestingly. So I guess that's where he's based these days, Oscar Lee, doing much of his racing there, and joining Kurt Thiel, who had a drama earlier on in the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, got stranded between turns 2 and 3. Gerhard Watzinger, Greg Gorski and Fidel Leib are the other 3 drivers in that car for Lippert Motorsport. They're having to do a little bit of catching up. 3rd position. No, they are still leading the class, and that's mainly because of problems elsewhere within GTX. 708 with a massive accident on the main start-finish straight, and the 707 car is generally kept out of troubles, but ARC Bratislava still doing some chasing there with Zdeno Mikuláško at the wheel of the car from ARC Bratislava. Another hour done. This is the order in the TCE series as our stint, Joe Bradley and my stint, nears a close. The 131 Top Car Sport Cupra is out front then in the TCE series, with Adrian Specher at the wheel, leading by over 90 seconds from Sebastian Morales in the AC Motorsport Audi. And in 3rd position, the first of the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Volkswagen Golfs, with Miklas Born, the Swede who started that car at the wheel. The Swiss, rather, that drives the number 112 car for the Swiss outfit. Red Camel Jordans.nl, the 101 machine has just made a pit stop with Ivo Breukers stepping out. Right side damage doesn't seem to be troubling the Dutch squad too much, though. They also run a Cupra. Then it's 2 Audis for QSR Racing 5th and AC Motorsport 6th. Sally Racing's Cupra DSG is 7th, and the second of the Autorama Golfs is in 8th position. Then an Audi from RKC ZRT, the Trouble One car, is 9th, ahead of Thai entry BBR with their Cupra. The Simpson Motorsport Audi is in 11th position. Zhengo Motorsport and PK Car Sport, followed by CWS Engineering, complete the top 14. Autorama 114 has had its troubles, but that's the reason why we bring 3 cars to a motor race, to hopefully get a decent result from at least one of them. 302 has been in the wars, Fun M Motorsport. And one of the CWS Engineering cars didn't start, that's 279, but the 280 has had a variety of problems, still 17th because of that. In GT series, mentioned an awful lot about Julien Andlauer. That's because he enjoys a 3-minute and 51-second lead. Now 3:53, actually, as he goes through the latest timing loop for GPX Racing, a car he shares with Axel Jeffries, Fred Fatien, Mathieu Jaminet and Alain Ferté. Then it's the HRT Bilstein Mercedes. Maro Engel, who started that car at 3 o'clock this afternoon, back at the wheel of car 4, running 2nd. And the Lamborghini Huracan of Mirko Bortolotti is 3rd for the Grasser Racing team. 4th position is Wolfgang Triller for Herbert Motorsport, number 92. WRT of Belgium with their Audi R8 is 5th, ahead of Dynamic Motorsport, the Italian outfit, car 7, with Matteo Cairoli just rejoining from his latest pit stop. CP Racing running in the GT class, and GT AM for those guys is 7th, and the Car Collection Motorsport Audi is in 8th. 9th place is where we find the Herbert Motorsport number 93 car. Then it's the Abu Dhabi Racing Mercedes 10th. Race Activities Merc is in 11th position. ahead of the car collection Audi number 88. There are 2 car collection R8s here this year. Attento Racing's Audi 13th. Duvo Racing continuing to lead the 991 Cup class for Porsches, and the NKPP Racing by Baz Kutenkar is second in that field. 3rd position for Profile Doors by Uber Racing. Then the best of the GTX cars, led, as I said, by Lippert Motorsport with their Lamborghini Super Trofeo. The Inception Racing by Optimum car that had all that rear right damage with suspension failure. New shock, new wishbone having to be fitted to that car after the rear right wheel wouldn't come off initially after contact, we think, with a back marker. Not sure, not fully got to the bottom of that, but Joe Osborne can hopefully feed us a little bit more information. It was Nick Moss at the wheel at the time of the incident, and he stayed behind the wheel of that car when it rejoined. 19th position for the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. MP Motorsports Mercedes is 20th, ahead of ST Racing's BMW in the GT4 category. The Dragon Racing Mercedes likewise in GT4. Team Avio Zorg Rennsport with a Beamer, and the Aston Martin of Pro Sport Racing is 24th. And now we're getting into the region of the standings where cars have had their difficulties. MRS GT Racing's 991 class car is 25th, ahead of the Speed Lover car 978, 26th. 3Y Technology has had also suspension problems. A crash for the GT3 Poland Super Trofeo, likely to have put that out of the race. HRT Performance, a similar accident coming out of 16. Vortex V8 is 30th position. The second of the Speed Lover Porsche's 31st. Herbert, we know, is a retirement car 91, and those behind will take no further part either.